What's up, gang? Good morning. How's everybody doing today on this fine morning? I don't know about you, but it is beautiful where I'm at. Give me 1 second. We're gonna do a little promotion. Get you a little promotion going on there, right? The thing is hopefully those people come and they help give us some ideas. That's the whole point of it. That's the whole point of what I do here. I'm gonna be doing this anyway. I did it for years. You guys know that. I did it for years without you. And then I said, you know what? Let me try it. There's a lot of foolery going on out there. Anyway, I hope you guys are doing well this morning. I was looking at a few things with the S&Ps last night, that I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna try to implement this because we have no real trend right now at this moment. You're like, yeah, we have a downtrend, bruh. What you mean? What you mean, bruh? We got a downtrend, bruh. All right. Okay. That's fair to say. But I want to show you guys something. Try to start using this, okay? When you have a trend going and trend started, look, this is a trend. Right? 15-minute chart, sideways. 15-minute chart, entry. Exit. All right. So we almost got it yesterday. I feel like today we could start to get it, and I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. Exactly what I mean. So welcome. I'm glad you guys have joined us. We have Fed minutes. You guys know that. We have Fed minutes today. You have NVIDIA earnings after hours. So we'll cover our levels real quick. I was trying to get, here we go. If you guys have questions, again, throw questions down below. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. And I'm going to give you guys my thoughts and ideas here today. All right, some of the ideas I have. I have a few ideas here, like, I'll give them out. Come on, man. You got to be shitting me. You got to be kidding me. There we go. We're good. All right. Let me get this charged up. Again, if you could, hit that like button, subscribe, and share this with a friend. All right, S&Ps. I'm going to be honest, I don't think there's going to be much that happens with Fed minutes. We already know where they stand. They want to start seeing the unemployment they want to start seeing the labor market soften. They're talking about summertime, unless there's something said that the market doesn't want to hear. And then NVIDIA, if NVIDIA doesn't live up to its beliefs, right, or something for some odd reason doesn't pan out too well, we could start to get that trend. Sorry, I know I hate to do that. What I'm going to do, guys, I'm telling you right now, what I'm going to be doing today and tomorrow, next week, the end of this week, with the S&Ps, like here, yesterday, 15-minute chart, there was an entry there. But it hasn't started yet. The market has not given you a trend yet. And I know it hasn't because look at, if I take pre-market off, right? If I take this pre-market off, you can see how we're starting like the start of it. All right? You had like, when the market's, like, this is a trend, right? You can see here, if I take this off, let's go to appearance, okay? And I want you guys to try this, implement this. It might make it easier on you. See this area? You come down, you're holding the 9 EMA for all day, right? 12, 11, 12, 2 o'clock. And then you leave. You're above VWAP on a 15-minute chart. 9 EMA. You're like, okay, bet. We're already getting ready to go through a high a day. We're getting an increase in volume here. Look at the volume. Okay? Look at that volume rate there. Look at that increase in volume. above VWAP. Your entry is going to be at the 90 MA on a 15-minute chart. This is why I use the 15-minute charts. You guys know I do. And then look, you get your gap up the very next day in the morning, 10:30, 11 o'clock. Okay? Bang. Right there. Right there. Right there. Right there. Right there. Okay? That's when the trend really, that gave you a buying point. That gave you a buying point for your trend. We don't have that yet. And then what happened? It broke it with some decent sized candles. All right? We have resistance. This could have been a buy point yesterday to go short. Right there. All right? That's a buy point to go short in my book. You probably could have got it here, but it's towards the end of the day. A bit risky. All right? Depending on if it's a scalp or whatever. And then you never really got it after that because it reclaimed. You tried to continue the trend right here at 495.80. Okay, I'm going to leave this up too because I don't want to forget about it. All right. And now we're just like up on top and above VWAP. Like, are we going to get another drop? A bounce to it? That's where we get short and start this trend. But we probably won't know until after around the Fed minutes and after NVIDIA earnings. We still have a lot this morning that we need to like digest, okay? So I want you guys today to be patient. Unless you find a stock that's in a different sector, something, whether it's news, a small cap, mid cap, large cap, whatever it may be. Sorry about that. My little girl is mad. All right, so the S&Ps, you know, you guys pretty much know my stance here with the S&Ps. You know, I want to see what happens up here for 498. You know, if we get another test up there, I'm not sure if we do. I mean, look how weak the market is. This is one Friday, Monday, or Friday, Tuesday. Looking like here again Wednesday that you're not trying to hold 496. You know, you try to reclaim a level, and then it just gets rejected the very next morning. Okay, that's something to take notice of. So I'm going to look for, you know, pullbacks down to 494. You have mass you know you have resistance up here at 497. You get up around 497, we start holding yesterday's low. You know, you want to watch. See, you didn't even try to take back yesterday's close, guys. So when I have a down day, I don't want to see the market. I don't want us to have a down day and then gap down. Why is that? Because that's not giving me. Like, where's my pullback to get long? Like, where is this shift to the bullishness? We don't have that yet. So I feel like we could stay stagnant here. All right, and same for the Qs. And again, I'm going to keep my eye on the indexes that are weak and what is strong. All right. Qs, for the most part, same thing. Okay. You have these pivot lows. We're underneath of it. You could look for another opportunity if we get it for a bounce back to 426 on the Qs. Look for that pullback into yesterday's low. And that's the Qs, right? You know, up here is your major resistance. Your support level, it's a little wide. All right, that's the thing. Your support level is a little wide because you've been just grinding higher and higher and higher. So, you know, you could call 424, 423.50. All right, maybe you call this area down here, you know, your support area. But you don't have nothing stopping you to go down. I'm telling you. You know, when I say that, it's because there's not anything on this side of that, you know, right here is what I'm talking about. This area right here, right? So it's like support, support, support. You break above it, pulls back, support, support, and then it pulls back, and then you just grind higher. You don't have that. Like once you have that pullback and like that grind higher, it's like a brick wall. There's like it's like a separation. Like that support over there means nothing over here. It's not. There's nothing to catch the price action, right? You have this area right here that the low of day yesterday. Look, you saw it yesterday. Where did we pull back to? Right in that area. If we break to yesterday's low, you have nothing here. Like you have nothing to hang on to until you get down to 418. All right? So just play self-defense right now. All right? TLT was pulling back a couple weeks ago and I didn't say nothing. Look at TLT. Look, it's been pulling back. Been pulling back. All right? And now finally the market's starting to catch up. It's a nice little double bottom here. We'll see if it can start to get a little bit of a lift. You can see how it's starting to shape itself up to turn itself around. So that's the indexes, guys. And I told myself I was going to work really hard to help find us like a really nice trade this week. And yesterday was a pretty busy afternoon, but it's all good. Somebody must have blocked it. All right, so let's go into individual names here. So you guys got that? All right, you guys can see the support level that we have here. It was finally broken. Now we push up into that support. See if we can't make it resistance. Okay. That's for the Qs. All right. Really, your resistance level is going to be up there at 430. All right. Maybe we start finding support here. All right. But you still have another leg down. Like, you could still have a little ways down, guys. All right. And it's all going to be up to NVIDIA earnings. I'll give the market the benefit of the doubt. And I'll give us that level right there. That's 421. Call it 420. But I don't see it. So until we break this level here, I'm not really. Again, we'll write it down. If you need to write it down, write it down. All right. Right now, we're holding it tight. Okay, that level's 4. God damn it. Come on, man. $423.50. Okay, $423.50 support. You got room up to 430. That's a nice. That's 8 points there. 7 points, whatever it is. It's a nice move for you. I think we stay above this area, honestly, unless we break it for Fed minutes. I think Fed minutes, NVIDIA is probably could give us that break. All right, so that's the level you're going to watch, right? It's really simple. 423.50 on the Qs, upside of 430. That's a nice range, okay? Really nice range that you have there. You break 423.50. You got room. You got some room. All right, you're going to start looking at that gap fill down here at 415. 415. All right, 415 and then 412.50. That double top. If that's what you want to call it. All right. Bam, 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 bam. So, pretty simple stuff there. Pretty simple. All right. So, that is the Qs. Now, if we think let's see here. Let me go to a 15-minute chart. You know what? Let's go to a 30-minute chart, and we're going to move on. All right? We're going to move on to some of the ideas. I already went over the SPY. I went over the Qs. And we're going to start going over some news here. Where is the Squawk Box at? And if you guys could, if you guys have any tickers, do us a solid. Throw some tickers in the chat. If you guys have any questions, throw questions in the chat. All that fun stuff. I want to see if we can hold this area on the SPY and the Qs. All right. All right. So we have a nice double top there. You guys know that we put that in. I would like to try to get back up to fill that gap on the SPY at 499, like 500. It's like 499.50, 500. I doubt we do that. But this is a nice support area, guys. I would look to see if you can test, not yesterday's high, but that like 497. It's 497 on the SPY. All right. You can see here, this is where the Qs are. The Qs are just sitting down here. You know, I'm going to be patient. I'm going to be patient today. I am. I'm going to be patient. And I want to focus on more so individual names than anything else. The Dow is still sitting at highs. All right, look at the Dow. Still sitting at highs. And then the IWM pulling back, unfortunately. Unfortunately, she pulling back. All right, I needed to clean these charts off, and I didn't because I didn't have a chance to. All right, we have that trend line there. Let's see here. Throw this 50-day right back there. So you can see the IWM's kind of just like running out of steam here. Okay, IWM's running out of steam. And it felt like you were about to be on track. Like, once again, the IWM, the IWM, it's on track. And then what happens? It breaks down. Nothing. Ain't nada, nada, nothing. Just like it always is. The IWM not doing nothing. All right, let's see here. Live chat, bang. No, I don't want to edit it. Okay, views, we're good. Okay. Let's see here. Alright, so let's go look at some of the names that are making some moves today. I'm going to get my watch list together. I already have a few that I'm going to be watching. Alright, NVIDIA, obviously, let's see, slips nearly 2% as investors grapple with concerns the stock has become too overvalued ahead of its widely anticipated fourth quarter earnings. I don't think anybody has really said that. I think that's CNBC by themselves making stuff up. And that's the truth. All right. So, slipped nearly 2% as investors grapple with concerns the stock has become overvalued ahead of its widely anticipated fourth quarter earnings release. Tomorrow, guys, I'm telling you right now, if I don't trade NVIDIA itself, I will be trading semis. What does that mean for SMSI? What does it mean? You know, AMD and NVIDIA don't really trade like they used to. Like together, but they do. I mean, the sector alone, the sector itself still does trade pretty close to one another. But, you know, we'll talk about that more later on. All right, Solar Edge shares dropped more than 20% after the company posted mixed quarterly results. The solar inverter maker posted a smaller than expected loss for the fourth quarter. However, obviously, revenue guidance for its first quarter was well below analysts' expectations. Teladoc dropped 20%. All right, same thing. Worse than expected revenue and guidance. Saw $661 million in revenue, below $671 million forecast of analysts polled by LSEG. Palo Alto cybersecurity stock sank more than 23%. These are big moves, y'all. After getting cut full year revenue and billing guidance, blah, 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 blah. RingCentral slipped 5%. Cloud-based communications company posted a mixed guidance for its current quarter and year. On the other hand, RingCentral posted fourth quarter results that beat analyst expectations for both earnings and revenue. Toll Brothers, home builder stock added 2%. All right, we probably know why. Wendy's, baby, Wendy's. The fast food stock slipped 1%, following a downgrade. Norfolk Southern stock added nearly 1%. Listen, UNG, if you don't know, natural gas. All right, I don't know if it's just because the contracts have changed. They're about to change tonight. I'm not sure when exactly that takes place, but I will say natural gas is up. And we're going to go to it right now. I'll show you guys that. So you could look at, natural gas names like Chesapeake Energy, stuff like that. Okay, look at that pop. Pop, 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 pop. All right, like a Lambo popping and banging. All right, or a Ferrari. I'm a Ferrari guy, personally. I'll take them both. Actually, I'm a Corvette guy, too. Yeah, not hating on a Z06 at all whatsoever. Ain't nothing like a nice Vet, some nice wide tires. Just a mean horse running in the mud. All right, HSBC. Barclays yesterday. These are all ideas. Get out your pen and paper. Get out your pen and paper. I'm serious. Barclays yesterday. I think it was up 12% yesterday. HSBC slid down 7%. These are all trade ideas. I told you guys on the short about Amazon. What's his name selling? I have noticed. We'll take a look at that. And again, UNG, you're getting some natural gas names that are starting to pop. But UNG itself, make sure you know when these contracts are ending and starting. You got to know that, because the thing's going to be up and you're going to be like, oh my God, I'm still down money and it's up. Well, because the contract changed. Amazon. It's one of the top names on the list today. Yesterday, you broke this major support level at 168, 167.95 area. All right, you broke this area yesterday. You reclaimed it today or yesterday afternoon. Let's see if we can hold it. Depending on what the market does, again, I'm not going to sit here and fight Amazon to the upside if the market's going to pull back and Amazon's just going to follow the market. But it is up at highs. It is up at highs. The market's up at highs too, but like the market to me is like down here, right? The market's like down there. And Amazon is still flirting with the all-time high. So if we can get Amazon to hold this level, all right, maybe, it's trying to hold it right now. So you can see here, you do have a gap fill you need to know about. All right, you have this gap you need to know about. Let me see here. Bang. You have flat top resistance right here. Flat top resistance. Let me pull this back. All right. Flat top. Viva. Never mind. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. You have a gap fill here. See, it's all over the place. It's pretty wide, but here's your gap, right? Over here from 167.90 to 168. Okay, let me turn after hours on. All right, if we start to feel like we can get, and look at that, right? This thing is just holding yesterday's this opening price from yesterday. Okay, I would like to take an entry down around here if we can get it, and then maybe possibly we get, we start to get that bounce off of 168 if the market can cooperate. If the market can't cooperate, I'm not even going to worry about it. I'm just going to let it go. I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait for Fed minutes, and I'm going to wait for NVIDIA earnings. All right, because I want to wait for continuation. All right, so you have support here, 168. Let's look to see if 168 continues to hold. Look for that upside. Boeing. Boeing's the next one, but let's read this real quick. Let's finish with this. HSBC, so the banks, HSBC didn't do too well, but a lot of the other banks are doing pretty well. This seems to just be an HSBC thing. So if you see weakness in banks, then you can look at HSBC and say, okay, their earnings was crap, All right, they did not do well. What's wrong with them versus everyone else? Um, Look at that, right? And then if you look at BCS, look at the day it had. Look at that huge gap up, rally, and it's still trying to go. If you bring up HSBC, all right, bad. So if the market does pull back and you do start to see, you start to see banks like, how do I say this? If the market really starts pulling back in a mean way, right, and it's taking everything, like it's taking energy, it's taking tech, it's taking healthcare, banks, everything's getting profit taken just across the board sell off. All right, you might want to look at like HSBC because they might be they might be the bank name that you want to be short. Okay, if the market gives it to you, then you're going to get that extension out of it. All right. Let's get right into it. So that's that. I'm going to be looking at Boeing. All right. Let's see. It's not on here. Analog devices, Wingstop. All right. Let's go right here. Let's get right into it. I'm going to go over my game plan. Oh, come on. All right. So you do have NOK. Knock. All right. Was a stock this morning that had a little bit of news. All right. I was watching this early this morning. This thing just gave it back up. That's funny. That's funny. Just gave it back up. All right. You can look at Walmart. Let me see here. GBNH. Man, that's a lot of selling pressure there. I don't like that. I don't like it. I don't like that one. I gotta be honest. Anybody looking here at anyone looking at GBN8s, I don't like it. All right, SOGP. SOGP isn't bad, guys. It's a nice little. That's nice. It's not bad. I think it's pulled back a little too much here. I don't think there's any news with this. Shares of NeoGenomics rose sharply today pre-market trading after the company reported better than expected fourth quarter results. Okay, so earnings. That'll help. That will help. Man, this thing is young. This thing is just a darling. Let's see here. Let's see here. All right. So, let's see what we have here. So, one name I was looking at, was Rivian in conjunction with Tesla. All right, you can see we'll go over all of that right now. Let's do it. Let's go right into it. All right, I want to go over Boeing and we'll go over Rivian, then we'll go over Boeing and all that fun stuff, okay? So, Rivian, let's back it up. I need to clean these charts up. You can see long term, we're putting in lower highs. Don't matter how you put it, we're putting in lower highs. We're below the 250-day and 100-day moving average. Weak. All right, so we are popping above the 20-day 90 MA. Come on, man. All right, so let's go right into it. You had some nice support off of that level. They had a nice tail there. You can see the buying pressure that's coming in down here at 1560 on Rivian. All right. Um, you got the rejection at 1650. That was a nice day yesterday, man. It gave you a nice range. 1540, 1545 to 1650. That gave you a dollar range. So that's about what it does. And you know what? Use that, what I just told you, in whatever stock you trade today, and nobody's going to get this. Use that. Use the ATR. It's so important. Because if you're like, okay, Tesla's down like a dollar or two, and just because it gaps down, and you're like, man, it's down 2%, blah, blah, blah. You can get that pullback and still get that $4 or $5, $6 move to the upside to fill that gap off the lows. Let it find its support, and just keep in mind the ATR. It's going to do the ATR no matter what. Whether that's a volatile or non-volatile ATR. You know, you do it how you want to do it. But I have like an ATR for, you know, on a regular day, not much news. What does it trade? And then when there's, you know, some volume and eyeballs on it. How much does it move then? So, you know, Rivian, I want to see in conjunction with Tesla what it's going to do. All right, it feels like you went up to the 1675 to 17 area, 1675 to 17 area, and it's just been rejected up here. So I want to see if we can start to try to hold. I want to see if we can start to try to put in like some type of support here. That's a big sell-off. Here we go. Let me see here. Let's pull up an hourly chart. All right. So I still think this is that's still your level. You can see you're rejecting. It's already rejecting. All right. It's already rejecting, unfortunately. So I'm not sure how much movement we got today. Like, so this is probably something I may not watch. What we could do is look for a pullback into the lows and see if it holds on Rivian. All right, in conjunction with Tesla. You know, it already did it there. It did it yesterday, and now it's back below it. It's back below this area. It's right in here. It's at 1580. 1580-ish. It's turning that area into resistance, it feels like. So if we can just hold support again back down here like 1560 or so, see if you can break back to the upside, and see if you can't just get up and try to test 1625, 1620. Alright, that's what I would look for with Rivian. Let's go to Apple. So we have semiconductors. I know we have semiconductors. Let's go to BA real quick. So we know 203, 209, and 211, 212. 212, 213 on Boeing. We've been talking about this name for quite some time now. All right. You have massive support down here, and it's not getting off of the level. I'm kind of curious if it's going to start breaking it. All it takes, you're getting a nice consolidation here. All it takes is a downgrade, something to get this thing to, you know, kind of break it. All right. But for now, she is holding. Okay, I'm going to look for this area at 202.50, 203 for support. All right, and I'm going to look to see if we can get above the 9 EMA and start to try to get back to the upside here. You can see here, you know, not even really right there. It's like, yeah, I would like to have a pullback. I think she needs a pullback. I think it needs to pull back to 190, 180s, but that's just my opinion. Let's see if we can get that 9 EMA on the daily to start to act as resistance. Let's go to a 15-minute chart. All right. Take back your privacy by getting rid of Biden stuff. All right, so I'm going to watch for these lows to break here at 202.50. If we break 202.50, we got room back down to like 198. All right, 198. I'm not sure what, if she's going to try to like catch a bounce. All right, I'm not rolling out the upside either. I would much rather take the upside. I'd much rather take that 202 to 208 long. I would much rather try to take that long. We'll see what happens. We'll see if you can start to reclaim some of these levels here on Boeing. I'm not forgetting about it. Because I think you're going to get an upgrade or a downgrade out of this thing sometime or another. All right, and nobody's going to be watching, and they're probably saving it for NVIDIA earnings, and they're just not telling you. Remember what happened with Tesla's earnings, right? And this thing is going to give you an unbelievable day, and nobody's going to be watching it, but we will be. All right, AMD, you guys already know, this thing's just in a consolidation. Right, straight up consolidation. Up here at 180. 180 level. That's it, right? It's really simple. All right, it's really simple in my eyes. You do have somewhat of a pennant there, but you need a bounce back to reject it. So I think semis might be quiet today in anticipation. Kind of like, maybe they're like in the bathroom getting sick, like they're nervous, like, oh my God, what's going to happen? You know what I mean? I mean, think about how some people over at NVIDIA are who know what these earnings are. But that's out there. If we... I still, and it's like, just because if NVIDIA breaks or you get a pop back up to like 165, 164, you don't really have much room. You don't have much stopping you to the downside, but you got to get below. You got to get down in this area. I personally wouldn't mind looking for like a bounce back. Okay, depending on where we open up at. See if you can't like get like a bounce back here to like 170, 169. And maybe you get like that test of the 9 EMA. Pull that thing down. Alright. I think it all comes down to NVIDIA earnings. All comes down to NVIDIA earnings. Alright. If anybody has questions, again, I urge you, throw them in the chat, and we'll knock them out. All right. That was AMD. You guys know I've been watching Netflix. Okay, you guys know we've been watching Netflix. You have some minor resistance up here. You pulled back. You tested the level. Right, that's a, I'm not gonna rule out the upside, but you gotta watch. You gotta watch 279 or 579, 580, 579, 580. You gotta watch that area because you ran out of this pennant. It pulled back, double bottom, 50 points in 2 days. So I'm pretty cautious to the upside. And now, do we have the markets behind our back with that? That's going to be the other question that I would ask. If we don't have if the markets are not behind our back, then the smart thing would probably not to go long. All right. If the markets are pulling back, unless there's a catalyst or a reason to be long Netflix, I'm not gonna. I probably won't even play it. So, European rally. Look, joins Teladoc, Health, Solaris, and another big tech stocks moving lower Wednesday. There we go. Sorry, something was going on here with this. So that's Netflix. Oh, Netflix. So Netflix, guys, if you guys want to watch this level up here at like 580, 579, that's what I would be watching for on Netflix. Let's see here. What do we got here? Looking at my list, we have all kinds of names. Snow, Apple. I might look at some of these earnings plays today. Again, I'm telling you guys right now, I'm going to take it easy. I'm taking today easy. Like, I'm not going to be like, take it easy. I'm picking my spots. All right. I'm not going to sit here and just like try to, make something happen if it's not going to work. I'm not going to force my trades because I understand what's going on right now, and I want to look for that momentum, and when that momentum gives me those entry points. All right. Apple. I tried to get long Apple yesterday. I got snuck with this 182.50 level. Like it could be no more clearer than 182.50 is your resistance level. Okay. That level right there is not your friend. Right? Oh, come on. So right here. If we regain this, all right, then then we regain it. But for now, that area has been resistance. Do the sellers start stepping up or do they continue to step down? All right, so that's an area that I'll be looking at for resistance. If we get above it, then where are we headed to? If we can get above it and hold it, then you're looking for the 200-day moving average up at 184. Okay, 184. No. I want to see if we can hold this. 181.50. 181.50 yesterday's close. All right, so you guys can see here. It's trying to reclaim it. So if it does, okay, cool. Where are we headed to? 200-day moving average. 182.50, 200-day moving average. Yesterday's rejection, you got to get through that. All right, you got to get through yesterday's rejection. Right off in the morning, it went right to 182.50. It couldn't have been clearer. Support, it broke, resistance, resistance, support, you know, resistance, and then bang, resistance. You can just tell that that level is just clean, especially if I take pre-market and after hours off. You really see that level. All right, so let's look for that 200 and 100-day moving average. Try to get to the upside. I tried to take a long on it yesterday. We got right into that area. I couldn't get above it. I took it off because I'm not just going to sit there when Berkshire Hathaway's selling. Yeah, Berkshire Hathaway's selling. I'm not just going to sit there and just waste my time when the stock is in a downtrend. Okay, the stock's in a downtrend. Don't, let the stock show you that it wants to, turn itself around. Again, I'm telling you guys right now, I'm going to be patient today. I'm going to be probably patient tomorrow, but I want to let things open up for us. And really start to get direction like here on Apple. So Microsoft is kind of the same ordeal. Actually, Microsoft in my eyes looks a little weaker. All right, you can see here Microsoft is down here towards the low of day, and it's not really trying to get up and make any progress, right? You can see how it's just like, it pops and then it just falls down, right? Falls out of bed. Apple is actually this morning trying and reclaimed some of these levels here from yesterday. And that's why yesterday I thought I was just a little bit early, but I want to start seeing if we can get this thing up. You got to get through 183 though, or 182.50. We went over Amazon. I told you guys about that. Solar names. Okay, this is not a solar name, but Palo Alto. It's a cloud service, like cybersecurity, cloud type of name. It's a software application. Not good. They did not do well. All right. They closed yesterday at around 366, and they opened up at 2 something. So they just got $100 chopped off of their market cap. 20%. Down 20%. That's hundreds of millions of dollars that just vanished. Right? It's crazy how a lot of people don't know how the game is played and how the game works. But so look, she's still pulling back. Right now, Palo Alto's at 275, trying right now to make new lows. You have solar names and software application are the stocks that are down the most. So this could help bring Qs down, technology names, right? Let's look at like Zscaler, right? ZS. Look at ZS. It pulled back after Palo Alto's earnings. Okay? You could probably look at CrowdStrike. Come on, CRWD. Oh no, I don't have my whatchamacallit in. Yep, look at CrowdStrike, all down. Let's look at Oracle. ORCL. This name might not be. It is. Wow, it is. It did pull back a little bit. And then, what else? MSFT. That's probably why Microsoft also is not down as much as it is. But, so Microsoft said that they were going to start trying to get into that space, but they didn't. All right, where are my AirPods? Where are my AirPods? I need my AirPods. Fuck. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. If this is too loud, I need my AirPods, so give me 1 moment. All right, we got it. We Gucci. We good.
When we come back, some of this morning's top stocks.
Oh, wow. Beyond Meat had earnings too, guys. All right. Good dizzle. Good deal. Good deal, good deal, good deal. So let's see how the semiconductor does. Look, solar names, solar stocks, cyber software names. If you need to know what they are, you can go to FinViz and bring up the heat map. And you can see this guy, for instance, that old guy right there. He must mean something. Yesterday, banks were pretty strong. But again, I'm not going to get sidetracked. Look, Oracle, Adobe, Square, semiconductors, but software application. Okay. Hold on. Cyber security. Where would that be? Look at those solar names. They're down bad, man. So right there, yeah. Software infrastructure. Zscaler. Okay. Fortinet. All these names here. You want to look for the red ones. Like red. You got to know kind of what they are too, but. Alright. So. That's that. Healthcare, Walmart. Names like, Walmart, Home Depot, Mondelez, Coca-Cola. They all did well yesterday. They did really well. I was looking at Ford and some of these names yesterday. Let's look at Tesla. I want to see if Tesla's going to give us an opportunity for a bounce back. All right. Again, guys, semiconductors are weak. If semiconductors are weak and cyber, like that, not cyber security, but like software is weak, then we're going to look to short technology. Software applications and infrastructure. To me, they're both the same. All right. Sorry, we know Tesla has major like support and resistance, like down here at the 195 area. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this away. I'm going to take it away from you. No, I'm just playing. Shares of Modus GI now at $1.50 off the earlier high. That was the biggest reversal there. Uber to replace JetBlue and Dow Jones Transport Average. Wow. All right, guys. So look, watch out for Uber. It's not moving, but watch out for Uber. It is replacing JetBlue. Okay. It is replacing JetBlue in the Dow. All right, and we know about Nvidia. So where was I? What was I doing? Do you guys remember? After that Uber news, Tesla. Let's get rid of this. So we already know 195. We know we had a crap day yesterday. 195 is poop. Couldn't hold it. 194, 195, 196. We do have Redbook right now, just so you know. Let's go look over here. All right. Market's not even moving. I think you have too big of a catalyst coming up to even worry about it. SPY's not even moving. I just figured I'd bring that up for you guys. All right, TSLA. Again, I want you guys to understand that I'm going to be patient. I'm going to be patient this week or today, right? Maybe we'll see if we get some volatility with the Fed minutes. But look, Tesla's given us somewhat of a trend. If I take this off, all right, I want to start doing this. This 15-minute chart right here. You guys know I use this flexible grid where I have the 15-minute. Look right here. Even if we use a 5-minute even. Hell, even if we use a 5-minute. Look what we have here. Like, you can do it for the SPY and anything else. Once you find, like, if you start to, like, shift, right? If you're just, like, consolidating, right? You don't really have a trend. When I mean a trend, I'm talking like a 1, 2, 3, 4 day movement to the up or downside. All right, which Tesla is like could start to shift itself from downside to upside, or it could just continue going down. Um, I'm going to look to start taking my entries. Okay, I'm going to start using a 15-minute trade line. All right. Yesterday, you could have had a really nice entry. Like, look, like even if I do it with the SPY, you have a nice double top up here. Okay, nice double top. And look at these, right? Right off the bell yesterday, right? Entry. It pulls back, right? And then you have this huge gap. You have that huge gap there in between. What happens? It bounces, right? It's giving you the momentum yesterday. Entry. And then it just falls, right? That's at VWAP, at the 9 EMA. And then what are we doing right now? We're reclaiming it. We're above it. So today, if we're flat, and we do not get above 194 and we don't get below 192, 190, then I'm going to look for it to stay flat and see if we can't start to shift to the upside or continue to the downside. If we reject 193 or 194, that's when I'm going to say, hey, okay, let's look for an entry on the 15-minute trade line, and let's look for our entry there. Where are we at right now? We're at 192. So it looks like we're going to be opening up underneath of it. So when the bell opens today, let's look for that bounce on the 15-minute to get to that trade line. And let's look to take our entry to see if we're going to get some downside there. That's what I'm going to do. All right, 15-minute entry on Tesla, because you can see it's sitting flat now. You can see there's no real trade. Like right now, it's trying to hang on, but I feel like it's going to break. You can see 192 is holding. Like today might be flat. You might get a little run up to like 194, 195. You might get up to 195, but I think with Fed minutes, Nvidia, right? I feel like the up and down side is limited. So today I'm going to be patient unless I have like a reason, like Palo Alto or what is that? Teladoc. Okay, something that has a catalyst for me to, trade that has like earnings or movement that's giving me continuation. Okay, so I'm going to use that today. I'm going to use it whether it's the SPY, whether it's Tesla. Okay, you notice how up here you didn't get it? You didn't get that entry. You got it on that little move there, but it's like you put in a double bottom. Like the point is there's no trend, right? Tesla was moving sideways Friday. That's technically a sideways move, even though it was down. Okay, this is a trend. Look at that, bang, bang, like those 2 days there, right? Trends. This is a sideways move to either hold, go higher, or we're going lower. I don't think we see a trend yet today. I think everything's going to happen tomorrow and into Friday, where either we start to get uplifted to the upside or we're going to go down. Not that Tesla has anything to do with Nvidia, but the market itself. Like, we're kind of waiting here. Walmart did okay. Home Depot did okay. The only sector that didn't do too well, again, were your software infrastructure names, right? Like Zscaler, Palo Alto, all those names, CrowdStrike, stuff like that, even though it could just be a second, right? But look, Net did really well. So did that bring down Net? A little bit, but Net did okay. So I'm going to be watching Apple. I'll watch Tesla today. Even Apple, so Apple's holding. Let's see if we get a bounce to like 183. All right, 183 or that 200-day moving average. I tried to get long yesterday. Apple. Tried to get long, but I got smacked, and I actually set myself up for failure on this one, because if you look here on a 15-minute, 5-minute, or 15-minute chart, you'll see that you'll see here that it's a perfect area. I got to clean these charts up. I do apologize. So you can see here, look, support, right? And you get that nice bounce. And then what happens? You just crack that level. You crack that level. All right. You cracked it. It turns itself around. And then, you know, hits it, breaks. What happened yesterday? It went right up into it. And they got short on me. But this first break was on low volume. That first break of that level was on low volume. Even here. Look there. Low volume, guys. So that's why I was kind of like, let's just put this thing on and we'll see what happens. It's not like there's a ton of volume showing up at 182.50. Not a ton of sellers at all. Those candles are really, really, really low. So let's keep it moving. All right, like look at that. Low, low. And then yesterday, it solidified it as resistance with some decent volume. So I'm going to be watching like Amazon. Amazon's got like, you know, a better setup in my opinion. It's just like, how much room does it have to go? What is the risk to reward on our trades? That's what I'm going to keep in mind for myself. You guys, you know, you guys can do what you want. If you want to keep it in mind, it might help you. Okay? Amazon. Amazon, to me, is the best risk to reward. And it's not even that great. It's not even that great. It's coming into a lot of congestion. And so is the SPY, guys. This is why I think today could be really bad in the morning until like the afternoon and until tomorrow. If you guys don't know, like look at the SPY. If I pull up a 15-minute, look at all this congestion here. You have a whole bunch of volume, and like even if you pull back, you just have massive support at 493.50 to 494. Like you're just not. There's no like zone where it just breaks away. Unless you start getting to the upside and you get above here, unless you get above like 498, then you ain't got nothing stopping you to 501, 502. Okay, but here you're just. It's going to be a whole bunch of like up and down like quick moves. Like you're not going to get extensions. It feels like. You can see it pre-market. Look pre-market. Look, it just bounced down, up, right? It's moving really, really small. Versus yesterday. Look at the down move yesterday, right? You went from 498.65 to 497, right? 498.67 to 497. That is almost $2. What did you do today? On a downtrend, on the biggest downtrend, you did 496.50 to 495.35. That was the biggest move. That was the biggest move. Okay? And then look, it goes from 195.42 to 195.90. 50 cents, 75 cents, 50 cents, 25 cents. So you had some nice range yesterday. I think you're not going to get that today. That's just my opinion. And it also coincides with a catalyst, Fed minutes / more so NVIDIA earnings. You know, Fed minutes, we kind of know what the Fed wants. But again, they can say something in those minutes that can spook or kind of like, you know, give the markets just a reason to move. Right? Whether it's not justified or not. Right? Whether that move is justified or not. Maybe there's something in there that they didn't expect. You're like, let's just use this to like sell everything. Let's just use this as an excuse for us to take profit. All right. Semiconductors, all that fun stuff. Again, what I would do, guys, is what I'm going to do. Like Solar Edge, okay? Solar Edge. If you look at solar names and some of those like software names, that I think that's where our opportunity would be that this morning. Sorry, just give me 1 second. All right, here we go. All right, so times it's 9:06. Let's get it, guys. If you guys could, again, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. Thank you for joining us. If you have any questions, let me know. Anything I can help you with, I would be glad to do that. If you have any ideas for trades, small cap, mid cap, doesn't matter. Let us know. All right, so let's look at names like we can look at like Solar Edge, who reported today. All right, they reported they're starting to get some support down here. I would much rather play like a different name. Honestly, what is this? This is 66.50. 66.50. I want to see where that resistance comes in at. All right, on Solar Edge. I want to see where resistance comes in at. I'm going to use these. I'm going to use some of these names that reported 69.70. Excuse me, sorry. 70. Wow. 69.80. It feels like you're getting some resistance here. Let's see. Bang. No, I don't want that. I want this with this. Let's go. All right. You have resistance here on CGen. Okay. 40 or 72.48. Call it 72.50. Hold on one second. Let me see here. Again, I'm trying to get yeah, I think this is the level here. I think that 74 level is probably the... Let's see. Let's go look. This is why I don't chew gum. I'm sorry, guys. All right. Yeah, right there. That seems to be better, right? 72.07. 72 flat. We'll see what happens at 72. You've already pulled back all the way down here. Well, not really. Maybe you retest it to the upside. Some of these names are just like this stock is just looks like it's just like one badass short. How low can you go? And this is what reminds me of UNH. UNH has just been trading sideways, even though there's actual value there at UNH. You can see here, you have some massive support levels down here at 70. Oh, wow. Look. It's trying to turn it into resistance, y'all. Uh-oh. Let's see here. Leslie Picker. And these charts are so ugly. They really are. I'm not fooling with this name, guys. Seriously. It's just so, if you want to get short up at like 72, you'll have room back down to 65. That's what I would do with Solar Edge. Okay, pretty bad reported earnings this morning. Underneath 72, I would look for 72 to become resistance, 70 to 72 resistance, and look for a pullback down into 64.50. Okay. We could also look at like some of these solar names. Okay, they were on CNBC this morning talking about how higher rates, this, that, the third, are taking their toll. All right. What do we got here? So ENPH tried to get up and hold the, look at that, 200-day resistance. It gaps above and it cannot hold it. Now it broke it yesterday. This is ENPH on the daily chart. I think we have a massive level here down at the 50-day moving average. Let's see if we can take this down to the 50-day moving average. That's going to be at 117 area. 117. All right, 117. There we go. That's a little bit better, right? There we go. So really, guys, I'm going to watch Tesla today, see, and if it consolidates. Oh, and Boeing. Let's see if we can actually, yeah, this is a really nice setup. I like this setup today. Let's see if we can take ENPH down to like 117. That's what I'm going to look for. Okay, I'm going to look to see if we can, look, it already did it. You got to be kidding me, bro. It already did it. It already did it. All right, well. Well, guys, I'm going to be patient today. I'm going to be patient. There's just not much, other than like Amazon. ENPH, I'm going to look to see if we end up getting below 120. Okay, 120. Lyft, Chris brought that up yesterday for Lyft. What would I look for here? Let's see here.
Our team's view is 3 cuts this year would bring the economy back into sort of equilibrium at the end of 25 with a Fed funds rate in the mid 3.5.
My colleague Jim Cramer has a question for you back in studio, Jim. Yeah, Brian.
I'm not sure with that actually, guys. It's I don't know. It may work out. I again, guys, I'm going to be patient the next couple days here. Or not couple days, today. I'm going to be patient today. I'll look for a bounce back and see if you can't get up towards, a little bit past yesterday's low at like, you have that 90 MA right there at 125 on the daily chart. Yeah, let's look for that area right there. All right, I'm going to look for 125. See what happens there. Even though, that's pretty much pre-market rejections there. Pre-market highs at 150 at 125 short. If it ends up showing itself 125 short, and we'll take that down to 117. That'd be a nice trade. Why am I looking for 117, 118, 117? It's your 50-day moving average down here, but you have some tough resistance levels down here at 120. So take profits along the way. If we end up taking this, okay. There was talks on, you could use like Solar Edge, ENPH, Sunrun, okay? A lot of these names were on CNBC this morning and how the industry is struggling because of rates. And I think someone else like Solar Edge reported earnings. Okay, so that's kind of bringing some negative sentiment to the sector. So we have Tesla, Amazon, that. Obviously, I'm going to be waiting for NVIDIA and these Fed minutes. It just feels like there's not much going on today, even in small caps. Like, nothing really in small caps. It's just one of those days. So we got to be patient. We have to realize that is happening and not force trades, number one. Protect your capital at all cost. Protect it. Respect it. Hold it like a little baby. Okay, hold it and just just be in awe with it and just be gentle. Okay, it's your money. You worked hard for it. Grow it. Let it grow into a nice full-grown adult, right? That full-grown adult would be, I don't know, 20 mil. Whatever your number is. Okay, let it grow up. But you gotta be easy with it. You gotta... On days like today, you have to be patient. Unless there's stuff out there that you see that I don't. Maybe there's upgrades, downgrades, right? You can look at the airlines, okay? I'm looking at Boeing as well. All right, I want to see if Boeing continues to hold this level. And I'm going to look for either a break or a long. I'm going to let Boeing show me what it wants to do. What time is it? It's 9:17. We got a few minutes here. All right, so let's pull up a 15-minute. You know what? Let's pull up an hourly chart. Give me this. All right, because here's what I think. Do you guys remember when we had that, when they gave us the short opportunity on Boeing, where it just gave us that whole follow through? Do you remember what happened? I do. If you don't and you weren't here, welcome. If you could, please hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. If you're not hitting the like button, I don't know what the fuck you're doing, bro. Tesla reported earnings. Everybody was talking about Tesla. Bank of America comes out, downgrades Boeing. Boeing just flushes. And Tesla is, everybody's watching it, so there's a lot of volume, and this thing's just trading just up and down, up and down, up and down, while Boeing is moving. They're using the shiny object to get around your ass. See what happens tomorrow if NVIDIA reports, or if and when NVIDIA reports tonight, if you don't see something with Boeing tomorrow. Just saying. It happened once. It can happen again. There was American Airlines or something like that. A wing or something got jammed. I don't know much about it. And then they had to come in for an emergency landing. And yes, it was a Boeing plane. I mean, again, I say this all the time. The amount of planes that are up in the sky throughout, in a 24-hour basis is pretty insane, that there's, nothing really ever happens. I mean, you're talking about flying 30, 40, 50, 60,000 feet, whatever, right? With 150 passengers, 100 passengers. So, so that's that. So that's Boeing. I'm going to look for Boeing, see if we can get some downside, or better yet, upside on Boeing, okay? AMD, we talked about semiconductors, and all that fun stuff. Let's see if we can try to... What I'm going to look for would probably be this 90 MA on the daily chart, 15-minute. Let's see here. Oh shit, and then we have Alibaba too. Sorry guys, let me see this real quick. Let me pull that back. 210.42.
The stress tests.
30 people going through a stress test have had constant review of their portfolios as to underwriting criteria, throwing it against a 40-50% downdraft in commercial real estate prices, and how do you
210.
off? And the last result
Let's see here. What is this?
for 9 quarters. So
No.
the 50% drop in prices.
I don't know. See, I don't see anything that's just really enticing at the moment. I'm gonna wait for things to set up. Right? I'm gonna wait for Nvidia to report, and maybe we get our opportunity at taking a short. We have 10 minutes, so let's get ready. Good luck today. Again, take your time. Be patient. All right? Be patient, be patient, be patient.
Brian, I want to thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Great conversation talking about just the changing landscape.
And look, here it goes. And look, this is a nice consolidation. We might get some upside here. All right? I'm not opposed to some upside on Boeing, guys. And then Uber, if you don't know, Uber is going into the Dow. So watch Uber. You could get a lot of institutions buying Uber today. All right, be on watch for yesterday's earnings. Come on, give me Boeing. All right, let's do this, guys. Good luck today, everybody. I might look at the indexes. I'm still not sure what I'm going to do. I feel like it's time to just... I feel like we just got to be patient. I feel like we got to be patient. 199 to 203. I didn't look at Google. Google was nice and strong yesterday. Lyft pulled back. Good job, Chris, on that one. That was a beautiful move yesterday, bro. 203. Support, resistance, resistance, resistance. So I'm going to look for like 207. Is that 207? 208. I'm going to be doing a lot of work today as well, guys. You know, with charts and like sectors that I want to see, you know, that I would like to like start taking. That's crazy. There's, you know, we just don't have... See, this sucks because there's an area right here that could also become resistance too. I might look at the SPY. We could trade the SPY today. You know, there's a lot. JP Morgan and banks were a little strong yesterday. It just, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'll look at EMPH today. You know, there's just not much going on. Not much today at all going on. Just one of those days. Just one of those days. I wonder if that's where we need to look at. I wonder if that's where we need to look. Man, look at that, guys. Oh, man. Look at that ascending wedge. For anybody that's here, good for you. Good for you. That's a really, really nice wedge there on JP Morgan. Let's see if we can get a pullback on these names here. I want to see if we can get a pullback. Oh, come on. Daily chart. That's crazy. That's a really nice wedge here. I'm telling you. It don't get any better than that. It really doesn't. Oh, come on. Okay. No. All right. So we got some resistance up here on JP Morgan. Let's see if we can get a pullback. Let's see if we get a nice little pullback on the banks. I wouldn't mind that. I think that would be cool. Get a pullback on banks. God damn it. JP Morgan. Pullback to 177. All right, good luck today, everybody. Good luck today. Get in where you fit in. All right, we're open. There's a nice bounce on JP Morgan. See if you get some resistance up there towards yesterday's highs. That was a quick open. See if you get a little rejection there on JP Morgan. Again, Boeing. Damn. Come on. I mean, you really have no reason to short it, but All right, 122. There's your bounce. Okay. See what the SPY is doing here. Dude, this guy's always somewhere. It's like he's at school. He's
Although we're getting a little bit of Fed speak, and then minutes this afternoon will give us a taste of whether or not they want more evidence.
I see your minutes and I raise you Walmart. Yesterday, Doug McMillan talking about, unlike Brian Winnan, I asked Brian Winnan the question about what's come down. The natural answer is to say, well, why don't you go to Walmart or Costco? They are.
all right, guys. Boeing broke. Boeing broke. Let's see. It doesn't really have any volume here. Boeing, guys. BA. We told you about that. Let's see if we can look for a bounce back. Fuck. We might just get the continuation now. All right. Where are we headed? 198. Where are we at? Come on, man. All right, come on. All right. Man, if we can just get a bounce. I want to look to get short, okay? I'm looking at Boeing. I'm letting you guys know right now. I'm looking at Boeing. $197.50. Come on. No. All right, I'm going to take that. 197.50. Let's see here. Okay. Let it get up there. Going to look for that bounce up to VWAP. 97.50, 64.81. Let's see which has a tighter spread here. 36.40, 195. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna miss it, guys. That's your entry right there. I'm gonna look for. It looks like the 195s. Fuck.
Basically talks about how food hasn't taken this much of your income in about 30 years. And they quote Kalanova, Steve Kalan, saying,
What's Amazon doing? Sorry, I wasn't reading the comments or anything. Look at 197. I like those 197s. I mean, you do have some support down here a little bit. You know, you do have some support down here in this area. But oh man, I'm curious. Should we take it now? Is that a take? What do you guys think? I'm gonna take her. I think I'm gonna take her, guys. Look, you have this wedge here. No.
speaking of all this, Amazon, of course, going into the Dow on Monday.
Shit.
Some more shares. Great piece in the Journal about how nobody wants warehouses in their neighborhood, Jim, but they still want next day delivery.
Well, there's a warehouse country in the Lehigh Valley, and you can
Man, that level there, guys.
look at it. You're saying,
202.50.
51 installation. No, it's Amazon. Amazon's up. Very little money's indexed to the Dow, so that
Man, she just doesn't want to give it to you.
goes as Nick Hedges stock being down like 90 to 100.
They just don't want nobody to short this thing, do they?
One of the things that I'm grateful for is that it looks like it pays
Oh no, I took it. Shit. I took it. Alright, I'm going to use my stop loss.
Transport replacing JetBlue. Bernstein today looking at how Uber went from being a money-losing stock, in their words, to a name that's returning capital, transport-worthy, asking which is the next one.
Yes, and what happened was this moment that people forget with Dara. Dara said, okay, look, this is it. He did a year of living efficiently. Not unlike Mark Zuckerberg, where there's a really funny video of him doing something in US. They won't pass for sure. But I think what is amazing is that they were the first company to realize we got to stop the spending. And within a year, they were making a lot of money. They were spending way too much. Jim Berners-Lee, they bought Disney for like $1 billion a couple years ago. I went in them. I said, because I got to make my wife's got this liquor business. I said, what are you going to how much? What is this Disney? What's going to immediately they come back? Would you like to buy it? I mean, they're clever people.
I think you guys will be able to get it at a cheaper price.
But I've got to tell you, look out for Risher. Risher comes on the show, stops at 9, and he makes bold challenges, including his airport pledge. And look at sucks good. But anyway, it was just a decision by Kostashari to get the company profitable, and it worked. I mean, I remember when he did it, it was like a memo. The memo was basically saying, we're cutting out the peanuts and the free popcorn. It was one of those, it was like the paper clips, and boom. That's what happened.
Dude.
They did it. Good for them.
Meantime, we've been showing some flashes on nat gas, for example, rebounding on this Chesapeake CapEx number, Jim, down 20.
Well, I mean, I got to tell you, this is, I read Rusty Brazil's notes today. We're talking about a big LNG terminal about to be turned on.
Okay. Okay. So what's going on here?
Why don't people do this? Is, when Brian went in, when I
Okay, there we go.
it should have been one of those.
Okay, there we go. So I have a limit order out at like 60 cents, guys. Let's see if it'll take it. I have 2 of them sitting there at 6. You're going to start seeing them bringing their orders down. Look at that nice volume there.
The first close below 2 got our attention, just kept going.
Yeah, well, look, this is an amazing thing. Obviously, we have the lowest cost natural gas in the world. We can't export enough. And what happens? It's going to be a great source of national security. But the president just said that 2028 we're going to put a pause in, which actually might hurt West Farrell, who's a great visionary, might hurt his project. I do think that this cheap fuel is not hailed enough, but we don't build pipelines. No one wants pipelines in their land. I have pipeline, my land. Every year they give me a calendar. Fantastic.
I'm going to
It's like a toaster at the
They
bank.
give me a calendar. Like one of those where you
I'm going to take some off here at 50.
toaster would have been better.
Shit, of course they moved it on me.
Palo Alto. We've also got Teledoc with similar losses on a much smaller scale. And then Solar Edge Technologies, too. Down
Well,
double.
Solar Edge turned out to be a financing play, and a lot of the European financing was not there. Similar to Enphase. Teledoc is just the ultimate commodity. They talk about 90 million people being involved, but you know what? Those are fungible. Anyone can. I could probably call up like 5 people right now and get a prescription for I don't know a super duper prednisone. But Palo Alto is different. That is a man, Nikesh Arora, deciding, you know what, we are going to risk our market cap and get this thing right and go with a price fixed product, so we don't have to keep being nickel and dime by others. And it's shocking people because here he was, king of the world, and suddenly it's like it's not like he's like a rook. No, he's kind of like a pawn. No, Nikesh is not a pawn. He's way too cool.
Yeah. You mentioned, we were talking about the Teledoc, WPA, Jim, not just getting kicked out of the house, but also the downgrade from
All right, so if I'm in that, guys. That's so far working out to be a nice trade.
Okay, so here's the scoop on WPA. obviously there's cut the dividend. That was smart. Here's another really bad quarter. He's going to reset, all right? And then I think Walgreens is going to be back. Now, what did Walgreens replace in the Dow? GE. What's been the best stock around? So let's not just necessarily, keep it with that. I think it will reach Wentworth will turn around. I think it bottoms at 18. I think Karen Lynch has turned around CVS, although there's so many minute clinics. I don't know. Yeah. You toss. I could toss my wife in a minute. She could fly one. I don't know.
Come on, let's go, baby. Let's go.
Oh my God, toll, $1 million homes, gross margins up again, orders absolutely fabulous, and just, I mean, Doug Yearly, I was congratulating last night because his nephew works with me. Yes. For the, and that's the club, and he just kept a fabulous job. But what I think I like best about this is that they have basically said a few years ago that they were just going to make a lot more money on every home. They're not going to release money. They're going to buy back stock until the street recognizes how great they are. And they did
Let's see if I get a fill here, guys.
for toll, whether it be the unit orders, whether it be the land that they're selling. They made a fortune on one piece of land. But this is just a remarkable company, a remarkable quarter. And Stuart Miller from Lennar, he's a competitive fella. Stuart, you have some work to cut out for you because Doug Yearly is delivering. Just delivering fabulous.
Of course, the 30-year fixed back with a 7-handle.
Yeah, and of course, the number with the mortgage, the application now counted. And it was, Toll Brothers did benefit from a January decline in mortgages, but the orders are great. The spring is fabulous. I just think, you look at this, you say, how many people can afford $1 million home? And I come back to inflation, because on that Home Depot call yesterday,
Yeah, I got filled there, guys. Let's see what we got filled at. I took that off. Let's see if you start seeing some resistance here. Look for some resistance at 201.45. 201.45. 201.45. Okay, that's already, I don't know, 25. That's already like 20. What is that? Let's see what I got filled at first. Let's see here. Dude, this thing's already breaking down lower, guys. That was a nice breakdown there. I had to take some of that off to like lock in these gains. All right. I do think you get the move down. I think it comes with a bounce though, right? Look for the bounce, maybe a re-entry on the 3-minute chart. See what the market's doing. You obviously got to see look, and what's the market doing? Nothing. I told you guys that this morning. I told you guys that the market might be stuck today. That's what I said. I said the market might be stuck, so I'm going to look, see if we can find individual names. Let's see what that was.
Apple Sports, I downloaded it, loaded immediately the Sixers, the Phillies, and the Union. What you do is you load your teams in. It's got the odds of all the games. You pick. This is a lot of this is because like Eddie with Duke, which had a good win last night against Miami. What happens is you have your teams that you like, and you want the instant.
Sorry, just give me one. I'm looking for the entry. Because I ended up market ordering into that. And I paid up a little bit for it. I didn't pay. That's right, 40 cents. I paid 40 cents. That's all limit prices. Hold on. So we got yesterday's loss, that small loss on Apple. We got that back today, plus a little profit. Let's go look and see what that percentage was. All right, where is it? I don't have it up here. All right, so what do we have here? Percent. Calculator. Okay, let's do this. No, I need something easy, bruh. What was the one that I had up before?
a real buyer. But I know that John Buchanan, and of course, this is not justice. Well,
Here, I'll use this because now I'm starting to look like an idiot. I know this one.
has said this and the airline workers were the bad ones. So, but Rodney McMullen has got great data, which shows you that prices have been held or going lower. I think Rodney's real. I think he's.
Hold on, 40.
I don't think they play earnest down there. They're not earnest.
Oh my gosh.
Hiking some baggage fees. Although nice conversation with Oscar Munoz on Squawk today. Saying it's basically, it might be
Let's see here.
with the carrier through some of the online agents.
Well, that could be. I mean, we're all kind of tired of paying more and having these streaming forward.
Here we go. I wish I had the one that I already had up because that's not it. Reddit. That see me invest blah 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 blah. Damn it! It must have like fell. It must have went off because So 40 and they're not gonna. What would that be? What is 40 of here? 0.40 Dude, this is crazy. So the S&Ps are pulling back. I can't believe this right now.
We'll see how the session develops. Obviously, some red arrows today. Before we go to break, let's watch bonds as well. As we said earlier, not a lot of eco data this week, but we are getting bonds tick at 12:30, Bowman at 1 o'clock, and of course the minutes, which are about 3 weeks old, at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Oh my God.
Down 117, holding 49.60. We're back in a moment.
Let's see if we got this right. Yeah, I'm not. Alright, what is it? Let's see. That's not 80%. Yeah, 40 into 50. 40 cents into 40% gain of 40 cents into 50 cents. Okay, percentage increase calculate. Initial value. Hold on. 0.40 final value. 0.50. That's a 25% gain. I should have figured that by myself. Bet. All right, nice 25% gain on the start of the day. Let's get it. There we go. All right. Let's keep it moving, baby. Keep it moving. All right. Let's retweet. Let's retweet. See if we can't get a little bit of something going on here. Quote. Sorry. I'm not sure what happened there. Come on. Sorry, again, I'm not sure what happened there. Alright, see if she's gonna try and break up through that level there, and we'll look for, possibly an entry. Look at this, look at that support down there. Right? That support down there at 203 entry, if we can get it. If we can get that 203 entry on Boeing, that would be really nice. Alright? 15-minute trade line is right there. Right at that support level. So let's see what happens here. I think we can do it. I don't see why we can't. Alright, what else are we looking at here? What do we got going on today? What's everybody looking at? If we could, hit that like button, subscribe. JP Morgan was on the list. We're starting the day off with 25% gain. Pretty fucking sweet, man. You know, every day's a new day. Every day is a new day. Look at Palantir. Palantir is looking a bit weak. You know, I would need a bounce on Palantir if we could. I would like to get a bounce on Palantir. If we could. Let's see. You're starting to make VWAP resistance. Let's see here. Let's scan through it, right? Amazon was a top idea. That's a really nice that could be a pretty nice long there, guys. If you get that entry at 169. But I think, I got to be honest, I think Boeing, or not Boeing, I'm sorry. I'm out of Boeing.
Today, JP Morgan does cut to neutral on the back of what they see as looming price competition.
Let's see here.
We're getting price competition in a lot of places, including cybersecurity.
So that's your key for tonight, leading into NVIDIA, I assume, is watching Palo Alto's
And
action.
remember, long knives, don't give up the ship. March 18 to 21, 3-day love fest, 300,000 people listening to the keynote. There's more to it than a quarter. This man is not. It's like, go to the Da Vinci Museum in Rome, and he's got like a picture of the helicopter. They don't have Facebook.
If there is trouble after the bell, right?
Yeah.
How much of the rest of the market is vulnerable?
Okay, so we have some of these solar names. What other names do we have moving here? Let's look at might be able to look at the SPY. Dude, that could be a sick entry for SMCI, guys. That could be a really nice, that could have been a really nice entry right there for a short on SMCI. You might, the volume's very low, but it might pick up. Look at Tesla, man. Damn right. Let's go. Let's go, Tesla. Damn right. Out of nowhere. Nice consolidation there. Got a bit of resistance here. Let's do it. You got some support there. Break and retest of that level. Let's take it. Can you take me higher? Let's go. Let's do it. Fuck yeah, dude. Let's go, Tesla. I didn't lose faith in you, ass. I didn't lose faith in you. Man, that's... She's up in that gap. She's up in the gap. She's so far above the 9 EMA, guys. Oh my, I don't think I can get long. I think you might get a test of, I think I need a 195 entry on Tesla, guys. Look at the 15-minute trade line. I showed you guys this morning specifically, and look what you got there. If it's hard for you guys to see, I understand. I can make it wider. Alright, that's what she said. Alright, I can make it wider. Right there. I don't know, you know, I don't know what it looks like on your end. Alright. But that's some nice, very nice. I'm going to look for the 195 entry. telling you right now. I'm looking for a 195 entry. Look how it went up to that day 2 VWAP. It's trying to go up to that 200 level. Just be careful, because you got a lot of volume coming in there to the downside. Alright. A lot of volume to the downside, alright? A lot of volume to the downside. Nobody is watching me. Let's go.
Insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
I just don't like the volume that came in on here, guys. On that. Holy shit. They're going crazy.
I'm skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explain life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
Bro, that's so loud. Holy fuck, what are they doing?
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies. Or call 1-800-514-7800. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
The CNBC Investing Club is accepting new members.
I think Jim is the greatest teacher. You have the opportunity to have unbiased information and education.
Join now for exclusive access to Jim Cramer's annual meeting and portfolio review.
Wow, great to see everybody. Fired up? All right.
I wanted to be here because I've been watching Jim Cramer for so many years.
So excited to come here.
An awesome experience.
Join the CNBC Investing Club with Jim Cramer. Go to cnbc.com/joinjim.
Wednesday morning, welcome to another hour of Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Courtney Reagan, live at post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Sarah and David have the morning off. Pretty busy session with some Fed speak this afternoon, Fed minutes at 2 o'clock, but really it's all about the NVIDIA waiting game after the bell tonight with an 11% implied move. We'll see what we get later on today.
Everything is NVIDIA. We are 30 minutes into the trading session. Here are three big movers we're watching ahead.
Guys, I think 194 is a really nice spot for Tesla. If you guys, I know you guys are having trouble probably seeing it, but let's look here on the daily chart. 194 was key. So if you look here, there's so many more names I wanted to look at. So if I pull this back a little bit, and you can see here that like this shoulder kind of goes like this, right? Or like kind of like that, right? Even though that's not, you know, you don't really want to do that, but and it's holding it, closes at it, opens at it, and extends higher. You're running into a bit of a double top there, but I think we can get the pullback, and let's try to get the extension. That's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try. I've already got 25% on Boeing. I took a short on Boeing already. I'm out of that position. All right. Nice trade. If it doesn't give it to me, it doesn't give it to me. I'm going to wait for this. Look, I'm going to show you what I'm waiting for. It's going to be the 15-minute trade line. Let me take this off and see where it's at. Where it's at. Two turntables and a microphone. Where it's at. All right. I'm looking for the neckline. All right. If we're going to start a trend, I want 195. 195. You can see the volume as you get up here. It's stalling. Look at all that. Look at. There's still a lot of green, but like, you can see how it just stalls, and it's running out of strength. Look at your RSI. Right? You get that pullback, a healthy pullback to 195. We'll be good as golden. Here's the other parts of this. We could kind of just consolidate, which is fine. And I'm okay with taking an entry up here at 197 also. As long as we consolidate up there, I would like trade line. You can see here yesterday. Yesterday it started to hold it. Look at that. That's a beautiful 15-minute hold of that 90 MA. To a T. Bang, 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 bang. You know, it was resistance to the downside. So that's what I'm going to look for. It may push higher and then pull back, but you can tell that it's struggling a bit off of this area here. It's got to eat up the clock. It's got to eat up some time. And I'm going to put on a long. I'll be putting on a Tesla long. All right, that's what I'm watching there. Let's look at the S&Ps. All right, let's pull this up. So, oh, come on. All right, so the SPY's getting a little bounce. I told you guys this morning. What did I say? I said watch out for the SPY to just like get stuck in a little bit of a range and have trouble moving. All right, it's got to be able to like break out of that area. And you could see how tight that price action was. All right, so that's a 15-minute chart. Let me actually add in. Let me add this in. All right, where are we going here? Wow, and that's still down here. That's crazy. All right, let's pull up. Wait, give me a 5-minute chart, actually. I know it sounds crazy that I'm actually trading off of like a 2-minute, 5-minute. Shit. What was I gonna do? Fuck. I forgot what I was doing. Oh. Right here. Let's see what we have going on today. Okay, look. Amazon, Tesla doing well. We talked about Ford yesterday. Look at Rivian, Li Auto, RIVN. Let's check out these names. Rivian double topped up there. Alright, this was on the list today. Tesla's doing well. Look at Ford. Alright, I thought about getting long Ford yesterday at that 200 day. That was one that was on the list. I didn't do it because I didn't really care for it. I said I wanted to see it consolidate for a little bit. Alright, I wanted to see it consolidate up here. And then we'll see what she wants to do. Alright, you can see day to day how it shifts, right? From area to area, right? Let's look at Netflix. You can see Amazon was doing okay. That was a nice idea from this morning as well. NFLX. Nice support level right there on NFLX, guys. Okay, me personally, I still think this was too big of a pullback in my eyes. And look at that. You just rejected the 15-minute trade line right there. All right, you just rejected that. You just did it. But I think it'll break. I think it'll break higher. It's stuck between there. Let's go here. All right. Amazon. Amazon's the one I want to look at because she's been doing good the days after. These reports of what's his name selling stock. You know, Amazon's done pretty well. So that's what brought it on my list. I had a feeling that he wasn't done because I could just tell that like Amazon was still holding up at highs, but it couldn't get out of its own way. So all right, Boeing's back up. Right there would be let's look at a 15. We are on a 15-minute chart. Okay.
Yeah, just a
supposed to be priced anywhere between 10 and 30% more than the H100. So that could help margins if you're concerned about the eventual drop just in the near term. But, you know, give it out 2026. That's the talk now.
All right, where are we at here? You're looking at, it's looking like you got a bit of resistance up here. All right, you got a little bit of resistance here. Watch for, see, look, it's going to start double top, resistance, breaks above it, can't do it, can't hold it. Yeah, I don't know. That's not really something I want to be a part of.
The consumer is still spending more out of their accounts at Bank of America this year versus last year, about 5.
All right, let's see, guys. Amazon's pulling back in here, 15-minute. Yeah, Amazon right at this 9 EMA there. Let's see what she does. That was previous support level. All right, I don't really care to trade Amazon right now. Why? Look at Tesla. Look at the volume Tesla has. Tesla's doing okay today. Tesla's got some nice volume. I was wondering what the heck was going on there. All right.
Everything can't just be run by NVIDIA. Today notwithstanding, I guess.
And actually, I think there's some good news there, right? When you look at
Okay, so
when you look at healthcare has caught a bid here, started to really contribute.
so far a good day, guys. Don't give it back. All right. You can keep Boeing on your, if you want to try to take that trade again, if it gives it to you. I don't think it will. I would look for the upside. That could be a failed breakout. Look at the volume, how low it is, but it could break out on you. That's why we took that off. That was a nice 20, what was it? For me, 25% gain, 40 cents to 50 cents. Bright and early. Nice 25% gain. I can dig it. You might have room to 206. I would say you have some minor levels here, but, I think if you get the pullback, like on Boeing, I think if you get the pullback down to like here, down to like 203, and then maybe you look for the upside. You're coming into yesterday's close. If you guys have anything that you guys are watching, if you could, or if you guys know of anything that has relative strength or something that's moving pretty nice for you, throw it in chat. Solar names we talked about. We talked about a few names, few things today. Again, we're looking for continuation at the end of the day, right? You want to be able to just like have a trend. It pulls back, trade line, get long or get short on the break. Not get short on the break, but take profits. Right? I gave out a bunch of examples of it. So it's something I want to implement that I was noticing yesterday that I want to start implementing. So let's go ahead and bring up Tesla here. All right, I need Tesla down at 195, and I think we can get it. All right, I think we can get it. Again, look at this, right? Continuation, bang, 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 bang. That yellow line, bang, entry. Why are you taking profits? Take profits. It broke it. Right? So let's see if it's starting it. It started it yesterday, you guys. Look at that. Look at these entries here at 190, 130. Bang, 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 bang. And you're above it. Let's look for the pullback. See if it can hold. That's our entry point. My entry is going to be possibly right there. I need volume, though. All right. I need some volume with it.
Constant Contact's advanced automation to send the right message at the right time, every time.
So that's that, okay? That's one trade idea that I have in mind. All right, that's on Tesla. So I'm gonna again sit and relax, and maybe we get it with the Fed minutes. I've got a 25% gain right in my pocket. I stuffed those profits right up in there. We're back. That trade we had on yesterday early in the morning, we got that back. All right. Matter of fact, let's go check Apple out. All right. So she is trying to make an upside move. So we were a bit right yesterday. I was just a day early, and that's okay. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, and I will be right back. We'll put some of whatchamacallit on. Some of the old CNBCner. Talking about CNBCner the other day at the mall. Alright. What was I going to say? Apple. I would look for an entry on Apple here at like 182. All right, a 182 entry would be cool. The thing is, even if you just consolidate on a 15-minute on Apple, all right, even if you just consolidate here, that's still like perfectly good. That's still a nice entry. It's going to bring it up to you. All right, right here. Even if it just consolidates and you look to get long right where, you know, this and VWAP start to meet, which would be like over here somewhere, probably 12, 1 o'clock, maybe Fed minutes. I don't know. It's up to you. Take notice in what she does. Look at all these entry points that I could have gotten, that we all could have gotten. I'm telling you guys, I'm going to deliver for us. I'm going to deliver a nice trade for us. Look, you have the 9 EMA. Bang, right? There's an entry. Look, again, entry. We're not, you know, you could have got out there, but then entry, you know, it's just like, when are you getting out? It's still going down. It's still making it resistance. You know, it's a little tough because it does extend higher a little bit. But if you wait for that reversal to like really break it, to know you're wrong, you know, you probably shouldn't have exited this trade until that candle right there above the 200-day. And then it got back under it again. So, I want to see if I can start trying to ride that 9 EMA to the upside. We'll see. Tesla's doing it. You got to find the stock that does it. Microsoft hanging out in the range. Google yesterday was pretty strong. It's not really doing anything here. It's just hanging out. So I'm going to watch Tesla for right now. Okay, cool. Look. I think we're getting it. No, we're not. We're not getting it yet. All right, I'll be right back. Let me use the restroom, and I'll be right back. I'll be right back. If you guys have any questions or just want to say hi, if you could, hit the like button. Give us a thumbs up. Subscribe. It would help us find someone else that would like to be here with us. We appreciate you. And if you need any help or have any questions or anything, just reach out. We'll be happy to help you.
Related to that, which has become a tax, a heavy tax and burden on customers. They have forced us to pay egregious licensing fees in the order of 30 to 50% plus above market. They forced us to include all channels in our basic bundle. We call that penetration rates, and our penetration rate is around 100% for most of the content. And then they also have, what I would describe as tyrannical contractual terms that really limit our ability to create, different packages and product features that are in line with, some of their offerings, such as Hulu. So all in, this has really created a difficult situation, not only for us, but for customers at large. I mean, this makes, junk fees look like a walk in the park.
But David, you say this is bad for customers, but ultimately, isn't the launch of this new streaming option just having more options? Aren't more options better for consumers?
Well, of course, more options are always better. And have always said in our statements that we welcome healthy competition because that always results in lower pricing. But I think we've seen, this before. This sports cartel, this group of programmers has previously launched a product that you're well aware of called Hulu in 2008. And ultimately, they ended up with all the programming. And I don't think you can mention one competitor since 2008 that has launched to compete with Hulu directly with the same content across all the different programmers that are out there. So ultimately, if you look at what we've done over the last 6 or 7 years, we've actually been able to maintain prices that have been way lower than cable. This, to me, is a step in the wrong direction. What you'll see is the typical playbook, which is start with low prices, marginalize competition, and then eventually drive prices higher, which you've seen across all streaming services over the last 36 months.
But David, is part of your lawsuit the fact that you want to be offered the same ability to sell these channels or to offer access to these channels to consumers? This is going to be a costly legal battle, no doubt, but what is your best case scenario outcome here?
Well, look, we believe that they are engaged in anti-competitive behavior. I think your previous guest has also suggested that this suit has legs. But our goal is to compete on fair terms. I think the government wouldn't appreciate an airline manufacturer selling the same airplane to a regional, airline for 30 to 50% above cost. I don't think they would appreciate egregious terms like,
I'm
forcing
gonna grab
us
a
to
cup
carry
of coffee,
channels that
and
aren't
I'll be
even
right
part
back. Okay.
of some of the
What's
the
up, Peace?
programmers deals that we're doing. So this to
Nice.
me
Good deal,
is
baby.
really
Good
an
deal.
attack
It's good
on
to see you,
consumers.
Peace. All right.
And I think that we certainly need
I'm
somebody
going
to
to
take a look at
see
this.
again.
We see widespread.
I want to see if we can take that entry on Tesla at the 9 EMA. Look how it just consolidates and kind of brings it, and it's yanking it up higher.
In the 2 years leading up to the announcement of this service, your stock was down 75%. Are you fundamentally just in an industry that doesn't make sense? Does your business model fundamentally
Let's see here.
Is this lawsuit trying to address that?
Well, our business model is obviously not flawed. As you see companies that have focused on direct-to-consumer services, and I think I've heard you use a phrase like rebundling, which I've used, I think, as far back as 3 years ago.
I'll be right back. So look, right? You guys can see right here. Okay, look back on this day where VWAP, just like today, was a lot higher. Okay? See how it was a lot higher? It was just hanging on the VWAP. Okay? We're doing the same thing and it drops below. Right? It drops below and it grabs that and then you just ride that trend. That's what I'm looking for, guys. I'm looking for that. Let me make it bigger so you guys can see. That's what she said. I can't help myself, okay? Right here. Look. Same difference, right? Right there. VWAP, pink line, above 90 MA. It pulls back. Let's see if we can get, what? The pullback. All right. Look for the pullback right here. And we meet right there at like 190, 196, 195, 95 area. Okay. I put that there because, you know, I want to see us meet like right here somewhere. And I want to see if we can hold, get a tail, and get off of it, and just start. Like, you want to see how these candles are the same size candles. So we'll know pretty quickly at this prior resistance point that we broke back above it. Let's see if we can hold it and start putting in candles like that are just like that, take us right up with it. All right, and then we're going to look to the upside. We're going to look for a bigger upside move, hopefully. Again, you know, the thing is like it may pull back even more now. Look, here it goes. It's falling out of bed now. All right, that's what I'm watching for. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, you know, things aren't going to be exactly the same, but you can have an idea, right? You can kind of see what you want to see, and if it takes place and you start to notice it, hey, it's holding, you know, hey, it's holding. I've given it some time or whatever, and you know, they're still buying. You know, you may just have to put risk on and find out yourself, right? That you have to let it work for you. So that's Tesla. All right, we got a Boeing. I got 25% on that this morning. It's a good morning so far. Let's keep it moving. Look at the SPY. This could be a good short. Guys, I'm thinking about a short on the SPY if we can get some volume in here. Fuck. I'm going to miss it. Look, I circled yesterday. That was a 15-minute trade line. See if we can get a short here. I think I'm going to put on a SPY 494. Let's see here. Let's see if we can put this on. It's holding. She's holding. The volume is pretty low. So look here, guys. This is big. Sorry. Look, you're stuck right between VWAP and the 90 MA. You can see once that 90 MA came in and it broke through VWAP and started closing below it, you know. It looks like they're trying to buy off of it. I got to be honest with you. It looks like they're trying to buy off of VWAP there on the 15-minute. And look at that tail that's getting put in here. Let's see. This is exciting. Like, I'm glad I picked that up yesterday and was like, wait, why haven't I done this in a while? Like, let me take it back to my roots.
The latest data shows that over 20% of new car registrations in Europe were electric vehicles.
more than 2 million in 1 year. With the likes of VW, Renault, Stellantis, Mercedes, and Volvo, all developing competitive models for this market. Bestsellers like the Fiat 500e.
So yeah, for anybody that's new here, I want to welcome all of you. You know, I don't know. Let's see what we have here. Let's see what we got. Energy's doing well today. Energy's doing well. Utilities, auto manufacturers. Banks aren't doing too bad. Banks aren't doing too well. JP Morgan was a short idea. Here, let's see here. Let's see what the SPY does. Dude, sick. This is going to be awesome. I'm telling, like, I'm just feeling it today. It's a shame that nobody's here, too. Like, on the day that nobody's here, we're going to kill it. I just feel it. I just feel it. I can't explain it. I just feel it.
One more note about EVs in Europe. Check out Norway. It has long been a country where early adopters have pushed EVs so that the sales continue to grow at an incredibly rapid pace. It's one of the hottest markets for EVs in the world. Right now on CNBC.com, we take you inside of Norway and everything that is happening.
What was I looking for? What was the stock we were looking for? Shit.
Areas that are quickly developing a taste for electric vehicles as well, and the Chinese have noticed that. Next week, we will be in Santiago, Chile, looking at China's auto revolution, not just when it comes to China exporting electric
What was some of the names we were looking for?
vehicles. Hybrids, combustion engines. China is looking for markets around the world. One of the markets that they have developed and where they are very popular, Chile. We'll show you why next week. Guys, back to you.
Fascinating stuff, though. I was thinking about the European angle and speaking about Norway, when you were saying that their adoption rates are really high. It makes sense to me, perhaps. Maybe
Look at
they're not
that.
driving as far distances as Americans or good old Midwesterners filling up the car and driving from Ohio to Florida for vacation. I know a couple families that do that. But I mean, the idea of sort of
What were we looking at? Apple. I forget what it was.
the distance, rather. I mean, but
I'm just going to keep Tesla and watch.
innovation coming when we can go beyond 350 miles per charge.
Well, yesterday we talked with the Stellantis CEO, Carlos Tavares, and he says it's coming. That they are working on an EV that'll get 500 miles range. It's not going to be here overnight. The other thing with regard to charger anxiety, Courtney,
Sure,
is
yeah.
the fact that our public charging stations in the U.S., they're woefully inadequate, both in terms of how many there aren't enough, and in terms of how quickly you're able to charge a vehicle, or they sometimes don't work at all. That is front and center for the Biden administration. But it
Okay.
takes time to build these
There she goes. There goes Apple.
and it's going to be some time
Apple's dropping.
that people are confident, let's say, to take a trip from
Is the SPY dropping? Or Apple's still holding? Yep, there went the SPY. So that was the other one. That's what it was. So the SPY, right? We were talking about this 15-minute.
Don't blame you at all.
Tell me, so I got a little nervous and I didn't try it.
Nothing wrong with that.
All right, we're looking for continuation.
When you have a rental car, you're going to go
Continuation, baby. Continuation.
seriously, you don't. And I've talked with many people. Look, I'm on the road all the time, renting a lot of vehicles. I don't want to get in an electric car, not because I don't trust electric cars.
Oh, Banks. Banks. JP Morgan. That's it. That's what I was looking for. All right, it's not doing much right now.
Yeah, there you go.
I can't wait to see the live shots out of Chile.
Look at that.
It's amazing.
Boom.
For a lot of fun.
Bull flag.
Good look at the
Boom.
industry all around the world. Our Fill the Boat today. Still to come today, it's all about NVIDIA. Of course, set to report Q4 results after the close. Investors taking some profits ahead of that report. We'll get you ready after a short break.
What is Circle?
We'll get you ready. What?
Take flight. Circle is the energy that gets you to the next level. Circle is what you hope for when life tosses down to you. Circle, available at Walmart.com. Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more.
So there's not really a trend yet with JP Morgan. You know, this would be an entry point. You gotta think, you know, why would I enter there? Low a day, previous day's pivot high of the day today, 90 MA, VWAP, all right there. Let's see if you get some volume to the downside. I'm not saying you will. This thing can just continue higher. I'm just curious. I don't think it does, but I'm just curious if it does. Right here at 179.27. SPY throwing in some tails under there. Again, I told you guys that it was going to be that area for the SPY is going to be a little tough to just break out and get continuation. Okay, so there we go. JP Morgan. See if we can't get a little trend continuation there. Get yourself a nice little short. You have support down here at like 178.50. You know, today might not be the day to do it. Again, you want to see that there's continuation. Or what I should say is, see, you know, make sure that you have a trend already in place, like it's heading higher or lower. Tesla, we got our target for that. So here we go. We're getting ready to come up on it now. Let me go pull up some coffee, see if she can hold it. All right, that's a low volume pullback on Tesla. See if you can't get long right there. I'm going to put my little arrow right there.
KAR open lane at the highs now 1450 at 2.5%. Following their earnings report earlier, that Kilo Alpha Romeo.
Come on.
Ice works fast. Heat makes it last. Feel the power of contrast therapy. So you can rise from pain. Icy hot.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. I'm Bertha Coombs with your CNBC News.
And I got to be honest, I would let Tesla pull back a little bit. I would let it pull back a little bit. I would. Look at that continuation on the 1 minute there. That's beautiful. Beautiful. Look at that 3 minute.
President's son, Hunter Biden, is set to appear for his own transcribed deposition. Syria blamed Israel for a missile attack in its capital city this morning that killed 2 people and damaged several buildings. Syrian state TV reported several missiles.
Shit. A little tired today. Tired every day. I wish I wasn't, but.
Speaking of things that are getting hit, Bertha, thanks so much. Teledoc is at the next test tonight when NVIDIA reports after the bell. The street's expecting a gangbusters quarter with revenue tripling compared to 2022. Stocks up more than 200% in the last year. And our next
Excuse me. gosh, I'm sitting here talking and my mic's not on. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. I greatly appreciate you guys. I greatly appreciate you guys. Trying to go get some coffee. I've been up since 4:30 this morning. 4 o'clock, 4:30. I did not take it. I did not take it. But I would like to see if we're going to be able to get this. All right, look at the volume coming in there. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, you could have already taken profit off of that bad boy. Look at the volume coming in. Come on, man. Give me a little pullback. Look at it. Look, it's going to regain. Dude, we might have our trend. Look, that was an absolute buy trigger if I've ever seen one. Did I not just sit here and call that out for you? Did I not just tell you, wait for that pullback right there at 195.50? You could be taking profits off. You could have entered it, taken profits off. What time is it? It's 2:42. Let's go, man.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out.
That's on very light volume. That's late for acquisition
to find
to
out if your policy qualifies. Or call 1-800-523-6900. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
What makes a comfortable retirement? It's having the money to retire on your terms. That means having a smart plan for how your money is invested, how long it needs to last, perhaps where it will go when you're gone. Creating a retirement plan with Fisher Investments gives you the confidence your money will cover your health care costs, last out your retirement, and perhaps become a legacy. You'll also have a team of specialists in investing, retirement income, estate planning, and more. Call for your free Fisher Retire Right Kit.
All right, again, see what happens if we pull back in here and it tries to hold 195. What is that? Sorry. If you try to hold 195.38, is that what that is? 195.30, 26, 25. Look, it did. It's going to start to. That's so funny. And then I would look to get a bounce off of there and try to get above VWAP. I'm just not sure, man. I feel like the RSI, let's see, even here, where was it here? It was high there too, so. Come on, give me a little pullback right in there. Come on. Give me a little pullback right up in that area. Gotta love it when a plan comes together. Gotta love it when a plan comes together. Okay, so we have 1 minute chart, 3 minute chart.
That's according to the USDA. Joining us exclusively today is WK Kellogg Company Chairman and CEO Gary Pilnick, having just presented at CAGNY. Gary, it's great to have you. Big piece in the journal today, just looking at the share of income going to food and sort of exploring the idea that it's hard to find eras in which food prices actually retrench and stay down.
No, come on. All right, so it's pulling back in. Let's see if we can hold it. you know, I don't want to overtake it. If it does, it does. Then it needs time to consolidate sideways. But that's why you take it when it gets there. That's your entry, and then your exit is the break of it.
For a family versus what they might otherwise do, that's going to be much more affordable. The other places that we like to go is we
Oh
talk
my
about
gosh.
making sure we have the right pack at the right price in the right place. So having a different size pack
Bang. And then start going higher.
that'll take some pressure off the consumer while they're shopping. So those are some of the things that we're doing. But in general, the cereal category is a place that a lot of folks might come to because the price of a bowl of cereal with milk and with fruit is less than $1. So you can imagine why a consumer under pressure might find that to be a good place to go. Right. I'm all for innovation and marketing.
All right.
The idea of having
Sorry, guys. I was looking down there. Look, another hold of it. Another hold. All right. I'm going to start looking for a long now on Tesla. I don't, you know, it took back a lot of the move. You know, just to put it on, that's some nice volume there. It's at 205, 90s.
outside the breakfast occasion, a lot of it
You know, 210.
occasion continues to grow, as well as the stacking occasion. But cereal for dinner is something that is probably more on trend now, and we would expect to continue as that consumer is under pressure.
I have to admit, as a busy mom, I've had cereal for dinner more than once recently.
That was me this week. I was having dinner this week for dinner.
Working on me. I'm wondering about some of the conversations that you've had to have with some of your bigger clients. You know,
All right, I'm going to try and take.
trying to make sure that they're offering the best possible prices.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think about that? Should we wait and see if we can get a nice bounce off of it? Should we wait?
The cereal for is a little bit more manageable to the consumer.
What are your guys' thoughts?
Great question. That's exactly what retailers always do. Retailers are in the business of making sure they do the right thing for their customers.
You know,
Consumer. So whenever you wanted to have a price increase, they're going to make sure that you're doing what we need to do.
the volume's probably going to dry up a little bit here.
So that we can cover as much inflation as
Probably wait for the Fed meeting,
backwards in time. The inflation
and we'll look for the indexes.
companies had a tough time covering it.
Um,
That's our job as well. Those conversations
yeah, like look, the SPY is pretty much flat.
will continue into the future. Gary, big theme running through CAGNY this
I had a feeling that the markets were going to stay a little flat because of, damn, these things are already.
is that, are you in that school? You know, it's interesting. The way we talk about it is when you take a look at curves of dollars and volume,
Look. Let's see what happens here. There's a nice big order. Oh, that's a rejectocito, cuz. Rejectocito.
now as well in the cereal category. And the good news is
I still think she can hang on.
doing quite well. It's in growth. So the volumes are now rising up to meet where the dollar curve is as well. So we do think that is going to be the case. We think the narrowing continues. Is cocoa getting talked about all over the place? And is it considered sort of just a weird combination of one-offs? Or is this something that might migrate to other commodities? We look at a different package of commodities. If you're asking about how we look at all of our input costs and how we're managing that, we're seeing some deflation in our ingredients and the supplies that we use to make our products. But we're also seeing inflation elsewhere. Inflation is certainly moderating in our business.
Gary, I do have a question sort of
Man, I'd like to try to get one more shot at that.
talking about cereal sort of falling out of favor with many consumers that were opting for potentially healthier options. Is that a battle that you're still fighting? Talk about where you were and where you are now when it comes to trying to market, say, Fruit Loops or Frosted Flakes to someone that is maybe more used to having something like yogurt and granola.
All right, there goes the SPY trying to possibly like shift itself to the upside there.
57% after the company announced that
All right, I think we got.
that's Echo Bravo Sandy.
I think I got to start to take it. Let's see here.
In-house consumption, but we know there's even more we could do. We talked today about the nutrition credentials of cereal. And there's some things that, while we know that people know a lot about cereal, there's things that they don't know that cereal eaters
Sorry, I didn't have the stream up.
that you need that non-cereal
All right.
like fiber and vitamin D and folate. And sugar than non-cereal eaters, and it only contributes about 5% of your daily intake for sugar each day. So we think it's our job.
It feels like now would be the time to be a buyer.
Credentials of our category. We think that
Now should be the time.
we just need to tell that story. Gary, appreciate it. Pretty fascinating. And of course, a busy, important week for packaged goods. Appreciate you coming on with us. Thanks. And my pleasure. Thank you for the time. Coming up after the break, the latest read on housing as demand takes a big hit. Average rate on the 30-year fixed crosses back above 7. We'll talk about what investors need to know in just a moment.
Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. With fast and secure payment, card readers you can rely on, and one place to manage.
You know, since we have Fed minutes, it feels like, you know, we could endure a little bit of a low volume, kind of like consolidation or so. No, I don't want to take that yet. We could. That could be a nice take right there. It's pretty low. Oh no, I ended up taking it. I didn't mean to.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine. She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy. Even a term policy? Even a term policy!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine.
So I took that Tesla long right there, guys. Just so you guys are aware, I took that long. I want to see. I want to see if you know, the volume. Just watch out. I don't expect it to hold or anything. You know, because now that 90 MA, see, like now it's gonna pull back. Like, look at that. All right, so let's see here.
FanDuel Casino has your chance at the #1 feeling, winning, which ranks even higher than the 18th best feeling, saving a kid from a well. 59 years later.
Wow, she's really trying to sell off, ain't she?
For the first time, new players get 200 bonus spins with your first deposit. Plus, get up to $1,000 back.
Walk on the street, mortgage demand taking a massive hit as Treasury yields take a leg higher in February. The average rate on a 30-year mortgage pops back above 7%. Let's get to Diana Olick with the numbers. In this case, Diana, 7, not so lucky. No, not so lucky, Courtney. Mortgage rates surged last week to the highest level since early December, and that hit mortgage demand hard. Total application volume plunged over 10% compared with the previous week, that according to the Mortgage Bankers Association. The average rate on the 30-year fixed increased to 7.06% from 6.87, and that's for loans with a 20% down payment. Applications to refinance dropped 11% for the week, and they were just 0.1% higher than the same week a year ago when the 30-year fixed was 6.62%. Now, refinance volume had been running higher than year-ago levels, even though today's rates are a little higher, but this latest jump clearly made a refinance not worth it for more borrowers. Applications for a mortgage to buy a home fell 10% for the week and were 13% lower than the year before. Affordability is already awful, with home prices surging again due to still tight supply and more demand coming into the spring market. And higher rates cause the adjustable rate mortgage, that's the ARM share of activity, to rise. ARMs offer lower interest rates, but they are considered more risky. And speaking of the spring market, President's Day weekend is considered the kind of unofficial start, and this new rate level, it's gonna
Let's go, baby.
Toll Brothers reported strong quarterly earnings yesterday.
Let's
That
go.
was during the brief rate dip
And let's go.
Doug Yearley did say in the release that they saw strong demand in January, but again, January didn't see a 7-handle on the rate, so we might be looking at some trouble ahead. Back to you guys. I was just going to ask you about those Toll Brothers.
So here we go. Let's see if we can
On the higher end, especially. Yeah, but again, the earnings are
hold that 1 minute.
November, December, January.
I'm gonna look to
Coming down off the highs. We hit that
look 1 minute, okay?
8%.
You guys see?
IOVA,
Let's see if we can hold that trade line up there, even though the volume isn't that great. I'll probably take this off.
Also remember, and all the other home builders have been buying down the mortgage rates. They have the ability to do that, and that's been getting more buyers.
I might take this off and look to get back in. See, it's not holding.
Starts on the multifamily pipeline. Is that going to come back to bite us soon?
It's not concerning now because we have a record number of new supply, new units coming in the market in multifamily. Where it will hurt is in the coming years. That is,
I just feel like I'm sensing it's going to
start to need that supply again. And we
try to
don't have
break
the
it.
pipeline right now.
Alright, and I don't want that to happen.
Seeing rents on the multifamily
Alright, we're here to protect money
Waiting for that to creep in.
and not, you know,
Diana, pretty fascinating.
and not be a loser with it. So,
Still to come, a lot more on the consumer next hour with the CEO of Kellanova, the spinoff of Kellogg's former snack segment.
so yeah. So yeah. Let's see here. Let's see if we pull this up. And look, it's already breaking. You're already... Ooh. Yeah, we got to get out of this thing. It's already breaking. It tried. I had an order out up there at like 42 or so, but... You know, she's not holding. I mean, you did have... Let's see where it closes. It's going to close in just a couple minutes here. Unless you can get some volume in here and start really climbing. You know, it's already retraced way too much of that move. I mean, 195 is support. You know, that is a nice break and retest of that 195. 195 level. You came up, you filled the gap. Yeah, we're going lower, I feel like, guys. So, I'm going to take this off. See if I can get this off at like a where did I get in at? Where did I get in at? Oh, nice. Oh, nice. I was going to say, if that's Tesla, 39. Yeah, see, it's not going to do it. We're over. It's overextended, I feel like, to the upside. And, you know, I mean, it would be nice if we just get a bounce back to, like, VWAP. Maybe we could get that. So, maybe we try to wait for a bounce back to VWAP. To, like, reject VWAP. And then, you know, so that's what I'm going to look for on Tesla. Alright, see if we can get that bounce back. And I'll look, because I got in at a pretty good price. You know, so, and look, it's just cranking. Damn it. See, I don't want to give back my Boeing trade, though. Alright, I don't want to give back my Boeing trade. I'm not giving that bad boy back. I don't like that tail on there, man. That's brutal. But anybody else that's on here, if you guys could, you know, say hello, hit the like button, ask questions if you guys have any tickers or anything you guys would like to cover. You know. Yeah, no. So. Damn, that's brutal. Come on, baby. You can bounce back to VWAP. Tesla. Tesla's just really weak, man. You know, I'm trying to be... That's not good, guys. That's not good. That's not good. There it is. She closed. That 15-minute candle is going to close there. So, let's see if we can start to try and get a bounce back a little bit higher. And, see if we can't look to exit this around break even. Sorry, my little girl was trying to get out. You know, maybe that's where Tesla's headed, guys. I think Tesla's headed back down here. I think she's trying to fill the gap. So, you know, it's a tough call here, man. Do I sell underneath a VWAP or try and wait and get that bounce back? You know, do I try and look for that bounce back to VWAP? Right? Oh shit. Let's see here. All right. And again, if you guys could, if you're just joining us, hit the like button, subscribe. I know you guys, I know you guys know that and stuff. Maybe share this with a friend, someone else that would like to be here. Engage, say hello. I know not much seems like is going on right now. But look, yeah, she's cranking to the downside. You know, the point is though, guys, I'm gonna feel real upset though if I take this off and we end up getting, you know, a bounce back to VWAP. So, wow, she's a cutie. She's cute. What time is it? It's 11. So let me wait. Dude, they're all cheering at the NASDAQ like they got everybody. Like, I can't help but think that sometimes. I'm like, yo, who'd they get? Who'd they get? I know they got somebody. So that's a continuation day. Those candles are about the same size there. We kind of got that going on here, but that's to the downside. Like, I would like to get a bounce back, y'all. Look, let's go. Can we just get a bounce back? I know you can. I know you can do it. I know you can do it, Tesla. That's crazy. She's just so weak. Tesla is so weak, guys. It's so weak. It's weak. She doesn't want to make up any type of good.
EBS, Emergent Biosolutions, pulling back now a bit from the highs, $2.
That's crazy. Let's see here. Let's see if we can try to get like a little bit of a bounce. And I'd like to try and get out of this. And we'll cover some of the news and stuff like that. Volume is really low. You know, I do like how she is holding the price, right? It's pulled back. I think our entry was up here somewhere, and we're down here. And look, it's only down 2-3 cents from where I bought it. I kind of like that because that's kind of helping me say, hey, look, I can just go ahead and get that bounce back to VWAP, or try to get a bounce back to VWAP. Or end of the day rally, or like a rally before the Fed minutes, which we're going to have live up here. It's not like, the Fed's not coming out and, all that fun stuff. But, like right now, Tesla's pulled back and I'm still like, I'm not down. I'm flat. I would be flat right now. So, I would like to take some off and just wait to see if I can get back in on a different type of day with it, because I don't feel too confident. I feel like that's changing. Oh my gosh, come on. All right, come on, baby. Let's go. Let's get a low volume push up higher. Let's go. Let's shift the narrative now, man. Shift it. Shift the narrative and get above that 9 EMA. Shift the narrative and get above the 9 EMA, baby. I know you can do it. There we go. There we go. Come on. Let's go. Come on. She's struggling, man. You guys can feel it. Can't you guys feel it? For anybody that's here, you can see how weak Tesla is. Unless you just randomly get a pop out of nowhere. Oh my God, what is that noise?
Some comments coming out now.
Let's see.
Company CEO presenting at the Barclays conference said the environment's getting better.
There we go. Start making some progress up there. Hold it. It's not doing it. She just... I can't get over how cute this girl is on CNBC. I don't mean to, kind of say it like that, but, Lord forgive me for my sins, but man, that's like a picture. Just saying, she's not bad. She's not bad. She's not bad. All right. Let's see here. Look, she's going to reject. I knew it. Big. That's a rejection there, guys. I'm going to take this off. I'm going to get close to taking this off. So that might actually be where Tesla's going, is this level here at 194. Let's pull up a 30-minute chart there. Dude, I might have to raise my limit order. It's okay, because I can always get back in. I don't want it to just clear me. And then, yeah, look. Look, there was the 30-minute trade line that it just came face to face with. Let's look at the hourly. Okay. Hourly is like kind of right there also, right here at this level. So, shoot. That was a... Oh, no, 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 no. Let me raise my order, guys. All right, I'll let you guys know what I raised that to. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on, let's get a bounce to VWAP. What do we have here? Let's look at some of the numbers that are going to start showing up here. I'm sitting here around 42. I'm sitting around 42. We might get a 45 if we can get the VWAP. Let me see here. I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. Make sure we're not missing something here. Oh, wow. Look at that. That's perfect. Holy cow, y'all. Look at that. Right there at 194.69. See if it holds this level here. See if she holds and starts trying to go back up to VWAP. It would not surprise me. I'm just saying it would not surprise me at all. At all, one bit. If it tries to hold that wick. Nah, doesn't look like, you know, it. I'm actually going to make it a dotted line.
That's why you need this. Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher investment difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Man, what a shake and bake, yo. That's crazy. Seriously, what a shake and bake. What a shake and bake. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to go use the restroom, grab something to drink. I'll be right back. I have a limit order on this Tesla at 42 cents just to kind of like break even. I want to see if we can get another little bounce to VWAP and kind of change up the scenery here. You can see on the 3 minute, it's trying to hold. You know, it's trying to get up a little bit and try to bounce. That'll give us a small profit. That's a 38 or a 39 cent entry. I'm sorry, on Tesla. What I was looking for was to see if, you know, this 15-minute trade line here was going to hold it. And look for a little more upside, but it's just very weak, guys. Tesla is just weak. I mean, it's holding, but it's pulled back a little too far, and you can just see it's, you know, in my eyes, I'm watching this dotted line right here. I am watching 194.59. I want to start seeing if we can start, you know, trying to get a little bit of a bounce and get some profit taking in here. That's what I'm looking for on Tesla. And if we can get another test to like VWAP somewhere around this area, you know, it might bring VWAP down to 196, and a 196 test would be nice. We could probably get like 42 to 45 cents out of there. Nothing, pretty much a break even, but a small profit. That's how we lose here, if you don't know. All right, we're really good at losing. And that's how we stay on top, right? That's how we continuously, consistently make money on a daily basis. If you ever want to do this game, that's how it's done, right? That's how it's done. You got to be able to do that. All right, so I'll be right back in just a minute. I might take this off just in case. I know it's probably getting ready to go higher now, but I have to use the restroom, and I don't want nothing to happen like where we just fall out of bed and news comes across the wire or something stupid. Because you got to remember that stuff can happen too. Alright, I'm going to take this Tesla off here because she's just, you know, she doesn't want to do anything for us. Alright, she doesn't want to do anything at all.
The first time you connected your GoDaddy website and your store was also the first time you realized. Well, we can do anything. Manage all your sales from one place with a partner that always puts you first. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
It's not letting me, dude. Come on.
Life insurance policy you no longer need. Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy.
38. It's going to fall. Shit.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. That got me thinking. You'd be selling our policy to help with our retirement.
Damn it.
I'm skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct.
Dude, I knew it. I knew that was going to happen. I couldn't use the restroom fast enough, man. Look, that just murdered us. God damn it. Now the 15 minutes turning it into... That's fucking whack. That's fucking ridiculous, man. Wow, that really just happened. I knew it. I knew it. I knew I should have just taken it off. I knew it. I flippin' knew it, man. So, we'll take this into tomorrow. That Tesla is just weak, gang. Tesla is weak. Weak. Alright, look for that to start to be resistance. Alright, that's an area we got back here. You can see there. I mean, I can't believe that. It just fucked those options so bad, bro. It messed them up so bad. See if I can get out break even. So, to me, it looks like now it's turning that little area into resist. Look, it's going to stop 1 cent away from where I have my limit order. And it's not going to go up any higher. That's hilarious. So, come on. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see if we can regain this, you know. See if we can regain it. And try to go test VWAP sometime today. Look at that tail on Tesla, guys. I got to get short. I want to get short on Tesla. Like, let me get a pop-up. Let me try to get out on this break even. And I want to look to get short Tesla. And that sucks for anybody that's not here. Because, you know, that just stinks. Because I think it could be a really nice trade. I do. I think it could be a nice trade. Look how weak Tesla is today, guys. It started off very strong, and now she's not doing anything. She cannot hold herself up at all. I think this is something you got to look to get short, guys. I do. I really do. That's not good. That's not good. Yeah, you just can't make up any type of ground here. You can't make up any type of ground.
Right now, you can see Wall Street does not like the plan. Shares are down more than 25%. But Aurora went on to say that.
All right, so I think I got my trade idea on. And I'm gonna start watching to see if I can't take it. I'm gonna see if I can't take it. Like, look at that continuation. And look, it's going to hit right here and see if it gets rejected. I'm going to actually look for... Damn, that sucks. I'm going to look for, like, something out of the money that's small. And look for... like the 180s. Because especially if NVIDIA messes up, I mean, you know you have support down at 189. Oh, man, god damn it. It's already this far. Delta 6 cents. I don't want to go down that far, but man, Tesla's weak. I'm going to look for some puts on Tesla. Alright. We can look for next week's as well. Alright, we can look for next week's also. Alright, so... And here I am talking to you, and the mic wasn't on. I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to go that far out of the money. And look, it's still falling back, guys. It's still falling. She's still falling. She's still falling. That's hilarious. That's not good, guys. Tesla is just weak. She's giving that whole move back. She is giving that whole move back. All right. Let's see if we can take some of... Look. They're going to start running it up. Wow. Let's see here. 15-minute chart. So we started off the day with a nice trade with Boeing. 25% gain on Boeing this morning, which was really nice. This is just crazy that Tesla is this weak. You have a little bit of that flag there. You can see on a 15-minute chart. And come on. Let's see here. What is that? 190. I think Tesla can get the 190. I do. I think Tesla's on her way to 190. Even though that's a light volume pullback, it's not really light. That's steady, consistent sell volume, and it's just very weak. Tesla is really weak. So let's see here. That is a test. You broke through yesterday's close. That was yesterday's close. So let's see if she hangs on to yesterday's close. Let's see if she starts to bounce. Okay. Let's look at the hourly chart. Look, the hourly chart's there also. This was the hourly close. See if you get... And look at that sell volume, though. Right? That's why I feel a little bit more comfortable with sell side volume until you get down into the 180s, because she's just weak in my book. She is very weak. VWAP, that's some momentum yesterday. You got a low volume bounce. Man, yeah, that was some nice volume yesterday. Look at that. 17 million an hour. Roughly. And look, she's breaking. Well, no, the close would be right there. 193.75, sorry. So I'm curious. I'm really curious what's going to happen here, because Tesla just cannot catch a bid at all whatsoever. And if you guys haven't thought about it, you know, you may want to try to put something on where you have both sides to a trade, whether it's the Qs, for Fed minutes and in NVIDIA earnings. So, you know, it's just, you know, it's a, whatchamacallit, just an idea. So I think I'm going to leave mine on and let them try to work for me. Even though they're both way out of the money, it's a small amount of money, right? If something crazy happens with NVIDIA, all right, I'm in it, all right? So this is kind of telling that, like, I feel like, you know, it is getting some volume. Tesla's getting some volume. I feel like we're going to be in a bit of a consolidation because you have really nice support here. You have, to the downside, you know, resistance, breaks it, or support, turns it into resistance yesterday. Then you sell off. That was a really nice sell-off yesterday, 189 to 198. And then you get right back up into that area today, and then what do? You just pull right back, and you're trying to hold yesterday's close at 193.75. So, you know, I do feel like it's going to come down to these earnings.
Very, very warm winter, but it's turned around the last couple of days. And there's been some news out recently. So Chesapeake cut its guidance recently, cut its production outlook.
Let's see, 15-minute chart. What is the S&P's doing? I feel like we're gonna have a great. Day the next coming like week or two. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it. We're gonna get a nice payday. I'm telling you, it's coming. I can feel it. Right? It's not like I'm what do they call it? That word that starts with an M. Shit. What the hell is it called? Shit, here I am talking, but it's like when you foresee something. You know, when you have like this intuition, per se, right? Okay, I'm gonna watch this options chain real quick. Again, I don't like how weak Tesla was there, guys.
Trade is circulating a report. Diversa, the CVSA also has inflammation associated with serious conditions such as obesity, related heart disease, in addition to VTOX.
I don't know what they're saying.
That's Zulu Victor Sandy Alpha.
Bank of America Financial Services Conference that has another special guest. Morning again, Leslie.
Hey, good morning, Carl. Thank you, and thank you to Mike Arrighetti, the CEO of Aries, who is joining us now. So your shares are up more than 60% over the last year, in part because higher for longer interest rates have
Diversa hitting 80 cents now, 36%.
I want to show you guys something here. Look at this as well. Check this out. You have this hourly chart, and this is kind of what tells me we're going to pull back, and I'm probably going to just get rid of these calls. I'm just trying to get like a little bit of a bounce back, right, to take some profits. So look at this, right? We pull back, right? We pull back. You can see how if I take this off, and this is why I'm comfortable with the whatchamacallit. Come on. Hold on, guys. Just give me 1 second, because I'm trying to... this is why I'm comfortable with the short, and I think I'm going to let the long go. I think I'm going to let this long go on Tesla. Hold on. Hold up. You know, we're still holding yesterday's close. We're still holding it. But I'm feeling confident that it's going to give. I do. I feel like it's going to give. I'd like to try and get like a nice little money back guarantee type jaunt. Nice little money back guarantee. I think we can do that. But I think the downside's here. So if I pull up the hourly chart, all right, I'm going to show you guys something here. And you're going to notice something, that this isn't normally a trend. What is going on right now on Tesla is not a trend. It feels like the trend has stopped. When you put in a high, a low, a high, a low, and then you pull up and you don't make a new high and it starts pulling back the majority of the move when it's not going with the pattern, feels like something wrong there, right? Feels like something's going on here. So this is why I feel very comfortable with am I wrong? Like, am I wrong for thinking like that? That's a 50% retracement from the low. This move right here. Like, it's just like a personal opinion of mine that I feel like, and it doesn't always have to move like that, but I think this upside direction may have been halted a bit. You have a nice boom, boom, double top with a lower high, which caused it to go higher, and then now I feel like it's just kind of like changing up on you. I don't know. I got to be honest. I'm just kind of leaning to the short. I'm leaning to the short side on Tesla. And I have a position on. So if you could be so kindly as to hit that like button, subscribe. Let me know how you're doing today. Let me know that you're here. Let me know that you're breathing. Let me know how your day's going. How's your trading going? All that fun stuff. Undo. 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 So I feel like I am implementing a plan that's going to help us all be better traders. Right? Help us all be better traders, bro. That's all it is. But I think we're going to get a big move, right? You have NVIDIA. You have these little dumbass, whatchamacallits, notes. Here's my notes from what I already told you what I was going to do. But yeah. All right. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. All right, what did BA do today? Let's go look at Boeing and kind of just like relax a little bit. We got a little bit of profit on the table, so we've earned the right to take risk. I should go to a daily. I should just use a daily chart here. All right, so Boeing is trying to hold, or not Boeing, but Tesla's trying to hold here. I just feel like, man, that trend, that downtrend, and it pops and it goes, and it's like, it's taking back the move. It feels like this pop was just too much, too much too quick. So maybe I need to start swing trading. Maybe I need to start swing trading because I feel like I'm getting, like I'm starting to see some of these directions and this is a nice move. They make a new high, pull back, new high, higher low, and then pull back, rally, pull back, rally, and then it gets cut like 3/4 of the way up, so a little over half the way up. But we finna find out now. I feel like she's going to meet with it right up here somewhere on a 5-minute, 15-minute chart. And I feel like we're going to meet VWAP and the 9 EMA, and I'm going to get short. Right? I'm going to use that 9 EMA and VWAP. I'm going to use them to get short, hopefully, again. And take it to the downside. That's my plan for Tesla, guys. I wonder if I was talking the whole time and you guys did not hear me. I'm really curious. That's so funny. I think I was talking the whole time, and I don't think you guys heard me. Ah, shit. Oh, lordy. Lordy, 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 lordy. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Lord, 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 Lord. About a thing.
It was the best thing I've ever done, and yes, without a doubt. I don't have any anxiety about money anymore.
Alright, let's see here. Ready to kill it, man. Ready to kill it. Ready to kill it.
If you're 62 or older and own your home, you can access your equity to improve your lifestyle. A reverse mortgage loan eliminates your monthly mortgage payments and puts you tax-free
That's so funny.
in your pocket. Call 800-754-3212.
Why don't you call AAG and find out what a reverse mortgage can mean for you?
Call right now to receive your free, no-obligation info kit. Call 800-754-3212. 800-754-3212.
What makes a comfortable retirement? It's having the money to retire on your terms. That means
Do you guys want to listen to that? If I pull it up, would anybody on here like to listen to this?
paying for health care and providing peace of mind for your loved ones. Call now, 1-800-885-7600.
Mario.
If you're planning to retire or already there, Fisher has the answers you need. And our fees are structured so we do better when you do better. Call
It ended an hour ago. Huh? I just refreshed it. Oh.
Primary season rolls on as Donald Trump and Nikki Haley head to her home state, South Carolina. Stay with MSNBC, where Rachel Maddow and team will break down the night. Coverage begins Saturday at 6:30 on MSNBC.
That's sick. I'd love to be able to start something like that, man. I'm going to have to get a little bit more interesting. I'm going to have to get a little more interesting. Let's see here. Alright, so there we go. Tesla's getting a pop. Look, it's just going to eat that up, and it's not going to give us...
Of channels that obviously don't fit, the bundle that we were looking to build, and that has led to hundreds of millions of dollars of costs related to that, which has become a tax, a heavy tax on revenue.
In Fubo's lawsuit, the company is asking the court to block the launch of the service or to make the media giants offer Fubo
So again, guys, right now I am short on a Tesla. I am short. I want to see if we can get like a nice little move downwards and see if this is going to be a failed break above 200. I have both on right now. I got a really good entry in on the long. You got your test of yesterday's close. All right, we got the test of yesterday's close. So I am still kind of like, all right, what do we want to do here? Do we want to wait not only for Fed minutes, but wait for possible NVIDIA earnings and see if like there is a just massive like, you know, they just completely pooped the bed. I don't think they pooped the bed. I know that's a little hard on the words there, but I think NVIDIA is going to do okay. I don't think they're going to do so bad. You know, in my opinion, a lot of the semiconductors did okay this year or the last quarter. That's just my opinion, though. I still feel like Tesla's just got some weakness, but underneath of it, it did not want to hold a bid for anything or hold any type of VWAP, 90 MA, nothing. It just kept either, you know, it held it on the way up and it just completely reject. Right? Reject. So let's see if she starts going higher here and we can get a rejection of VWAP. You know, I kind of want to just leave these on and see where we can take them, alright? Let's go look at a monthly and a weekly chart. Let's go have a look. You do have like this weekly bear flag that's that's forming here. Even a monthly chart, guys, like, you know, I was looking at the monthly chart yesterday on like the S&Ps and I'm like, man, that's, you know, if you retrace any of that to any point that's like, if you were to retrace and if the market were to like take itself back to like anywhere that was like important of a level, it would go down a little ways. All right, and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about or what I meant. And that's how I felt when I was looking at it yesterday on the monthly chart. Let's see. It's crazy. We haven't had anybody on here today. I wonder if it's just me or if it's like a little error type thing. I'm not sure. But for those that did make it, I want to say thank you. And I hope that you're doing well. And I hope you're having a wonderful day. If there's anything we can help you with, please, I assure you, ask. Say hello. Who is it? Retouch Technology. Alright, so something's going on with Retouch Technology. I will probably go get a little bite to eat. What is that, 206? I wonder, guys, look at this weekly chart. I wonder if this weekly chart is trying to get to this 90 MA, which is also resistance. They're both meeting up. This is why you got to really look at stuff, and people will rush you out of doing charts. And like, you know, people, like, let's say if you have a girlfriend or boyfriend or something, and you know, it's like, you know, you're sitting there charting and like sometimes things can take a little longer than you like them to take, right? Well, look at this weekly chart. Like, I didn't even really kind of, you know, it looks to me that we ended up breaking the level, making it resistance, but holding, and now we're like doing the whole break back above, hold the level to go higher. But we do have that 90 MA coming in that we can meet at like 205. So you might get a double top here. We shall see. We shall see.
That's GTHC.
Lots of analysts focused on two key segments here. First,
I want to get to the point where I can make this stream a lot better. I'd like to reach out to like some sponsors and stuff like that, and be able to have like where you don't. It's not like you can see me where I'm like. Do you guys know how to do that? Where it's just like it's just the person on there. Like I could always just look it up, I guess, and I have looked it up. It's been a while. But I don't know. Maybe they're not promoting me today for some reason. I don't know. So it's lunchtime. I'm gonna go find something to make for lunch. Kind of just waiting. We have Fed minutes at 2 o'clock or 2:30. Let's look here and see. All right. Yeah, 2 o'clock, guys. 2 o'clock. You have the 20-year bond auction at 1 o'clock. All right. Fed Bowman is also at 1 o'clock. So we'll have to keep an ear out for that. 10-year bond auction for Canada, 3.5.
We touched was an uplifting from the OTC to the NASDAQ. That's
API crude.
trading today on the NASDAQ.
All right. So that's that 2 o'clock FOMC minutes, 20-year bond auction. That's about it. Look, once again, look at Tesla pulling back there, guys. Pulling back. There we go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. All right. I think I'm going to... I think here in a little bit, we start breaking this close from yesterday on Tesla. I'm going to cut that long, guys. And I'm going to let this put work for me because there is just obvious weakness here with Tesla. All right. Obvious weakness here. It's plain to see. You know, it's plain to see. I'm just not going to let this thing bleed. You know, maybe we can get enough downside to where it pays for the, whatchamacallit, for the long. But, you know, I don't really want to do that. I want to be here to make money. I want to make the money, okay? Like, I should take that put off right now. Or even the call. Should I lock in the cash? Zcash? Let's see.
BFRG, Bullfrog AI spiking here now.
Bullfrog AI. BFRG was a stock a while ago that everybody was talking about, guys. BFRG. Oh, come on. BFRG. BFRG. So, guys, we did it. We cracked yesterday's close. We are now at yesterday's price action. BFRG. BFRG is getting a pop, 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 pop. And it's going right back down. Pop, 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 pop. TSLA. If anybody is here, again, if you could hit that like button, follow me. Man, I might have to take some of this off, guys. So now we're testing pre-market highs I might have to take some of these puts off, guys. I might have to take some of the puts off. This guy is always leaving his stuff on. That's so funny. He just leaves his microphone on all the time. Damn, I should have taken some off there. Here we go. I feel like this might be an area where, like, look, you can see here on the 1 minute, you can see right here, 192.96, probably an area where you're going to start getting some volume. Let's see here. But I'm still like, I still feel very good about Tesla pulling back. I do. I feel really good about Tesla pulling back. Like farther than where it's at. Like, look at this mess. Oh no, you know what? Is that a cup and handle? That might be a cup and handle there. Bang. Oh shit. Look at that. That could be a cup and handle, guys. That could be a cup and handle. Oh snap. I don't know what to do. Maybe I'll just take it off, I guess. Oh snap. That was like 35-40% there. Oh snap.
The dip buyers should not be here for this, because this was not just a technical breakdown. This was a fundamental breakdown as well. We're seeing $100 slide in the stock. Yeah, and some of these other names like CrowdStrike.
Let's go, Tesla. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Come on. Dude, I'm gonna take some of this. Wait, what the heck is going on here? I'm gonna take some of these puts off real quick. That's an extension, dude. It's just falling. I might end up just shit. There we go. I took some of those puts off. I locked some of that in there. I still like the trade, guys. I still like the trade to the downside. Alright, so if we can get a little bounce back, we'll see what happens this afternoon. Again, I still want to be short. on that trade. If we can just get us a bounce here and somewhere. This is nice. This short's working out really nice. That was a I think what, a 20-cent entry, and now we're getting the extension, guys. It looks like you're trying to like make this turn it into yesterday's pivot into resistance. It feels like a little bit of support there. So let's see what happens right here, guys. Dude, look at that tail on Tesla, though, guys. That's insane. It just gave back everything. So, pretty sick freaking trade there. That's awesome. I'm glad I snagged that up. That's a beauty. That's a beauty. And you probably still have more downside here coming. I think that was a 20-cent entry on that, right? I think that was a 20-cent entry. Let's look here. Yes, 22 cent entry. 22-cent entity. And what was it? A 33 exit? Very nice. Very, very nice. All right, so I would, you know, I want to wait for a bounce back, and I kind of want to I might take this call off of here. You know, and see if I can't make some money to the upside and get some of that back. This is what I need to do more often, is sit here, watch the stock. You know, this thing starts going back up higher, then, you know, it's going to crush those puts, guys. So, I just felt like that was an area where we had to take it off. You know, it fed us. Look, we took this whole downside. You're talking 196 to 192, right? 196 to 192 area. Wow, it's still rejecting. I think you guys are getting told everything you need to know about Tesla right now. All right, I don't think that it would be a problem to see Tesla back down to 187. All right, 187 is my area that I'm looking for Tesla to go to. All right. So you do have some support down here at like 188. Man, these puts are really going to start paying, guys. Look, like you can just see how weak it is? There is no recovery at all. I'm just looking and dying for like a VWAP retracement or something. Not giving it to you at all. You're underneath a VWAP. It feels like, you know, what I would do now for Tesla is I would go ahead and end up, I would take that 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart, wait to see if you get a bounce back into it, and that would be an entry point for me. Maybe even VWAP. Okay. It just, you know, I think this is too much too quick on Tesla. I really do. I think it's too much too quick. And I think we need a bounce back. You know, I feel like in order to drag VWAP down and this, that, the, I mean, you don't have to. Look here. Look on this day where it never went back and tested VWAP. We could do that today. We could do that today for sure. But yeah, that's, dude, we're kicking ass today. I'm excited for today. All right, I'm glad we're doing the damn thing today. I do still have the call. The call is down just a little bit. All right, down a little bit, but I want to see if we can try to get a bounce. See what the SPY's doing. See if we can get a bounce and we could like come out of that unscathed. The profits were so good on the puts, guys. Right? The profits were so good on the puts that, you know, this 210 call is still it's down 10 cents. Right? So I at least want to try to get something. Wow, dude, this thing is insane. It got back up there today. So we know 198, 199 is resistance. 198.50. That is resistance. You know, looking at it like this, kind of sensing yesterday you were up there. Yesterday's high, you went right back up there, and now you're retracing it once again. Kind of tells you everything you need to know. So hopefully what I'm trying to do, guys, is like if we can just get like another like bounce to like hit VWAP or something. I'm not sure if it's going to at like, what is that, 12:50? What time is it? Why won't it come up? Oh, I gotta bring that back. That's why. It's 12:15. You know, I want to see if we can catch a bounce. Let's see if we can get a bounce. Bounce with me, bounce with me. And then I'm going to look to re-enter these. And I'll probably take my strike price and bump it up a little bit. Because I'm like rinsing these contracts out. Okay? What do I mean by that? Like I'm just taking profits on them. And, you know, so they'll be like, I'm making them cheaper. I'm earning the right to take risk. Right? So if this thing bounces, and I've taken profit from 20 to 30, right, or 35, 33, whatever it was, then, you know, it pulls back, you know, it's already made the move, and it starts pulling back, and let's say it starts pulling back, whether it's fast or slow, it'll just start eating those contracts, right, even faster. So then I'll be able to get back in them, maybe even at a cheaper price, and we'll just continue to rinse these things. I still want to get out of these 210s, man. I don't know if Tesla's going to give it to me, but we got to see. Like, I'm still kind of like hanging on because I want to get out of these things at like 35 or so, and then we'll be back in stupid profitable. We got a really nice trade-off on Boeing. Let's check in with Boeing and see what she's doing. It's been a really good day for me today, guys. I'm not even going to lie. I'm pretty happy that we were able to have a day like today. So I'll probably do a watch list tonight because, you know, like today, there's not really anybody here. Hi, baby. You're okay. Daddy just say hi. So Boeing is back under, guys. Just weakness. You can see it and sense it. You can smell it. You can taste it, right? It's alive. And just for clarity, okay, I do have a 210 call on Tesla with a limit order sitting out. Okay, I'm not sure if it'll get hit. It might not. There's just a lot of weakness. I did. What's up, Chris? I did. I just took profits on Tesla puts. I was short Tesla up here. I just took profits on it right there. So I'm just like, all right, how much more? Because if it starts trying to pull back, all right, I have a small call. All right, I have a small call but I get one little bounce back. It's going to be a huge trade. It's probably like 75, 80%. And then Boeing, I took puts on Boeing early this morning. We took this. What was this one? I went to the percentage calculator. It was a 25% trade. I market ordered in, and I did not get enter there. I went short right there at VWAP. So Boeing is under that level there, and that's a pretty nice, right? You can see here on this 3-minute chart, you can see like this whole base here, and even on the daily chart, that this area was like, man, if we broke down, we had some room. That's a 5-minute either way. So that's what I took. You can see here on the 15-minute, I guess, the 15-minute. You can just see that, like, that level breaks here. You broke this level, and you could look to see if you can't take it down to 199, and it's not a lot, but, so you might start to get the continuation now. But yeah, I did, man. I'm having a great day today for just not expecting to do anything, taking it like, what would I say? Because I'm waiting to see what the market does after Nvidia's earnings, and like there just wasn't that many setups, and I'm kind of just like, all right, I'm not really seeing anything for the most. Like I'm seeing like a few small things, and I talked about this morning. So yeah, to answer your question, absolutely, I'm having a great day. All right. 70% on this Tesla short that we just took. We just rode this thing all the way down. We sensed the weakness, and we just sat in. I think we were in this trade for about an hour and a half. But this morning, because not really anybody was here. Chris, if you're still here, keep this in mind, and this is what I'm going to start doing. And I'm literally picturing like I'm going to bring us a huge trade. I can feel it. I'm going to get us a swing trade. I am whatever that word is. Like you're not like it's not like I'm foreseeing something. I always forget that. I always get tongue tied for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because I'm online or what, but you would think I'd be used to it by now. But taking like this trend line, right? Tesla is a trend. I said today, pre-market, I said the SPY, I would look to just sit sideways for the most part until Fed minutes, maybe Nvidia, because it's stuck inside an area where it's not moving. There is no trend. So I was going to take it easy today. Now Tesla has a trend, right? Or did. It doesn't have a trend yet. It's trying to form one. But look at this. Look at this 15-minute, right? It trades sideways. It breaks above. You make that entry point. Like, look how it rode. Look at that. Bang, 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 right? On a 15-minute chart. That's on a 15-minute. So I'm using a 15-minute chart. Once we identify a trend, we enter our trade at the 9 EMA on the 15-minute. When we have officially started a trend, like right now, and I mean a long-term trend, right? Like this is technically chop, right? Because Tesla could bounce, right? Tesla could bounce, maybe it does in a 9 EMA, but you have VWAP there, or Tesla could stay sideways. But if you notice continuation, like this could turn to continuation. Use it for like an entry, like you see it on this day here, right? Where all the candles are about the same size, which we have today, right? It's like nice tight price action, all about the same size there. And look at that next day, right? It just rips off of that 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart, pulls back where? Right to it, bang. But you can stay in the trade. Once you find the direction, use the 15-minute to enter and use it to exit, because this would have said, we would have said, hey, even if we took it like right here on this day, like, hey, like we did today, we're noticing that 15-minute is starting to act as support, right? It's like, okay, cool. It pulls right into it, close to VWAP, you get long, and you don't exit that trade until it breaks, and that break isn't all the way up until here, right? Really, it's like right here. So you would have been able to take this whole thing. You would have had trouble here, okay? You could have got right back in it, though. You could have got right back in it. I don't know what intraday looks like. Maybe you couldn't have. Yeah, no. It didn't break. I'm looking at VWAP. No. So, yeah, you would not have gotten out until way up there. So use it for an entry and use it for an exit once you've identified a trend. You know what I mean? Identify that trend. Use a long-term time frame to match that long-term like trend, like the 15-minute, and use it to enter and use it to exit. And look, I'm going to show you something real quick. I know you said some. Yeah, so like look at the SPY, right? You start to like sense like, hey, we're hanging on to the 15-minute trade line right here, right? You had like a down day, but you come in with a gap up, it pulls back, and it trades sideways on that level. Then it gives you the notification that it's going higher there off of VWAP and the 9 EMA, and you have that increase in volume right there, right? The volume gets increased. So just like today, this is the thing that I went over this morning. You could enter this thing here. You can wait to enter it right there, right? It pulls right back in it. There's your entry. Where's your exit? Your exit isn't until the next day up here, right? It closes below it, so that's a nice trade. And what's it do? It trades sideways. Now bring us to today. Look at that blue line. That could have been an intraday entry. I want to see if we're going to start putting in a trend in a direction. And I think it's going to take NVIDIA to give us that. Whether that's, on the daily chart, right? Where are we going? Well, we would probably go to the 50-day. That's number one. If we're going to continue this trend, I'm going to use the 15-minute chart, right? And I'm going to use that to enter. Like, let's say if I thought we were going to enter in a trend right now, like we're trading sideways. I can't see because of the sun. You see how we're trading sideways here? Right? But you had that entry, like we trade sideways, and maybe it comes up and it hits that 9 EMA there, and then it starts, you gotta let it show you, right? With volume and all that stuff. We don't have much volume right now. So that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to identify the trend, and I'm going to use that 15-minute to enter and to exit I'm going to enter on the 9 EMA and then on the break of it. It's trying to start to form a longer term trend, and we're going to get it. We're going to get it. Oh, wow, dude. It's all good, bro. I said it this morning that today was going to probably be a little bit boring. So I would have just, don't even worry about it, man. Like, really, it's not until Fed minutes. Like, look what the SPY did today. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And I said it this morning because it's stuck in a little area that just doesn't have much price action. Like, look at that chop. And I called it. Pre-market, I was like I'm not doing it for like a pat on the back, but I'm like, look at yesterday, pre-market, where you went from like your low to highs. Like this high to low, low to high, or high to low. Like there's like 198.65 down to 497. You're just not getting that. And it started to show us pre-market that I was right. Like, look, high, low, high, low, high, low. It's like 25, 50 cents. High, low, high, low, high, low, high, low. Just like nothing. It's not giving you big swings because of the area. And I said it. I'm like, guys, look, you're in like the most packed part of the house, and we're there. Like, look at that. Like, there's just so much buying and selling at this area. It's not going to move much. It's cramped. We're cramped right now, and we need to get out of here. And we're going to wait for NVIDIA or something, whether it's Fed minutes, an excuse to get out of here. And look at the volume. The volume is very low. So I'm still thinking about the long. I'm not ruling it out. I should say. Unless, like, we start really, really selling off. Like, today's going to be, I think today is the day of direction. I think today is going to tell us, hey, we're either going to break out or we're breaking down. So, come on, Tesla. I just want Tesla to bounce a little bit so I can sell this call and just fuck, dude. This trade's going to be monster. It's going to be nice. Today I did a short, guys, and I didn't want to, and I meant to do something different. But I got like not anxiety, but like I got like a little weird. I was like, this is the shit y'all need to not pay attention to. The 36,000. I made 40 grand today. I made 50 grand. I made 10 grand. I feel like a big boy now. I'm at the big boy table. Well, I'm like, man, like I get that, it entices people to click on it. So I use, just money that I just keep with me, right? It's money that I keep on me at all times, for whatever reason, right? Whether it's an emergency or whatever, God forbid something happens, I have some cash on me. And it's just, it's just what I do, right? I don't spend money. I try not to, right? But, so I used money and I completely forgot in the short, like what it was that I was doing. Like, cause it's always been enticing to go use a car, right? Like there's nothing stopping me from using like a GT500 supercar, or, there's a garage that I could have access to use with just about everything you could think of. But I don't, right? To put on this, so I completely missed. I get toyed with cause the short was supposed to be every day. I get I get the little devils on my shoulder of when to be like everyone else and make videos of like how much you make and like all this stuff that would entice people to watch. And I'm like, don't do it. And that was supposed to be the short. Was like that was pretty much to say like that shit is not doing nothing for you. That shit does not do nothing for you. All right? And you don't know the backstory. All right? The point is, are they helping you make money? That's it. Because you watching someone else have a whole bunch of numbers flipping on their screen, 1, doesn't mean that you can't handle it. 2, doesn't make you any money. 3, you don't know if it's real or fake. 4, I'm going to ask you again, what does that do for you? It doesn't do shit for you. You're still sitting in the same spot. Right? Did that same person tell you today that the SPY probably wasn't going to move today until NVIDIA or Fed minutes? Not because we're just sitting around waiting for NVIDIA earnings like the hoe back home just waiting to get fucked. It's like, I'm just joking. But, it's because of, the area, and it's like because I've been doing this for a while, and it's, I'm trying to teach you, like when you have an area that has a lot of buying and selling, chances are it's going to get squished and just stuck, right? Because there's a lot of order flow. And we have some low volume, but are they doing that for you? Are they saying, yo, guys, watch the SPY tomorrow. It might go up like $1.50, $2, or tomorrow could be a really nice breakout day. If they're not doing that for you, man, then, a whole bunch of numbers on the screen ain't doing nothing, definitely ain't doing nothing for you. But yeah, that sucks, man. The DMV does suck, bro. I know the feeling. But they actually did a better job on ours now. Because they added a new one. And it really, really helped. Here's my plan. I'm telling you guys right now. Tesla. I'm looking to get short again. I am not rushing it. But you guys can see this weakness. If you just sit here and watch Tesla, it's been weak. So I am all out of those puts. All right. All out of those puts. That was a 20-cent entry to 33-cent exit. It's probably like 65, 75% trade there. Throw in a 25% with Boeing. So if we can get a bounce back, All right, we get a bounce back. I'm going to look to take the few calls that I have off on Tesla. All right. Oh, I was like, whoa. You know what? And all depending on how we do things, I may leave the call on and let and get back into puts at a cheaper price. And now I've just taken down, like, whether it be the call or the put, because I feel like I want to have access to like up or downside movement when it comes to like Nvidia earnings, and just how everything may or may not play out this afternoon. So that's where I'm at there. And I appreciate you guys. If you guys could still us a solid, hit the like button. Yeah, so that's all. I don't know. But again, I kind of was like battling today. I'm like, how do I make a video? And I did it. I did it so bad. I'm like, you know, part of me is like, I could definitely, you know, have access to things that like could really do something. I'm like, it's just not what I do. It's just not me. I just can't do it. You know, it's just not me. So this could be an entry, but I would be careful now. We have an hour and a half until Fed minutes come out. We'll throw them up as soon as they come out and stuff. So look, you can see here that when Tesla bounced, no, she's still good. I'm on Tesla, right? Yeah. Look how weak she is, guys. Like, that was an entry there. You got another entry there, but I mean, I wouldn't, because you could see it's kind of flattening itself out. It's spent a little bit of time here. Let's look at the, oh, that is the 5 minute. Yeah, so I'm going to start looking for like a longer term downtrend on Tesla and see if we can take her back down to like 180, 175, and see if she'll give us some continuation. So I'm also looking again, like I said, if we can get a bounce, it's not going to take very much because these things are still hanging on a little bit. I mean, just Tesla's bad. Like right there is probably a new entry for a short. Right there, there's people that are probably piling on. So if right there was your change, I feel like that was a change right there for Tesla. If it holds, okay, I think this is where you could start to see a shift and you start to see a bounce. You could. Doesn't mean you will, but I think you could. I still want the 180 calls, or not 180 calls, but 180 puts. Let me put this up here for, I know it's way out of the money, but when you think Tesla can do $10 in a day, right? It's not that bad. It's really not that bad, especially when we were where we were. The whole plan that I got that was because, look, there's the change, guys. There's the change. Let's see if we start seeing it shifting here. We're going to need some more volume. I know that for a fact. We're going to need some more volume. If we can just get back to VWAP, guys, dude, this trade's going to be sick. I don't think it will. I have this instinctive feeling that we're not going back to VWAP. What a hell of a trade, though, to the downside, guys. That was so sick. That was such a sick trade. But yeah, I do want you guys to know I'm still watching. As soon as we pick a direction, guys, I'm putting on a swing trade. Probably for the first time of this channel. And I'm going to just do it off of the 15-minute chart. I was kind of looking, I forget when it was. I didn't really get to look yesterday because I was running around. There we go. We're good. Come on, baby. Let's pump it out. Go higher, baby. Look at the volume. The volume's not there. Come on, let's go. Turn it around, Tesla. Just like that. We're going to teach them how to do it. What told me that I thought that right there was the shift in this stock? It's crazy, right? People say, you know, it's a scam, this, that, the third. They just don't know what they're doing. They just haven't really... You know, they just either they haven't been told some of these things or, you know, enough time. And again, that doesn't mean we're going to go all the way up to like VWAP and like this level, but I would like to. I think like this is the start. Right there was the start if we can really start shifting the momentum here and try to get some type of upside. Even if we can get to this level, because then I can take it off of the call, and we'll have a huge green trade there, and then I'll get back in the short at a cheaper price, and everything is like, it's going to work out. It's going to work out pretty nicely. All right, so we got that. We got the call, 210 call. Let's see. We're in that. By the way, we're in that at 37 cents, and we've been in it for like an hour and a half and haven't really lost any money. We lost 10 cents, right? We lost pretty much 10 cents, you know, but we bought right. You know what I mean? We bought right, so it shouldn't take us much to get some of that back. But anything from now, like anything at like, really you should be having profits right now. You should be profitable now. Yes, you should be turning profitable. Again, depending on your, you know, when you entered, when you exited, and stuff like that. That's a good call, man. That was a damn good call. I wish I could remember exactly what showed me the shift. Like, why did I call that out? Why did I circle that and know, like, hey, this could be it. This could be the change right now to go to the upside. I forget what it showed me. We did, bro. Yes, we did. We absolutely did. We absolutely did, buddy. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. So let's go look at some of the news that we have out there. We can keep it moving here. Again, you guys know I was looking at like Amazon and some of these other names. We'll go through them, and we'll look to kind of get a game plan together for some other names. And remember, banks did pretty well. What was it, Tuesday? Let's look at like JPM, JP Morgan. So JP Morgan's actually recovered pretty nicely. It's a heavy resistance area there. If it just continues like that, that would be crazy. That would be a really nice long. Because what you're getting is you're getting your, like, that's just a perfect uptrend. Like, how do I say this? You know, like, where you get your rallies in stages. Look at that. That's insane, bro. Look at that. I guess we did not. I guess I didn't buy this and get long because it didn't end up start going up until October. Like they kind of sat sideways. They floated higher last year in March, right? There it is, March down here, and then you floated sideways and you got a little rally there. And you held, you know, you kind of held this area here, right? Oh, come on.
So keep that in mind. It's no longer a capital allocation story. It really is about their presence in the Permian.
You want to tell me about Public Storage too, which is in the Joe T as they beat?
Yeah, so there are 3 REITs that are contained within the index, and the exposure to REITs has been basically zero until the most recent quarter.
Anyway, it was sideways 2023, and it wasn't until October that it was like, okay, let's just rally. So, you know, I'm not sure if she's going to consolidate for a little bit and then try to break out one more time. But it would have been nice to, like, you know, when you see the Fed providing liquidity to the banks, how do these institutions not go long? Like, it's just crazy. I don't, you know, I guess because they don't want to get in trouble, but Anastasia's on CNBC, by the way, everyone. Let's see here. Oh, come on. All right, so HD, let's see how she's doing today. HD sitting up at highs there. You can see that Home Depot's struggling to break out. Could probably look for a pullback. Walmart reported earnings, pulling back again today to this trend line, I guess you could call it that. AMD. I guess Tesla's falling back down. AMD consolidating here, holding that level pretty nicely, you guys. Let's look at old Tesla. Tesla is just a little. I mean, it's just a shame because this thing was, you know, was doing really well, and like you could see this like little cup and handle there, like that's almost perfect, but you don't have a light volume pullback. You know, you want to have a low volume pullback, and on the curve up higher, you have the increase. You have that. Like, that's the perfect situation for a long right there. Bang. And then
The deck floats into the landscape and looks like real wood. We did it all ourselves.
little girl sleeping. Alright, so let's see if we can get a little bounce here. I doubt it. I could take some of this profit off on the long. Or, you know, some of this loss off. And it's really going to help with the profit on the put. Like, we're just, like, putting more money in the bag now when we take this call off. And I'll look to get back in. It's a really nice cup and handle. We have really nice inverse head and shoulders. She's trying to show us that she wants to be weak and sell off. But she's holding, so we'll see how she does. See what happens after NVIDIA and, you know, these Fed minutes and stuff. See if we can't start catching a bid.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy, for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, that's not good. Look, it's going to try to make it resistance again. Fuck. I feel like I should have taken that off right there. Damn it. I'm just going to be patient. I'm going to be patient. And see what happens. I want to make some coffee. I want to get something to eat. But look. She's going to fall back down. She's going to... God dang it. I mean, she's just weak, guys. She's weak, so... I'm not going to expect much out of it. I know it. She looks like she wants to fall. Look at Adobe. Oh, it's not moving that much. Alright, let's go QQQ. Qs are pretty flat, as you guys can see. I like, you know, I like being right for the reason that, like, it's like, okay, cool, I'm seeing everything correctly. You know what I mean? Like, all right, cool, I'm seeing everything right. And look, see if this will help take Tesla higher. Can you take me higher? Come on, man. It's not going to. All right, so we got Fed minutes coming up here in almost 1 hour. 1 hour. What a short, man. Listen, that is a sign. It's a sign. Again, you got a couple things here. You got this little, it's like a cup and handle, kind of, right? Kind of a cup and handle right here, right? Low volume pullback. Bring in the volume. Bang. See if that happens. What else about that cup and handle? The sell-off is tight. It's straight down. Like, you don't see this very often, an all-day low-volume pullback. That's the key. That is the key to a handle. That right there is a perfect-looking handle on a 3-minute, 5-minute, whatever. On patterns, you should not have to say, hey, does this look like something on the 5-minute? Does this look like something on the hourly? Like, I don't think this is a cup and handle, but chances are, you know, if the shoe fits. Oh, that's it right there. Never mind. Take that back. Hold on. Let me take this off. That's so funny. I take that back. I take it back. We obviously have a beautiful inverse head and shoulders there, but here we go. So this is a 15-minute chart. You got to see what you do here. You got to see. It did not hold it. See what you do here. Look, it's just taking. That's an entry point for a downside move, if you believe in it. You might get a better entry, but if I think this is the start of a trend, which I don't, because I don't know. I don't know how how the market's going to react with NVIDIA. I don't know, like, if there's something in the Fed minutes that is going to the market's going to use it as an excuse to sell off, right? Or I should say institutions, really. What's up, Rat? How you doing, buddy? Yes. I am good, man. I am good. Yep. I'm with you. I'm with you. So yeah, what I'm gonna do is, oh, awesome, bro. Dude, that's awesome. I need to. I'm about to get some of that in my life, bro. I gotta get some of that gym in my life. And I want you guys to know too, like, you guys do know that time and sales, I have time and sales up over here on the right side of the screen. You guys can always use that. And usually I have level 2 up here. And level 2 is this top left box. These two boxes here, bid and ask. But this will be the options. Level 2 over here. So I am looking and gearing up for like I'm really like, if this market's going to pull back, guys, I'm literally going to trade it off the 15-minute chart. I'm going to get short and I'm going to give myself, I don't know, 2-3 months, and I'm maybe I don't give it that long, I don't know. You know, I want to get like a nice trade, man. I do. I was thinking about it yesterday, and I said, let's do it. We can do it. Let's look for it. Let's find it. Let's locate it, and we'll take it. I'd like for us all to be able to put on a nice swing trade, and I'm kind of working on that now. I want you guys to know too that the bank term lending program ends in March. The first week of March, it's done. So you may or may not start to get banks in another 8 to 10 months if rates are not down to a certain point. Start having trouble with deposits. You start getting banks right back in the news. I'm telling you right now, everyone says that they don't see a recession, or whoever on CNBC earlier, I don't foresee a recession. I don't foresee a recession. Well, guess what? The SPY is telling you you're going to have something. Why is that? Well, the SPY, for the most part, I have never seen not fill gaps. Never seen it not fill it. You got a gap at 399. Okay? You got a gap right there. You could just say it right there. You got gaps here. You got gap down there. You got a gap here. Alright. You got a little gap. I wouldn't consider that a gap. We just do it for fun. Alright, so why do we got all these gaps? And 2, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. I know there's a gap down here somewhere. I thought I synced it. Not there. It is on like an angle. That's a wick. Alright, SPY got lucky. SPY got lucky. Guys, I wish we had a gap back down here somewhere, because I would love the opportunity to get some more prices. If we could get the SPY and the market back down there. I don't know why everybody's so scared of, like, you know, the market selling back off again, because we could pick up asset prices at a discounted price. That would be awesome. Good morning. What's up, Base? How you doing, bro? I gotta check back on Tesla. Where's she at? Okay, 30, 29. We're working up. It was, at least. Let's see if we can get this market to turn around. We take this Tesla call off. Dude, it's a wrap. I've already taken profits on that put because I sized in a lot heavier than I did with that call. Let's see if where did we close yesterday? So the SPY closed at like 496. We did not test that close yet. We're still hanging out at lows. It looks like the SPY just tried to make that resistance. I don't know. It's tricky. What how was your day today? And what did you guys trade at all today? I know some of you said you guys just got back from the gym and DMV. How did you do today, Basic? I was just talking about earlier about how I'm wanting to set up a swing trade and get and really get like this, you know, really get a I'm gonna try to trade it off to 15-minute. Oh, awesome! I appreciate. How have you been? I haven't seen you in a while. Holding out. I'm with you. I'm kind of holding out too. The trades I put on. I traded Boeing. I traded that bright and early this morning. Got that bounce back. Pulled it back. 25% there. Tesla about 70, 65%. I'd have to do the math. So I am looking for. See what we do here. I have a small call on. I wanted to have something on for when stuff starts to happen, but it's been a good day. It's been a good day.
Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
I appreciate that, guys. That's awesome. I appreciate it. I hope it does too, but, you know, I hope it grows in a sense where we can have, like, a nice community here. I appreciate that, H. Appreciate it, Rap. Some days it gets frustrating, and I want you guys to know that. You know, I try to, like, have some stuff written down, because you got to remember that, like, unless, like, as far as, like, the SPY, like Apple, Amazon, let's go Tesla. Let's go. Let me go back here. Actually, I want to look at Apple. Let me see what a 15-minute trade line is. So yeah, you guys can see, like, this might be an entry point. If you start to see, if we start to see a lot of, let's see if we start to see a lot of sellers step in here on Tesla, this would be where they would do it. Right there. So you have the 9 EMA. You have this level here that was prior resistance support level of 194. It's like an area 194, 195. But you can see we need to break this. If we're going to go, I want to try to test VWAP. If we can get back up to VWAP, then I would see how we do it. Like, if we start to come in with, like, an increase in volume as we get up there, you know, because we have Fed minutes and NVIDIA, which I don't, you know, I don't really want to just have, like, I wouldn't mind having, like, both sides of the trade on very small, like a small position size, to try to capitalize off of it, whether it's the SPY or the Qs. I wouldn't necessarily do it with Tesla, but because Tesla can do its own thing. Now, if the market sells off, Tesla's going to go with it. If the market goes higher, that doesn't mean Tesla's going to go with it. The market's been going higher. Tesla's been selling off. But I want to see what happens here. If we, for some reason, start to get an increase in volume, which I don't think we do, you know, just for some odd reason, if we do, you know, I'll probably leave the call on as long as I can. And I'll let you guys know when I take it off. See how we're not? And why do I think we're not going to do that? Because we rallied, right, with a lot of volume. Look at, this was pretty nice volume. It's not extravagant, but it rallied. You had a ton of strength and momentum. It just boom, 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 right? They bid it up. And now you just took that whole move back. Not only did you take the move back, not once did you try to hold support. You never tried to hold the 9 EMA. You didn't try to hold 195, 196, 194. I was watching it, and it just continued to try to break, or it continued to break those levels. Let me let my cat out real quick. I'm going to go feed her. I'm going to leave you with CNBC real quick, guys. I will be right back. Just give me 2 seconds. All right, so let me get. Oh my gosh, Tesla! I knew it. You freaking jerk! Look at that. I knew it. I knew it. You had a bond auction. Look at the SPY. Just an excuse to sell it. All right, let's see what happened here. Once again, that 20-year. All right, so 4.5 versus an estimate of 4.4. That makes that's such bullcrap. Hold on. Like, see what I mean? Like, this is an excuse. Previously 4.4, and they just came in at 4.5. Like, come on, give me a break. There's not a crazy. I mean, it's 4.595, which is like, okay, it's 0.1%. But you know, it's like, let's look at it. Look at the overall trend. You know. Let's see here. They never brought on Rick Santelli either.
$167. We'll take a look at this just for some context. The current market cap of Verizon is $170
See what I mean?
billion.
That was not
IBM, Big Blue, $168 billion, and Uber Technologies at $160. So, Brian, what we could see hypothetically, if options prices play out, is a move to NVIDIA that adds or subtracts an entire company like one of these.
All right, so again, my point is that I thought that could be an entry point to get short on Tesla, and what was it?
RBIs.
It was an entry point to get short on Tesla, and there's your follow through on low volume. So I would not do anything with it right now. Like, look at the volume. The volume is very low.
Was a software engineer back in the day when technology and data weren't really ready for prime time. And
Unbelievable.
Thing as a data center, very
right? Wasn't it right on cue? Look at that. It doesn't get any easier than that, right? You got to be kidding me. It's not going to give me an opportunity to get back into those puts. I should have took those calls off up there. I'm going to wait. I'm going to be patient. I've already locked in so much profit off of these puts. They're at 100%. Congratulations. Anybody that was in those 180s with me this morning, you're officially at 100%. Officially. Over. No. It's about 100%. You might have $1 or $2 to go. So, I'll be right back, and we'll go over the Fed minutes and all that fun stuff.
And who knows? Who knows any of these questions?
Thank you, guys.
I'm going to put a
I'll be right back.
And say, yeah, AI is a thing, and it will be.
What would you guys? What do you guys want me to put on the monitor?
In many ways in our life that we can't even imagine right now.
Yeah, and would you agree that it is, if not one of the most important stocks in the world? I mean, NVIDIA matters to NVIDIA, but it seems to matter to everything because they're the forefront of AI, or one of.
It's the big kahuna of stocks right now. You can't, Dom laid out those, just the fluctuations that are expected. And, those are pretty reasonably sized companies. It is big, and
hold on one second.
Made it big because it seems to be the only
What's going
way
on
right
here?
now that people
Oh,
can
did
get
I
a
click
piece
on?
of investing in AI? But let's try to transition this. Is it the only thing, and will it be the only thing?
That's what it was.
Be
I
able
thought
to
so.
invest in AI, and I'm going to say no, it's not, and it's going to be much more nuanced than we can imagine, and this is not the end of AI.
All right, I'll be right back.
If you're not a holder of NVIDIA, doesn't mean you're shut out of benefiting from investing in AI.
All right, we've got Intel, and we got a live interview. Christina Partsinevelos is out west, has Pat Gelsinger here in a few minutes. Christina may be patched into the IFB right now. If you are, hi, Christina. Bonjour. Is there one or two
If we
specific
start to
questions
break
that you would love to hear
494,
asked and answered from the
493,
Intel CEO
watch out.
as an investor?
Not that we'll do it now. I'm just saying for tomorrow,
Like,
end of the week.
What's their plan for AI? Do they have people already signed up? I read a little bit of the press release that Intel put out, and things seem favorable, and timeline is important. What's the timeline for all of this? And I think those play into tonight's NVIDIA results as well.
There you go. Kim Forrest, Boca Capital. I know everybody's waiting.
I will
with bated
probably
breath for tonight
have
at 4 o'clock.
NVIDIA
Thank you
earnings
very
call
much.
too tonight live.
So we just mentioned it. Why don't we stop talking and get to it? Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger is with Christina out in San Jose, California. Christina, I'm going to sit here and let you take it away.
Thank you, Brian. And yes, I did hear you. Pat, thank you so much for joining us today. Great job on stage. You have a lot of
thank you.
big announcements. And I want to start with, I guess, the
Wow.
big one.
Look at that
top of the
move.
headlines, and that's signing Microsoft as a foundry customer.
Look at that.
Does that mean that Microsoft's going to be using
674 on
Intel's
NVIDIA.
production for its homegrown chips and only Intel? Can you just provide more details on that relationship?
Well, it's going to be vague.
You're seeing risk off,
Satya
guys.
Just said, hey, they've committed
You're
designs
seeing
to
risk
18A,
off.
and he didn't say if it was their
See what it's doing to
designs or which different
SMCI?
So we're just happy to have them as yet another 18A.
I was
customer.
honestly
He was
thinking
willing to go
about a
public,
500
with
put
them as a
on
customer of
SMCI.
18A, and it's adding to the growing list of foundry customers that we have for both wafers and
I was a little worried that we weren't going to get there,
So
but I
it's
really
also
was
adding to
thinking
your
about
pipeline. So your
a
Intel foundry
500
pipeline was
put on
originally 10 billion,
SMCI.
you upped it to 15
A small
billion.
trade on
Can you
that.
just explain that $5
All right, guys, give me 1
difference?
minute.
Is that
I
because of
appreciate you
Microsoft,
guys
United
very much.
Microelectronics, your foundry
It's going to
partners?
get good.
What's
It's going to get
driving
fun. We should have a
that growth
good,
specifically,
fun end of
especially
day
when you said on
volatility,
earnings calls
and
that
it
there's going to be
should
no
get exciting.
meaningful revenue growth until 2025?
Yeah, and three things that we've getting from 10 to 15. We announced the UMC partnership, which adds to the pipeline. We've now announced Microsoft as the next 18A customer, and we've also completed a number of additional packaging customers as well, our advanced packaging foundry offerings as well. So those three have taken the pipeline up pretty substantially, and so we've updated the number to over 15 billion now.
But the bulk of your revenue right now just comes from packaging, though. We saw weakness, which impacted your quarter.
That was some of the traditional packaging, but the pipeline is almost all around advanced packaging, some of these mature node relationships like the UMC and Tower partnership, but increasingly the modern nodes like 18A. So we see a very robust overall pipeline of customers, and our lifetime deal value, what we talked about, now over $15 billion, we're starting to count.
I'm going to just make a hard pivot for a second because it's topical, and it was your commentary about Ohio and the plant delays in Ohio. Can you just shed some light on that progress? Does that mean that you'll have to change your forward guidance because of those plant delays?
So, when you build a factory like this, it's really two phases. One is you construct this incredible building that takes multiple years and some of the most complex plumbing and chemistry and building and seismic that's done on any building on Earth. And that has continued uninterrupted with no delays. So the building is underway. If you go to the site today, cranes and concrete trucks and so on, then filling it with capacity when you put that expensive equipment in, that's pushed out a little bit given some of the market conditions. But we're continuing to get the building built, and then we're going to equip it and use it for production depending on market conditions, and that'll be a little bit later than we initially expected when we announced the plans.
What do you mean by market conditions, though?
Well, when do I have foundry customers? What happens? We're in a very tough economic cycle, and you've seen, us and many other companies say it's a little bit softer than we expected at this time. And when you equip the factories, when we announced the site, it was over 20 billion, right? And about a third of that is the building. We're getting that done because that's this long lead time project. Pouring concrete, digging holes, doing construction. And then the second phase, 2/3 of the cost is in that phase. And then when you put that equipment in place, you've got to use it. That's the only way the economics work for semiconductor. So that phase, that second portion, is the part that has delayed a little bit.
Speaking of the economics, CHIPS Act funding, pipeline. We know Global Foundries just received funding. You're next, and I say that just because Gina Raimondo, the Commerce Secretary, took the stage, and yet Intel hasn't received any funding just yet. the March 7th State of the Union address by President Biden is coming up. I'm sure he's going to bring up CHIPS Act funding. You're chumming with him. He comes to your events. So when is this money coming for you?
Well, we didn't make any announcements today, but we did say with the Secretary of Commerce very soon. And we're making good progress. We're having lots of interactions with the Commerce Department on that. You correctly point out there are some interesting days in the near future, and as those progress. But overall, I just say we are making good progress here. It's a super important initiative. And as we talked about chips and the need for this rebuilding, the fundamental industrial policy of our nation, has made the biggest step forward. As Gina said this morning, Secretary Raimondo said this morning, maybe in 60 years. I've said maybe since World War II. This is profound. It's a very big deal, and we're quite happy to be a participant in that process, both personally and as a company.
You're talking about progress. The goal, and you've had it in all of your marketing materials, is to be the #2 foundry, the world's #2 foundry by 2030. But if a customer is going to pick between Intel and TSMC, what are they picking? What are the reasons for that choice? Is it price? Is it availability? Is it dynamics that I'm unaware of? Why pick Intel?
Well, there's at least 4 or 5 reasons. One is we call ourselves a systems foundry. We have the most advanced packaging and leadership wafer technology. So that packaging technology.
But doesn't TSMC have that as well?
Oh, we are way ahead of the industry in packaging technology, and that's part of the surge of interest that we've had, and part of our deal pipeline, as we've said. This lifetime deal value going up has been because of advanced packaging. We also say we're going to help them build the best products. And 18A is now a leadership technology again. And I announced today what's next. 2 years later, we're going to have 14A,
yes.
The next leadership technology, so the best wafers. But we also said Intel is uniquely a resilient supply chain. We operate our manufacturings across US, Europe, and Asia. So we are a more resilient choice. We're also a more sustainable choice. We are miles ahead of the industry in sustainability, water use, energy use, chemicals at that, and finally, a trusted supply chain, particularly for the large preponderance of US-based fabless companies. Trusted, secure, leadership technology, systems capabilities. Yeah, we have a very powerful capability to bring to the industry.
So if you're going to take that capability and translate it into revenue dollars, at your Analyst Day in 2022, you said $120 billion. By 2026. Has that number changed? And really what's driving that number, if you're talking about weaker macro scenarios that are impacting, let's say, the Ohio plant, a foundry that could take a little while to see meaningful revenue. So how are you getting to that 120?
Well, I believe that's going to take us a little while longer.
Okay, so beyond 2026 then.
Yeah, but overall the vision is the same. We are building a substantial foundry business over time, and that's ramping up. And today's event demonstrates the energy that we saw, sellout crowd,
yes.
Way more than we expected here. And these are just like the geeks of geek, uber geeks who love transistors, the Rembrandts of what I do for a living. But it's also then, continuing, to build great products. And
right.
Intel is uniquely, as I'd say, we get to participate in 100% of the AI TAM as both a foundry and to deliver the best products as well. So both of those, hey, I want to be the foundry for every AI company in the world, using our packaging, using our wafers, scaling those massive investments in Ohio, Arizona, Oregon, New Mexico, and overseas, and doing it with great products as well.
And I'll end on that note. Pat, thank you for joining us. Brian, back over to you.
Christina, great stuff. Really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Kim Forrest, you've been listening to this. You're an Intel investor. What are your thoughts? What are your takeaways?
Well, I'm pretty happy overall. We'll get to why I'm not happy on the second part. But the first part, what am I happy about? I'm happy that this validates my investment thesis. And I'm a risk reducer, even though I love technology. And why is Intel a little bit less risky than NVIDIA? Well, they have a broad spectrum of products, and now they're becoming a foundry. And it seems like their foundry aspirations are well on their way, not just building, but getting buy-in from other chip makers, other chip designers. So I'm thrilled about that. The extended timeline, I'm not so thrilled about, but my old sell-side analyst hat goes on, and I think about, maybe he's just setting a low bar right now, which is a good thing, because there's a whole lot of moving parts in this foundry and being a semiconductor, creating your own chips as well. So there's a lot of moving parts. It looks like Pat is the guy to move them through this process, and I'm pretty happy overall.
You know, it's kind of amazing, Christina's point about the CHIPS Act, okay? Big bill, a lot of money. It's being touted, and I'm not trying to drag politics into it, it's being touted as this big win, but Intel has not seen a dime yet. It's a big part of the thesis. Ohio was delayed. As an investor, if the money even takes longer or maybe never materializes for whatever reason, does that change your view on Intel at all?
Not particularly. I think the risk of them not getting any money is extremely low, especially as the Commerce Secretary, was attended and presented at their conference. So I'd say that's very low, and I think it's probably they tipped their hand by showing up there. I don't think it's a huge part of this, but it's a nice, we'll take free money any way we can get it, although we are taxpayers, so is it really free? I'm thinking not. But again, Intel has successfully gotten money like this from other countries. I believe Germany has, given them some money for building a plant over there as well. Yeah. And I just think this is the way of the world right now as we try to move the supply chain away from Taiwan.
Yeah, something we need to do for a lot of reasons. National security is key among them. Let's hope the money eventually does materialize. Kim Forrest, Boca Capital. Kim, always a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Abby is so
funny.
funny.
Well, that was all happening. We just had a bunch of 20.
All right, so they just got whatchamacallit up there. All right, they got whatchamacallit up here. He'll be popping up in 1 minute. And he's going to talk about these...
the auction block about
there
15 minutes ago, and it was not pretty. As a matter of fact, grade D minus. D minus, why?
I'm still in Tesla, by the way. It's a very small position. Very small position.
Indirect bidders, weakest since May of 21. The dealers took the most since March of 21.
I'm looking for VWAP.
And if you look at yields, they're up about 8 basis points in 2
Oh, you're
since
kidding
the
me.
auction, hovering at 465, which means we're 1 basis point away from the high yield close of 2024 in
Hold on 1 second.
which is 466. In 10s, they're up about 6
I knew that
basis
was a
points
joke.
since the auction ended at 1 Eastern. They're at
Let's go. Get that 5 minute to hold. Bounce it back.
Currently the high yield close for 2024.
I may have to start to get out,
10s.
guys.
Equities dropped, but they've made a bit of a comeback. Listen, I understand equities could avoid putting too much credence on a 20-year auction. 20-year auctions are kind of the three-legged bar stool
What,
of the
Boo-Boo?
treasury
Sorry,
curve.
guys. She was my
However,
little
it's
girl's
still
talking to me,
symptomatic of
Abby.
the weakness,
My
and
cat.
it's a big day globally. 314 trillion of global debt, a new milestone. Brian, back to
Look
you.
at that quick reversal back. See if that's a sign that we're going to go right back to try and test VWAP at this level. If we do not get through the 9 EMA, man, you got to really think about just hanging on and making that your entry. What do I mean by making that your entry? As it's pushing into this 9 EMA, which is the yellow 9 exponential moving average, you want to look to enter or exit there, right? For me, I should have said, okay, even though I exited down here somewhere, like, you know, as far as like whether it's a swing trade or whatever, like as it pushes in that level, you get short or you get long. If it's pulling back down into it, you get long. Let's see if we can go test VWAP. And what I think we could do then is start to make this level resistance or something. I think we could start to get a little bounce. Look how weak Tesla is, man. Tesla is weak. I think I'm going to be trading Tesla again this week. She's been trading pretty nicely here. I still got to pour my coffee. I might grab a bowl of cereal before these Fed minutes come out. Let's look at like Roblox, RBLX. Wow, Roblox is hurting. Look at Roblox. That could be a nice setup for some downside play if technology and that whole area starts to get weak, guys. That could be nice. That could be a nice setup there. Let's look at the daily chart in there, right there. I need to get a haircut. I need to shave. All right. So, it's a nice double top. I'll be right back in 1 second. I'm going to grab a bowl of cereal and grab a cup of coffee, and I'll be right back, guys and gals. If you guys have any questions or any tickers, any companies you guys want me to put up here, you guys just let me know or whatever. And Nvidia's just getting hurt, man.
Welcome back.
I think you're just seeing risk off. Because who's to say that they're going to do bad? Because even if they do good, they can still go down. Because they didn't do as good as they did 2 to 3 months, right? Inflation is what? The rate of change, right? Well, if Nvidia's inflation towards earnings, the rate of change, right? If they go from $5 a share to $10 a share, from $10 a share to like $17 a share, right? And then they go from $17 a share to like 24, right? 26 or 23, I should say, 22, 21. Maybe I'll use a different analogy, right? You know, one quarter they're bringing in $5 a share. The next quarter they bring in 7 or they bring in 8. The following they bring in 11. They're like, oh damn, you know, this is this is a big step up. The rate of change is pretty dramatic, and you know, if they don't continue at that growth rate, even though they do well and they still guide high, right? They still have good guidance. They could still turn out to not do so well. So let's look here. So 88 cents, look, 50 cents, 80 cents, $1, $1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 3, 4 to 4, 4 to 4.50, 4 to 5, right? That rate of change, it might be the top. It might be the top. Okay, the other earnings the other semis did very well for the most part, other than the ones you knew that weren't going to do well, like Texas Instruments. They never do well. All right, unfortunately. So let me go grab my coffee. I just wanted you guys to understand that, hey, you know, later on you get these earnings and they're like, you know, they raised guidance, they still beat, you know, but at what rate? Right? At what rate? Because they just went from 50 cents or 60, I should say, 58 cents to 80, from 80 to $1, from $1 to 2.7. Really, it was $1 to 2 and 2 to 4, or no, $1 to 3, or 2.5 to 2.5 to 4. You know, so we're gonna find out. Like, if you come up and you get like $5 a share or $5 EPS, you know, I think Nvidia's going to sell off. I think no matter what, I think that's it. I do. I got to be honest. Unless you get like an 8 or a 9, I just don't think it's physically possible. I don't think it's physically possible for them to continue at that rate. I just don't think there's enough money in the world. I don't. You know, it's not that they can't get there, but like in this time frame, if you guys know what I'm saying. So you guys are seeing it here. Like, you know, you're going to see people. You're already going to see it. oh, the market's rigged because, you know, Nvidia beats earnings, they raise guidance, and they beat. Well, they didn't. The rate has stopped, right? This double digit, this 100%, 150% growth rate has stopped. It's down now back to a reasonable growth rate of like 20%, 40%, which is still a lot, right? What is it, like 5 to 12%, 5 to 10% a year is normal, which is pretty good. You know, on a EPS, you know, this where you look at like Morningstar's, like just if you guys go to like Morningstar, they do analysis, or they, you know, they have not economists, but they tell you what they can do, you know, by like 2025, 2028, 2030. Like, what is their growth rate? What's the trajectory? So it's gonna be pretty hard for Nvidia to just keep doing what they did. I mean, you're talking about the end of 2022, 1 year ago, reporting 50 cents a share, and even at best $1.30, right? Going to that to 50, from 50 to 88, from 88 to $1.09, from $1.09 to 2.7, to 2.7 to 4.2. So are we going to go from 4.2 to 5? Are we going to go from 4.2 to 3.5, $2 or something? That would give this market all it needed to just pull itself back. Like, it really would, guys. I'm telling you. So I got to tell you, this is just my opinion. It's just my opinion. I think it is, like, if you have $20, $30, $50, $100, even if you play it both ways. I don't want you guys throwing $100 away. All right. But if you got a couple dollars that you could lose, it might be wise. Not that it might be wise, but I can't. Again, this is like, I got to like watch my words. I don't need Gary Gensler knocking on my door. You know, I think for me, how about this? I'm just going to say it, but for myself, I have money that I can afford to lose, and I think it's smart to put it on both ways. Because I think no matter what, I don't think it's the upside. The more I talk to you guys about it, the more I think Nvidia's going down, and so is the market. And I think the market's already starting to get ahead of it. Because you're not going to get this double-digit growth rate. And if you do, and I'm wrong, then so be it. That's why we put on the long and the short. You know, maybe you go a little bit heavier towards the direction you think it could go to. I just don't think it's possible. All right, and the fact that I'm saying that I think it's not the fact that I'm saying that it's not possible is probably the reason why they'll come in at $8 a share, and Nvidia is going to go to $1,100, $1,200. Okay, just because I said that. All right, I'm going to go pour my coffee. I'll be right back. Hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. Tell a friend, tell a family member, tell your cousin, tell your uncle, tell your sister, tell your mama, tell your daddy. Who's left? Tell your grandma, tell your grandpa, tell your neighbor, tell the guy across the street, the girl across the street. Appreciate you guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to get a cup of coffee.
CNBC News Update. A spokesman for the Ukrainian Air Force pushed back today on a Reuters report that said Iran sent hundreds of powerful ballistic missiles to Russia. One U.S. official telling Reuters there had been evidence of active talks, but no indication that deliveries had taken place. Ukraine's top prosecutor said last week that ballistic missiles provided to Russia by North Korea were unreliable, missing most of their targets. New York City Mayor Eric Adams said that the extreme budget cuts proposed for this year will be canceled and a hiring freeze lifted in an interview with Eyewitness News in the city. Adams said the turnaround was due partly to cutbacks on funding for migrants and better than expected tax revenues. And about 15 million Toshiba laptop adapters were recalled today because of fire hazards. The company, now called Dynabook, said it received more than 600 reports of adapters overheating and even melting. The recall affects products dated from 2008 to 2012 that were either included with a laptop or purchased and sold separately. Brian, back to you, sir.
All right, Tyler, thank you very much. All right, on deck, what is the single biggest or one of the biggest roadblocks to mass EV adoption in America? Well, we're going to go around the world. We're going to go from 0 to 60, look at the EV landscape in China, Europe, and right here in the Americas. That's next. All right, welcome back to The Exchange. Certainly been a rough ride for EV stocks and investors as competition heats up and demand slows down. With China and Vietnam ready to come in hot, the global competition seems like it will heat up even more. Phil LeBeau with more on the global picture and what is happening in the trillion-dollar auto business now. Phil.
It's a price war. That's the main problem that the EV market is facing right now. It is a global price war, Brian. And while EV sales are not falling, they're still growing. they're growing at a much slower pace. And yesterday we talked with Carlos Tavares, who is the CEO of Stellantis. They're about to launch a wave of EVs in 2024. And he says, look, you've got a number of things going on here. You need more affordable cars in the United States, really in all markets. The Chinese exports in EVs are hitting record levels. And there are range questions, charging station availability questions. You put all that together, and it's a challenging EV market worldwide. How challenging? Let's start first in China with our Eunice Yoon.
Phil, here in China, 1 out of every 3 cars sold is an EV. The biggest sellers are BYD, Tesla, and state-owned GAC. BYD had the 5 most popular battery and plug-in hybrids last year, with prices ranging from $16,000 to $30,000. Tesla is still on top on the high end, with its bestseller, the Model Y, at $37,000 to $50,000. The ranges of the BYDs are around 250 to 375 miles. The Model Y in the 340 range. EVs appeal to China's wealthy, tech-savvy, and environmentally conscious, but increasingly to those on a budget after years of government subsidies promoted production and infrastructure. The government's ratio of EVs to charging points is around 2.5 to 1, with economically developed provinces and cities like Beijing and Shanghai most equipped. Now over to Arabile Gumede for a look at the EV landscape in Europe.
The latest data shows that over 20% of new car registrations in Europe were electric vehicles, more than 2 million in 1 year. With the likes of VW, Renault, Stellantis, Mercedes and Volvo all developing competitive models for this market. Bestsellers like the Fiat 500e, Volkswagen ID, and Tesla's Model Y and 3 retail at upwards of $40,000. And the race has heated up, with competition for Tesla and Chinese car makers NIO and BYD as a massive market for new factories in countries like Hungary. The longest ranging EVs on will be able to travel over 50 miles as well. France and the Netherlands of charging network and Germany infrastructure. European countries have decided to pull the plug on EVs. This adds some uncertainty to the makes the development of a mass even more important to maintaining.
Speaking of Europe, one of the hottest markets over in that continent when it comes to electric vehicles, Norway. No surprise, we've seen this happen for a number of years where EV adoption has really taken off. And now the question is, can they put enough charge? Our digital team at CNBC spent a number of days over in Norway talking with EV owners as well as those who are the infrastructure there. Great documentary. You might want to check on .com. As for the South American market, Brian, you didn't hear us talk about it in that report there. It is a developing market when it comes to electric vehicles and really for all vehicles coming from China. And next week, we will be in Santiago, Chile, talking with the people in that market about the Chinese auto revolution and why 1 out of every 3 vehicles in Chile is brought in from China. It's a red-hot market for China, a good example of what we're seeing around the world as China exports not just EVs, but all types of vehicles around the world, trying to keep up with the needs of mass production that they have in that country.
I didn't have Phil LeBeau going to Santiago, Chile on my bingo card, but that's going to be very cool. Phil, and happy summer, by the way. It's T-shirt weather, I think.
Yes.
Phil, appreciate it. That's going to be fascinating. Good stuff. All right, safe travels. All right, and the EV trade is where we start in today's earnings exchange. Simpler Trading's Vice President of Options, Danielle Shea, here with the positions into the print. Danielle, welcome. Let's start it off with Lucid and Rivian. They're on deck to report their numbers. I won't call them earnings. There won't be any earnings. There'll be results. Now, Phil outlined analysts and investors looking for updates on things like manufacturing costs, how much they're losing per car, China competition. What are you looking at?
So, Brian, when you look at these two stocks, I'm an options trader, and, they have really high implied volatility. So they do provide opportunity to sell premium based on which direction you're looking at these stocks. Now, for me personally, I am both names. So I'm not owning the stock itself, but I like to trade them in the options market. Now, if you look at Rivian, this one's to me is the most interesting because you'll see that it's gapped up the last 3 quarters post earnings. So when you see something like that and you see it placing numbers that, you know, they're not losing as much money as expected, what happens is you can get these short squeeze rallies after the fact. So even though the earnings aren't great, they might be better than expected. And with 15% short float, you may get a short squeeze rally. So if I can see the stock trade up above, you know, $17, $18 tomorrow, that's where I would take an entry for a short squeeze play. But if you want to do something today, I think the best thing to do is simply just sell premium.
Not as bad as expected as the new winning, apparently. Danielle Shea looking for a possible short squeeze. We'll find. By the way, we'll cover these numbers on Last Call tonight at 7 p.m. Also, Danielle, on this critical day for NVIDIA, we just talked about Intel earlier. Let's talk about a different name, Synopsys, up 50% in 1 year. It's made a lot of money for investors. Tonight, you got analysts looking on AI-driven growth strategies, things like restrictions on Chinese suppliers. It's worth pointing out, Danielle, that Synopsys' EPS has beaten in 20 of the past 20 quarters. I'm not a math major, but that seems like 100%. And you're a buyer.
Exactly. And that's why I like to look for stocks exactly like this. I like to look for strong, long-term bullish
She's in
trends,
my arms.
consistent EPS
She
growth.
ain't getting out
and more
now.
importantly, I like to look for the reaction post-earnings. With this stock, you've seen it trade higher 11 out of the last 12 quarters. So for me, that's incredibly consistent. With this one, we don't have weekly options that we can trade in it, but I do like...
I think
ultimately
let's see, Danielle
around
Shea.
$600 to $633. It has about a $42 expected move off of earnings. So if we do happen to get the off chance that it pulls back,
the
that
likely
would only give me a better
move
spot
for
to buy
NVIDIA is
into
to the
this stock
downside.
to
The
trade
more I
it
thought
onwards
about it
up
and I
into
talked to you guys
$600
about
a
it,
share.
I'm like, man,
Watching Synopsys,
I
Lucid,
think we go
Iridium,
down.
Danielle
Going
Shea,
down,
Simple
baby.
Trading. Danielle, we appreciate it. Have a great day. Thank you.
all right.
Thank
Let me eat this
All right, we gotta go
bagel.
back to Phil LeBeau
We'll
because
watch
we
a
got
little
pretty
CNBC
big news
together,
alert on
and we
Boeing.
will
Phil.
throw up the
Brian,
Fed
take a look at
minutes
shares of
as soon
Boeing,
as
the
they come
company
out here in
announcing
about
a
15
leadership
minutes.
shakeup when it comes to its commercial airplanes division. And we're not going to go through
You're
all
gonna
of the
look
new
for any
positions and all of
changes.
the executives who
Or
have
not
been
changes,
promoted
because
into
nothing has
various
been
positions.
changed, but
there are two moves
you
that
wanna
are going to get a
look
lot
for-
of attention. First of all, Ed Clark.
You know, really, if there's any Fed members that like really are like, nope, higher for longer, okay, higher for longer. So I should probably take this Tesla call off of here now while I can. Let's see if we can get like a last minute push. I'm gonna be upset. The thing is, I'm gonna kick myself in the you know what if it starts to go higher, which it's going to, but. Hi, baby girl. Sorry, I got my cat here. All right. I might start thinking about taking this thing off. The call. I have a small call on here. That's pretty, that's well done and paid for. And I think it would be foolish for me not to take it off right here. Look, you're struggling again to get up through that level. I was trying to hold it up until VWAP to get up here. I'm just not sure if it's going to give me that. I know, baby. Hold on. Hold on, Boo-Boo. Hold on, baby. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Jump up. There you go. All right, let me move it. I'll move it. Okay. I'll move it. And look at the volume. Look how low that volume is. Well, you know what? It's the 15-minute, and we just got above VWAP there. Let's see if I can hang on to it for just a couple minutes here before these Fed minutes come out. And then, what's going on? Oh, I see. So that's my plan. It's got to hold we got to hold VWAP here, though. We got to hold it. I'm not going to be surprised if this doesn't hold. Usually you don't see that, where, you know, your exponential moving average. See, like, this would be a reason for me. Well, it hasn't closed. But let's say, like, on the short that we took today, you know, I kind of was using the 15-minute. But, like, this would be, like, look at that quick rejection back down. I would be, like, saying, all right, man, you know, 147. We start breaking back underneath this 9 EMA. Or, like, you know, if you start closing above like this, if you have puts, right, and you think the stock's going down, you think you're, and, you know, you're shorting, and you use a 15-minute trade line and stuff, like, you would use, like, this break above, even though it still seems very weak, you would use that as a way to manage your risk. And say, look, if we close up here, if we start extending, I'm gonna cut it. You know, that's a nice trade. Like, you can see it just goes up and it just falls. It goes back up, falls. It goes up, up, falls. I might take this call off. We got a couple minutes. We'll see what happens, guys. I'm gonna get these Fed minutes up for you guys. For all of us. Not you guys, but me also. All right, that's it. I gotta cut this Tesla. I don't even care if it goes higher. I don't even care. I don't even care. I gotta take that off. Let's go. Come on. Oh my gosh, I almost had 30. Come on. All right. I am officially Audi 5000 on that call.
With the consumer with less noise. And in this case, we're putting a lot of energy into delivering the message to the consumer that they can take significant steps toward their health and toward the health of the planet by consuming.
What's up, Wiz?
Now it could be an uphill
Hold on
battle.
1 second. Sorry.
Products had a real boom, if you remember, in grocery.
So I have no more puts, and I took that call off. All right, I sell into strength. Even if it goes to VWAP, what's it going to give me? 33, 34 cents. We'll see. Even if it gets there again, I don't know if it's going to get there, but I do know that when it pays me, I'm getting out. You know, I'm not going to sit here and guess, but you know, again, guys, I do want to put on a nice trade. I want to get one together and get a nice swing trade on. How has your day been, Wiz? How are you today? How has your day been? It's good to see you, my friend. It's good to see you. Oh, I hear you, man. I hear you. I would agree with you. I just talked about NVIDIA, right? And I feel like dude, I just don't see a way Okay, I just don't know if there's enough money out there in the world for Nvidia. Just like even at whether or not the market is waiting for Nvidia to report. Okay, even if they are, to me, I don't think that they are. I think that is just an excuse to pull this market back a little bit, like you said for the rug pull. Excuse me. That was weird. I had some acid reflux there. That's weird. I normally don't get that ever. I feel like there's no way that Nvidia can keep this up. And I think you're going to get that pullback. And I think I want to have access to it as well. That's exactly why I put on puts at Tesla earlier this morning. I think we got about 75, 80, almost 100%. Out of those puts, we were short Boeing, by the way, too early in the morning. That was a nice 25% gain on Boeing. Easy trade. Or, like, not easy, but yeah, it was easy. It was just like a layup trade, right? Just lay it up. We just put our feet up. Bang, it paid us. We got out. Because we noticed it was sitting there early in the morning that we, said we go higher. But I just don't think, like we were saying... Good day. Yeah, no trades. Looking forward. Yeah, I am too. Yes, thank you, bro. I'm feeling the same way. I'm going to get Nvidia's earnings and move on. See ya. See ya. Don't let the door kick you in the ass on the way out. Dude, I felt that statement, bro. I really did. I felt that statement. I really did, man. So long, sayonara. But yes, I don't think there's any way that we can go from, 50 cents, 80 cents, 40 cents. I'm sorry, 50 cents, 80 cents, $1 to 2.7, from 2.7 to 4.2. Even if they do a 5, this is why people are going to be like, the market's rigged, right? Oh, the market's rigged. They did good. They even raised guidance and the stock is still going down. Well, it's going down because, you know what I mean? The rate of change, right? The inflation, which is the rate of change, I guess. I just want to tie inflation to rate of change. The rate of change for their earnings is not what it was. That multiple, that growth has been priced in. It's not like they can't get to, I don't know, let's just say $8 a share, EPS. Not now, maybe 10, 15, 20 years from now, but it's going to be pretty hard to do that right now. I don't think that they can, I don't think it's sustainable. That's all. I agree. I cannot disagree with that, but I can't agree, but I cannot disagree. The only reason I cannot disagree is because it's trading at what, like a 30 multiple, if not cheaper, like a 20, Raptor, I think you'll get that. I think you'll get it. I really do. And I'm going to be honest with you, buddy. I think you need to wait. Trust, if you could, man, I can't. Fuck. Here comes Gary Gensler at the SEC knocking on my door for the words that I said. How about this? I'll say this. You can never go wrong averaging down. You can never go wrong averaging down. I think NVIDIA is going to be back down here. I'm going to be honest. I think NVIDIA is back down here at 400. Like 550. 450, 550. All right, so that might actually be like up in here. Depends, though, right? Because I don't think that they're going to do bad. I think they're going to raise... I think they'll raise guidance. I think they'll meet guidance and stuff. I just think that like EPS, bottom and top, won't be excuse me, like it was prior. And if it was, maybe it was because of Christmas and all that other stuff. So maybe they do have a good earnings. Maybe they do. So, give me 1 second. Let me eat this. And then this bagel with cream cheese. That is delicious. Give me 1 second. Maybe they do, right? Because I'm saying that I don't think that they can repeat this type of growth. Maybe that's why they do. Because I don't think that they can. And that's why they're going to fucking go to $1,100. Excuse my French.
$2 a share the way analysts expect, we will have seen a group of stocks that's really grown their earnings by about 58% in the last year, which is just incredible. NVIDIA itself is sort of, it's an earnings machine, but it's also indicative of the power of AI. And we think that generative AI can be as big as the internet in the future. And these NVIDIA earnings are just very important for the market.
The internet. Wow. Alan, we got to leave it there. We got the numbers coming out. We'll let you get to them. Alan Boomer, thank you very much. That does it for us. I'll be back at 7 o'clock tonight. Power Lunch with the Fed Minutes on the other side of this break.
Fed Minutes are coming out in 2 minutes. T minus 1 minute. Oh, look, tomorrow. Jefferson live tomorrow. Economic outlook, monetary policy. That's something cool we can watch tomorrow. Come on. All right, well, I don't have it. Come on. Oh my God. You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. Oh, look, I just had it. Just had it. Sorry. Alright, so the minutes can be viewed here on the board's website. Let's go, let's go, let's go. PDF.
Welcome to Power Lunch, everybody. I'm Tyler Mathisen. Glad you could join us on this Wednesday. We are seconds away from the release of the minutes from the Fed's last meeting
guys.
a few weeks back, and we're going to
you guys see February on here?
Steve Leisman for the details. Steve.
I don't see the Fed minutes.
Minutes from the January meeting show that Fed officials saw the
January 30th, 31st, March.
At likely the peak of this hiking cycle. But these minutes are full of concern about upside risk to inflation. While they saw things, the risks moving into better balance, the committee was still more concerned with inflation risk. Important to note, this meeting came before those upside surprises we saw to the inflation numbers, the data we got in February for the month of January. Some were concerned that inflation progress could stall. Most participants emphasized
is the market even
the risk
moving?
of cutting rates too quickly. Only a couple pointed to downside economic risk from keeping rates restrictive for too long. They thought it was appropriate to begin discussion of slowing and ending balance sheet reduction at the next meeting, but no particular timetable for when that might end. A few saw the runoff continuing for some time, even after beginning to cut interest rates. The committee remained concerned that elevated inflation was still
what does that say?
harming American
221,
households.
24.
They noted improvements in inflation, headline and core. Some saw key indicators like housing inflation.
I don't know, guys. I'm sorry. I always hate the Fed's website.
Inflation risk
I do.
Stronger demand.
Minutes. Oh,
They
right
saw
here.
loosening
Okay.
Financial conditions, along with geopolitical risk.
So
and the
it took me
possibility
to
that
something
the
else.
Inflation
All
appears to be
right.
seeing some better supply chains could begin to moderate. So
Annualized.
that effect of let's say bringing down inflation could go away. There were a few folks that saw concern or saw pressure on consumers, but that was really not.
We'll
the
read
base
this
of
in a minute. What
discussion.
are the markets
And Tyler,
doing
I'll
real
just
quick?
leave it there, except to say again, before these worse inflation numbers came in January, the Fed still had this bias of concern about
So they're
inflation,
just
still
scared
pointing out
that,
its inflation measures had
you know,
not
if they
reached
lower rates,
2%,
that, you know,
and that
people
was
are gonna
why
buy up
I think the
homes
chair
and they're
at
just
the
gonna,
meeting had
like,
that hawkish tilt,
they're gonna
and why
send
even the
inflation
statement itself.
back.
Tyler?
You know, they're
So
not going to be able to
the
bring down
numbers that
inflation.
came out after the meeting and after
And they
this,
think
not
everybody,
after this,
since
after this
COVID,
commentary,
you
I
know,
suppose,
COVID kind of
you
changed
would
everything,
say.
where everybody's like,
Do
oh,
you
look, the
think the
Fed's
fact
lowering
that those
rates. Let's go
numbers
buy
did come
real
in hotter
estate.
than
Let's
normal
go
hardens
do
the
this.
view
Let's go
of
do
these,
that,
I
right?
will
Let's go
call
take
them
out
inflation
loans and
hawks
go
for
buy
just because
assets
it's
with them.
convenient.
And we're going to go
Yeah, I
make
think
money.
that's a good
Everybody
way to
wants
put it,
money, money,
Tyler. I
money,
think
money,
that
money,
they're
money, money.
saying that, you know what, the caution
right,
that
look
we
at the
had
market
in the
going
January
higher.
meeting makes sense in
Higher
light of
for
the
longer,
numbers,
baby.
right? It underpins its support.
Just to get
our
shaken out
position.
probably by
You know,
NVIDIA.
you say inflation.
Give me 1
hawks,
second. I'm
Tyler.
going to pull
I'm
up these
having a
minutes
hard
and we'll
time
listen to Steve
reading these
Leisman.
minutes and finding any doves on the committee. Maybe a couple, but not a whole lot.
Yeah, and they seem more worried about inflation. They see the upside in inflation risk is more worrisome than the other side. And
By
as
a
you
long
said,
way.
I
and
want
you
to
didn't- and
see
you didn't see
also
any sort
the
of
balance
commentary
sheet
agitating
and
for
what they have
quicker,
to say about the
more
bank term
dramatic-
lending
a more
program.
dramatic pace of rate cuts.
The couple
January
throwaway
30 to
lines, Tyler,
31st.
like concern about pressure on
Let's see if they
consumers with
say
elevated
anything about the bank
delinquencies,
term lending
perhaps in the
program
buy now, pay later,
and or the
but
balance sheet.
it's very
The
interesting.
agenda of this
Tyler. They
meeting
keep
reported
saying
advanced election,
things
the
are
following
coming
members,
into
blah, blah,
better
blah, blah.
balance, but they
Term members were
clearly
as follows.
don't see it as
Boom,
balance.
yes, we
They
know who
clearly
the
see
members were.
Still an upside inflation
You know what? I
concern
wonder if I
that
can
is
apply to
evident in
be
these
work
minutes.
to work
Is
at the
there
Fed.
quickly
Like,
a possibility of a rate hike this
do
year? Based
what's
on what
this?
you're reading
They
there?
would give me
I
a
don't
formula. I
think
probably
so. I
wouldn't know
think
what
the
to do with
committee
it.
believes
No,
at
I
this
could do a
point
good
it's
job. I
restrictive
really do. I
and
think I could do
above
an
the
okay
restrictive
job.
level it probably needs to bring inflation
Unanimous
down.
vote,
At least
committee
that's the feeling of the committee.
observed
Now, there
transactions
wasn't
for
any
a systematic
discussion at
open
all
market
in these
committee,
minutes.
SOMA.
I haven't really heard it much from other Fed officials, though they have. Even the chair has
On the
acknowledged
Fed site, I know it. They
that
make it a
could
little
happen,
hard to
but
find
I think
sometimes,
the
man.
response
They need to redo
data
their
not
site.
coming in the way they want it to,
The
Tyler,
unanimous
is
vote, the
likely to
committee
be
authors it
holding longer at these
continues.
restrictive
All
levels
right,
rather
give me
than
1
raising
second.
it.
I'll post
Very
the
interesting.
here. I'll
Steve,
post
thank
the
you very
link
much. Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
in the chat.
Let's talk a little
And
bit
that way,
more
if you
about
guys
the
want, take it
possibility
upon
maybe
yourself.
of rate hikes. You just heard Steve
Read it.
throw some cold
Read it
water
and
on
weep.
that. But in light of last week's CPI and PPI reports, let's discuss that and more.
Yeah, I know. I had
Jim
trouble
Grant,
at
founder
first
and
too
editor of
because
Grant's
it was
Interest Rate
just.
Observer. No
And
one
I
better to
and I
talk
briefly
interest
left
rates,
the
and
page
Fed
and I
than you,
seen
Jim.
it in the
Good to
corner
have
of
you
my
with us.
eye and I went
You just
back.
heard- You just heard Steve in response to my question say that
So
there's nothing in the
the
minutes
manager
that he
turned
read
first
that
to review
indicates that the
developments,
Fed
financial
is
markets.
inclined
Let me
to
turn these guys
raise
off.
interest rates.
So market's
despite
getting a
their
little
concern
bounce
about
here.
inflation.
I think we
What
have
are you
a nice
Well,
opportunity
Steve is in
because
good
of
company
you know.
in suggesting the chances are nil of a rate hike.
Let's
this
listen
year.
to
If you
this
look
guy.
At the CN
He's taken
News,
what's his name's
reckoning
place from
of the odds of a rate cut or a rate hike. Look down the 9
Double Line
FOMC
Capital,
minutes into
Jeffrey
2025,
Gundlach.
and what you see is
Jeffrey Gundlach has
0%
been coming on.
in
I
every
forget
meeting.
what Fed meeting. They did it
Not
once
you,
and then they
Tyler,
just
but
kept doing it because
I
it
would
was a good
assign
time.
0% to a very, very small group of possible outcomes in the world
We'll
of
listen to
finance.
this guy
Maybe,
here. And
0% Congress will ever balance the budget, maybe, but I think you have to. I think that the world expects everything except what I deem to be a not improbable thing, which is to say, inflation might surprise to the upside. It might persist in surprising. And in those circumstances, the
I mean,
Fed
I
might very
agree,
well
it
have to
could.
raise rates, and indeed,
But to the
President
extent
the
of
Dallas Fed,
COVID,
Lori
I doubt.
Logan,
I disagree that
suggested
it's going to do it
as
at the
much
same rate as
in
COVID.
A speech, very little reported, undeservedly little reported speech in early January. What she said was. That,
So let me ask you guys a
shouldn't rule it
question.
out.
Every time they say this, right?
And, so that's, I think.
oh, so inflation gonna surprise to the upside. Inflation gonna surprise to the upside. So, what are you just gonna leave rates up? Because you're so scared that they might? So when the Fed says, when you hear Jerome Powell and crew say, we don't make comments on hypotheticals. We don't make comments on hypotheticals. Okay. Then why are you using the hypothetical excuse that if we cut too soon, inflation could come back? That's a hypothetical. You don't know it until you do it. So what are you going to do? Are you going to keep them up? You're just going to keep it here until you... it sounds like they want to wait until they start seeing things. You're already seeing all these companies come out and talk about layoffs. Like, what is it? Why is it that they cannot say, we just want to see a path, you know? And I guess what they're trying to do is, and they don't say it even though they should, is that we want to see like 2, 3, 4 more months of just consistent downtrend and like stability. Let some time pass. Okay, I got you. Let some time pass. Inflation's low. It stays low. And then now you're cutting because you're scared that you're going to get into a recession, but you use the same excuse because you think inflation could go higher. So it's like, these are both hypotheticals. Who's to say that we couldn't just leave rates here and not have a recession and kind of just fall into it because there's enough money floating around to support it, right? I mean, eventually it would have its lag effect, but who's to say that the lag effects wouldn't be too bad? You know, you've already had your recessions in corporate real estate. Like, you've already had commercial real estate have a hard time. Rates are higher than cap rates, are just the same, so they're pretty much coming out negative. Right? So there was no money being no real money being made. There was, but there wasn't, right? There was troubles, right? They only did it for tax purposes and maybe a paycheck. I don't know. You know, that's somewhere I would hope to get to later on in life. But next time you hear Jerome Powell and any other Fed members say, we don't bring up or talk about like hypotheticals. Well, when they say that, throw a cup at the TV. Throw a cup at them, because every time they say inflation could go higher, technically that's a hypothetical. That's an excuse not to lower rates to get ahead of a possible recession. Now, I'm going to be honest. You guys might not like it, but I think I would. I mean, it's not that I think. It's like, I personally would not mind if they kept it up for too long. I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind if there's fears with the recession and, you know, things start to like get on that path where, we just all of a sudden got a big jump in unemployment, a big jump in jobless claims, and it's in the middle of summer, right? When things should be going on. So that's going to give us, again, all of us, you guys, an opportunity, knowing ahead of time, saving your money to buy assets at a discounted price. That's the only way you're able to get it, right? And it's not like you have to go, like, people refer to 2008 as a recession. It doesn't have to be like 2008. There was already a recession in again, in the commercial real estate, a mild commercial real estate recession, but you wouldn't know it. Because why I say this is because somebody on YouTube that I argue with, I didn't argue with them, every time they would explain to me, no, people lose their jobs, they don't eat, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, bro, first off, you get unemployment. 2, you might have a pension. 3, there was already a recession. And 4, why do you keep bringing up and relating a recession to 2008? That is a global financial crisis. That's not a recession. That's beyond a recession. That's shit has hit the fan. Get your soup. Get your can of soup. All right? That's not a recession. All right, it is a recession. Don't get me wrong, but you guys know what I'm saying, right? Like, that's not what we're talking about here. That's a financial crisis. Again, shit has hit the fan. You know, there has already been a recession in places of the in certain sectors, but you wouldn't know it. Like that person I'm arguing with wouldn't know it. And I asked them, why do you equate a mild recession with 2008? Because if you ask commercial real estate buildings, Zoom put them out of business. If you ask them how they're doing, they'd say they aren't doing too well. Even though they say there aren't, you guys know what I'm getting at. I love it, Chris. Thank you guys for keeping me on track. It is real, and I'm like, bro, like, I'm just like, dude. So what are you just going to just stay on this path? This unstable ass path that we're going on? Okay, I'm cool with that too. I'll buy calls. I'll load up on leaps, and I'll just load up on calls. I'm not even going to buy an asset. I'm just going to buy the options. All right? Until this shit breaks. Just joking. And I don't think Paul Volcker gets enough credit. I don't think Paul Volcker gets enough credit for what he did in the 80s and like the downtime that everybody... It would be really nice if everybody could say, if you could come out and say, look, guys, we're going to have a 2 years, all right? 2 years. If it gets bad enough, the government's here, we're going to help you, but we need to pull back. Everybody, we all need to pull back a little bit, okay? That way, we don't continue to have the next generation not be able to afford houses, right? Like housing prices, all these things, car insurance, all these things are exceeding paychecks. Hourly payments, salaries, it is exceeding it, right? It's going higher than the paycheck that's way down there for the majority of people, okay? We need to pull it back, all right? And if things get that bad, there is government assistance. You will not go hungry, all right? I mean, they already do a lot, but, it would be cool to, like, give an awareness, say, hey, in a year and a half, if you ain't saved your money... Not that we're not saying don't come crying to us, but we're just giving y'all a heads up. Like, let's pull it back because it's for the greater good of the next generation. It has more positives than negatives. The negative is we're just going to lay low for about a year and a half. Hang out with your family. You ain't done that in 10 years since the iPhone came out anyway. Matter of fact, give me your phone. Your phone's going in the June box. You ain't getting it back for another year and a half. So I think it would be I think it would just be good, right? You'd be able to buy assets at a lower price. It would, some people's 401ks might get hurt. I don't know. It would be cool if things could just work like that. Like, hey, you got 3 more weeks. Did you get out your 401k? You got T-minus 1 hour and 13 minutes to get out your 401k. Sir, I have 100,000 shares of NVIDIA, or I have 100,000 shares of Roblox, and I cannot catch a bid. Can you extend it for another, hour? Sorry, bud, you had a year and a half. We told you it was coming. Tick tock, tick tock. So, but it don't work like that, right? It don't work like that. Exactly. And this person just, you could tell the way that they were typing that, you know what? I wonder if I could bring it up here. I think I should be able to bring it up. You can literally read these sentences, guys, and see the image that is in their head. And it is just doomsday. It's just awful. Awful. Right here, look. Here's one. Nope, that's not it. Oh, right here, look. Ivy League trading. If enough people lose their jobs, you all suffer. Imagine your kids get held up by gunpoint by a hungry man who got laid off. Only way to not financially suffer is if you are shorting the market during a collapse or just holding all cash. The problem with allowing anyone to short the market is some people have excessive influence and can short and then also motivate. I think they're just lost and drunk or something at this point. I don't know. You lost me, bud. You lost me. Leadership make everyone else suffer, and poor people don't have the cash to hold. Poor people don't have the cash to hold right now. What you mean they don't have the cash to hold? Because you need a pullback. The reason they don't have cash is because asset prices have exceeded paychecks. This is the whole point, you dumbass. God, I wish I could just smack the shit out of AR or knock 8 okay. We know ARRN is not okay. All right? We know you're not okay. And you know what the question was that I said that we had to end on a question like that? The mother flipper asked on 60 Minutes if Jerome Powell was going to cut rates for Joe Biden. I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ. This is really happening in national television right now. 60 Minutes, billion-dollar corporation talking about, is the conspiracy true? Are you really going to cut rates for Biden? Like, what? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Here's the thing with that. He could probably get put in jail for persuading, his own opinions on how things should be done. And no, like that was I just couldn't believe we do that. So anyway, but with AR, right? And listen, AR, if you're here right now, peace, love, and happiness, bro. I could tell that they resonate 08 with the recession instead of a pullback because, and I think I said it in there, I'm like, well, there's been in certain areas, whether it be whether it be the United States or not any around the world, there's already been a recession in corporate real estate, but you ain't hearing about that. Like, and I'm just like, yo, stop equating a recession and a mild pullback to 2008. Even though I'd still be okay with 2008. Not really. You know what I'm saying? Like, where is that fine line between like a mild pullback, but not 08, right? I want to be like just below a mild but recession. It was funny, man. It was crazy. Young Jeezy, bet. I guarantee you a lot of people that are even on here right now don't know about that snowflake shirt that was going around. Or the snowman shirt. What y'all know about baggy jeans? What y'all know about Beanie Siegel? Right? What y'all know about Cameron Dipset? What y'all know about... What was the movie? What was the movie? That was the good old days, bro. It really was. Wiz, you're so right, man. I was 3 years out of high school. I was in school. Shit, what the hell was that movie? What was the movie with like Rockefeller? With Beanie Siegel, all them when they were hustling throughout the city, and then Dipset made a movie. Those were the days. I'm with you, Wiz. I'm with you. But I couldn't believe it. This person was going ham. I'm like, bro, nobody's talking about like, unemployment at 10, 12, 15% like you're talking about. 20%. Look, the market didn't even move. I knew it wouldn't. I just feel like we know the drift. And I think the market knows it too. The market is telling Powell, you better get ahead of it before the unemployment gets ahead of you. And that's what the market's telling them. The market's pricing in 6 cuts for a reason. Because I think the market knows, right? What I showed you guys a while ago, when you start putting unemployment to Fed funds rate, and you put them together, and you see what you get, it's not a good thing. It's not good. It's about 12 months after the rate hike, so we do have time. But, yeah, I forget what it was called. State of Empire? Yeah, it was something like that. I think it was. It was something like that. Yeah, it was something like that. See, like back then in 08, you used to have, like we would have movies like that. They would do their own production stuff. Yeah, it was. It was a good time. Right? It was the time when you were just getting out of mids, going into nugs. Like, we had nugs, we had sour diesel, we had all that good shit. But it was like mids were still a thing, right? They were kind of floating around. It's like, all right, if that's all you got, well, you know what I mean? We're not hating, you know what I mean? We're not going to hate on you. So, but that was the shift. Right? And you go back another 4 or 5 years, you might have met Schwag. right? Swag, and then we get into like '08. That's like mids were kind of there. Brickweed was still there. Mids, and then like I think it was like probably 2010 to 2012. Not that ever since like with California, then it kind of changed everything up. But so yeah, I was actually going to bring up Fed funds rate and unemployment. I mean, you guys can do it. You guys can look and just pull up the Fed funds rate with unemployment rate or jobless claims, whatever you want to do, and you'll see 12 months from when they stop is when it starts to just, rip. Wow. And yo, listen, I love the Cartman. Thing. And it's beefcake. That's so funny, bro. That's so funny. I love it. Beefcake. Awesome. Dude, that's so awesome. I bring up South Park comments all the time, bro. Because I say words, right, with the market, like pullbacks and like you see how it broke back down, like, every time I say broke back, I'm like, not that I've seen the movie, because I have not seen the movie, but Brokeback Mountain, like, just goes with it. There's another one, though, with like a few South Park from the movie, from the South Park movie, when they had the flag and they had their little like chant or whatever it was. But it was a good time, man. 2008 was a really good time. It was a good time. You didn't have people it was a good time, like, as far as for me, it kind of wasn't like what it was like today, right? Like, how, like, I don't know about where you guys are at, but every city has it, crack, heroin, just like the extreme, right? The extreme. And it was just like, there wasn't really, I can't sit there and say not in the streets of Baltimore or Philadelphia or New York. Like, it's been there, right? It's been there, but like, it was just a good time. It was a good time. Nice. Good stuff, man. I think we're going to get a bigger one, Wiz. I do. I'm waiting. I'm probably not going to do anything else today. I was on Tesla. But real quick, Beefcake, before I forget, man. Awesome to meet you, man. I'm glad you stopped by. I'm glad you commented. I just got to shout out you and South Park. That's awesome. I'm a big South Park fan, too. I want to see Tesla. Look, there you go, man. You're going to get it, Wiz. Look at that. Pulling right back in. All right, so I sold that at the right time. I think we got out on the break above that level. I'm pretty sure. So that was a good get rid of. So today, Boeing out the gates, right? We got that bounce on Boeing. That was a 25% trade on Boeing. You got nearly, if not, if you're still in it, if you're still in the yeah, see, that wouldn't be good if you were still in it. But we exited Tesla puts. We grabbed Tesla puts up here. No, right here. I think it was here. It was either here. We got puts right there, or it was right there. It was either that one or that one. I can't remember. I have to go back and look at the time. And we exited right down here. Right into there. Right into that extension. I had to get rid of it. That was it was about 100%, just under. It was probably like, I don't know, 78, 85% gain. And you could have got your 100. It was about 100, depending on where you got in. Again, depends on what option you bought. Depended on when you got in. But I told you guys exactly what I was doing. But those contracts went to 100. So, very small loss on the calls. but got paid for because we sensed the weakness in Tesla. And we packed on those puts on Tesla for a really nice gain today. It was a good day for me. It was a really good day for me. So, oh, sweet. Okay. Awesome, man. I appreciate that, Beef. I appreciate it. It was a good time, man. Even in like 05, like high school was awesome for me. I mean, at least for me it was. Like, so I got into a car accident. Well, I should say like 06, 08, 06, 07, because I graduated high school in 05. So, 2005, I graduated. I went to buy this car, and I had the money for it. And it was from a friend of mine. And I wish I still had pictures, but I don't. So, unfortunately, he was driving. I test drove the car. I was like, okay, cool. I'll buy it. He gets in the driver's seat, whatever. He starts ripping, running, and gunning. And we get in a car accident. He was doing about 80 mile an hour. And the road comes down, right? It's like goes downhill, and then it like turns. It's like a kind of, not really like a sharp turn, but it's sharp. But it just like is like down on a hill, and then it comes back up the hill. So all the sediment was there. All right, and then he's ripping about 80 miles an hour on this back road, and the back end and the car pretty much understeered, right? Because of all the like little stone, and because when it rains, everything just gets washed into the bottom of the fucking road. So the car ends up, it slides, and then where the driveway goes over the drainage on the sides of the roads, where the driveway goes over the ditch, we hit the concrete wall with the drainage pipe that goes underneath the driveway, and we hit it on an angle, and the car flips. The car flips, threw me out of the sunroof. My shoe, I had one shoe on when I landed, right? Because I got like, when I got ejected, I'm telling you, when I got ejected. But first, it wasn't an ejection without getting punched in the face with the airbag. And I seen it coming. I'm like, oh shit. So I hang on. We come in, bang. I get hit right in the face. I get thrown out of the sunroof. I have one shoe on. The one shoe I have on is ripped up. I can't breathe. I can't see. And I'm trying to call 911. I can't breathe. I can't see because like just got thrown. The car was in the woods, sideways. It got stopped in between these trees. And I can't breathe. I can't talk. So like, I think I had like a half ounce of weed on me at the time. I remember throwing it. I watched it land by this big tree. It was a big, big, wide tree. You couldn't miss it. So I threw it right there. I watched where it landed. I fell back down. I called the cops, blah, blah. And then like, so the point of that was, I don't know, but I got in an accident back there. It was just a good time, right? So why I say it is because like, for like the whole summer going up until like college and school was that like my whole body was like swelled up from the impact from hitting the ditch. Like I didn't get thrown on the road. I didn't get thrown into the trees. I didn't get stuck between the car flipping. Like it ejected me and it threw me. And, so, outside of that, it was a really good time. Yeah. The cop measured the marks at 80 miles an hour. He measured them at 80, and it was kind of like, thinking about it now, yeah, if the road's going downhill and it like turns and goes uphill, chances are there's a whole bunch of sediment down there. So, but yeah, 05, like when I graduated, or like, when I was in high school and like even afterwards, it was a really good time. I'm with you. I wish I could go back to those days also, Wiz. It was. And the thing is too though is like I like when I got back into a car, I was like not like getting back into a car was scary. But like after you get, you know, actually after you get to feel the pain that like happens with a bad accident, you know, you're like, okay, all right, I get it now. Like it ain't fun. Like, yeah, it's an accident. Like if you get in a regular accident, okay, you probably be all right. But it, you know, just from like inside, like, you know, just it's hard to explain. Just that it hurts, right? It hurts. Not the day of, right? Because might have so much adrenaline. The thing for me is that the pain really wasn't there. And my body, like half of my body was swelled up from hitting the ditch. And I remember I was putting my hands out like this. Because I remember sky ground. And I put my hands out. I hit the ditch because it threw me right in the ditch. If it had thrown me on the road, it didn't throw me in the trees. If it did, I'd probably have some stuff going on right now. I got lucky. I got very lucky. I didn't get stuck between the car. I didn't get thrown on the road or the trees in the woods. So when it threw me and I landed in the ditch, fortunately. And it makes sense because as we're turning left, I'm in the passenger seat. It hits, like, here's the driveway that goes over the ditch, and here's the wall. So it hits it, and then it like, you know, as we're turning. So it would be like the car making a left-hand turn, and we're hitting it, and the car is hitting it like on my side, kind of on the front end, and flipping that direction. So then it threw me, and it was just like, I got lucky. I got thrown in a ditch. So when I put my hands and stuff, like I still remember to this day, guys, I put my hands, like I was dug into the ground, just trying to stop, right? Dude, this thing threw me at least, I'd say 10 yards, 15 yards. And when I'm talking like from when I landed, like 10 yards is a little bit. It's more than you might think, like 15 yards. From you putting your whole, like, you know, trying to stop yourself. You know, I don't know if you guys have ever rode motorcycles and fell off and tried to. I haven't, so I don't know if that's a good comparison. It might have been like 15 yards. But either way, you know, outside of that, it was a good time. You know, I don't know why. There was a reason why I brought it up, but then I kind of forgot because I was, you know, because it's been a while since I talked about that. The car was trashed. And I'm like, looks like I'm not buying your car now, bud. There's no car to buy now, you know. So, yeah. So that, you know, it's just one of those things, right? It was just another memory, I guess you could say. Did you just tell us about a near-death experience, or your next sentence was a good time? You see this? You see this mark on my neck? I think I'm like 7 or 8. I've had open heart surgery. I had collapsed left lung. I got more here. Yeah, it's been a few times. It's been a few encounters, but I'm good. You know, I'm not young anymore, so I feel like the last 3 or 4 that I have, they probably won't be used. So, but yeah, it was, I was lucky. I was very lucky. I really was. And again, it wasn't even in my own doing. I wasn't speeding. I was test driving the car, and he ended up just getting in and was like just trying to like beat the hell, he was just trying to, I guess race around in a Civic, so it was a nice car though. And, it was a shame that it happened, that it had to happen. But you know what? It did end up finding me. It brought me to a 2-door car, actually, which is, here's the good part to that, other than, other than what happened for me to still be alive, or at least not like, whether I could be paralyzed or whatever, or dead or whatever. It led me to a Honda Accord 2-door. 2-door Honda Accord. I think it was a 94 or 95. It was beautiful. It was my beautiful little box. It was a 2-door. I had 2 12-inch Rockfords, 800-watt Rockford amp, nice head unit. And that's pretty much all I did to it. And I kept it clean. It was nice. It was a maroon red Honda Accord. 16 valve. I think it had a... I don't think it had a B16 in it. Anyway, I went to school in Westchester, PA. I went to Universal Technical Institute. I was going for automotive, and I don't know, man. That thing was a monster. I actually kind of thinking about it now. I miss it. You know, that thing, you just could not destroy that car. It was tough as nails. It would run on air. That car would run on air, man. She was a beaut. So, you know, things happen in life for a reason. We'll keep it at that. But it was a good time. It was a good time to be alive, that's for sure. And you know what was cool about growing up, like, where I was? Like, we're only about 45 minutes from the beach. Or, like, an hour and a half. It all depends. 80 miles an hour, 75 the highway. It depends on what time you leave. But it's, like, pretty much an hour away. And you're at the beach. And then, like, if you go south, east, or west, you know, like, same thing for major cities. Like, 45 minutes to a half hour. Or 45 minutes to an hour from, you know, really, like, Philadelphia, Baltimore, D.C., New York. New York's about 2.5, maybe 3 hours. So, you know. My point with that is like, we could go to the beach. You know what I mean? It wasn't far at all. And we had a few friends that their parents had houses down at the beach, and you know, a few of my friends would work down there, and just live down there all summer. It was a good time. It's a good time. I guess the market's really going to be waiting on Nvidia to move. I know we don't have any data right now, but like this week, it doesn't feel like this month that, like, the start of the year, that, like, volatility has just been getting killed, and it's like we don't have, like, hardly any data. Like, do you remember, like, it was just like, even coming into, like, August, September, like, we would have non-farm payrolls, CPI, PPI, Fed meeting, and then it was just like boom, 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 and it's like the past 2 months we haven't had shit. Like, it's been spaced out, and it's just like it was every week. Every week the market was just on a roll, or we had something to move markets. We still have earnings and stuff, like, there's still opportunity out there, but you know, this whole it just didn't end, it felt like. So there's our 20-day moving average, Wiz, that I'm not sure if you're setting up for a long here. You're going to be able to know pretty quick. Yeah, well, they were on the weekends. They definitely were. I mean, you know, it's like, it wasn't, so what I did was, Beefcake, was I spent my time at University of Delaware, like, during like, you know, the winter time and stuff like that, because, like, it was kind of like the beach for the summertime, obviously, but, you know, it was, but, like, there was this time between, like, summertime and winter, like in the springtime when everybody would go back to class, where it was still felt like summertime, where we would have outside parties, and that's really where I spent my time, was on campus. And it was a good time. It's a really good time. From the people to all the stuff we did, the random stupid shit we did. It was pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. And I think the people that you know, that we all surrounded ourselves with was what also made it really good time growing up, you know. 496.3, 495, 495.50, or 495. I'm not asking you. I'm just reading it. Just to be clear. That's why I say, just here on the S&Ps, looks like a good deal there. I might use the restroom real quick, guys, and I'll be right back. Do you see? Never mind. I'm not. It doesn't really matter. So you've already broken the 20-day on there. 495. My computer's slowing up. Yeah, my computer's tweaking out. I gotta turn her off in a little bit. Yeah, that looks like a nice area right down in here. Right down in there looks like a really good area. I mean, what I would say is what happened last time. What happened last time? Right? What happened last time? That's what I say. What happened last time? You have nothing stopping you. You've already broken that level. You have nothing stopping you down there at 494. I would watch for 494. I'm telling you. Again, you have NVIDIA earnings. I know you're buying for a long. You know, the way I view this, Wiz, is that you pretty much just have a wall there, and there's nothing stopping you to hold you up. We could go intraday. See, yeah, something's going... I have to wait a minute. Something's... My computer's just being slow. Yeah, like, look at those two candles down back there on the ES. Like, they just rip. So there's what I'm saying is there's nothing to hold you as for support. Once you get here, there's nothing holding you back from just falling out of the graveyard. Like really it would be like right there. 4942, 495. Let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah, sorry guys, my computer's just it's acting up. It just started. It's just had a lot. It's got a lot going on. It's got a lot of tabs going on. It's got the stream. It's got this. It's got look, it's got level 2 options, level 2 for options. Like, computer's doing a lot right now. You gotta look, you know, you might find a little support down here, but I think, like, with that wall of buying that just came in from this day down here, you may just get right down to 494. Yeah, 494. And 495. Okay, you know what? I see it. You're saying 495. 458. I don't know why and what they're trying to, what their motive is. Nice job, buddy. Nice job. Keep your stops tight. Keep your stops tight, baby. Keep them tight, because you just don't need to. I don't want you to. I do actually. You know what, dude? I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. Hold on. So, what they're talking about on CNBC right now, this I don't understand. They've been bringing it up all day.
It's an emailed CNBC, as you are aware.
Like, how is so what? Let them sell their shit in Russia, and then guess what? Russia just spending their money that's going to go into U.S. pockets or Europe or U.S. or whatever. You're going to be taking that money out from Russia. It's not like you're putting it into Russia. You're taking it out. So let them fucking sell it to them. Or, like, let people... Like, people are going to get things. Like, they think that they can just... They think they can just keep products from people. Like, you can't. You know what I mean? You just can't. You can't. You can't even keep... Drugs are illegal. You can't even... You can't stop that from happening. You can't stop somebody from getting high. You think that people aren't going to, like, get... something like whatever it is, a human has their brain fixated on a product, a certain thing, they're going to get it. They're going to get it. And someone will be there to provide that for them. Sure, I'll give you the headset. Would you mind paying double? No problem. Okay, deal. You know what I mean? Buyer pays shipping on top of it. Yes, I do, man. I do. I love it. Today, I didn't think I was going to trade today, but I did. 25% Boeing. Tesla short. I have to look at the percentage. I haven't done the math on the percentage yet. It's probably like 75, maybe 80, 83 to like 69%, 72, 75%ish. And then I got a 50% loss on a small position to the upside for Tesla. So it was a pretty good day. It was a pretty good day. Look, Tesla's just hanging out right here. Tesla is really weak, guys. At least today, she was really weak. So I'm telling you guys right now, tomorrow, depending on NVIDIA earnings, I am looking to probably get short Tesla again. If it hangs out and it can consolidate, I'm still probably going to be short. I'm telling you, man, the price action from Tesla today, after watching it all day, was like, okay. Like, it could not hold a level. It couldn't hold a level. It just, like, what you saw in the morning is to distract, you know, someone from what's really going on. And that's the fact that there is some serious selling going on for whatever reason. So, I mean, you couldn't even hold yesterday's close at this level up here. At 194, it just went right through it. Look at it. Just went right through it. It took you all this volume to break it, right? You broke it on all that volume, and they just took it right back. Took it right back. But I do tonight. I'm gonna go through a bunch of charts. I was actually already looking at this sector. Look, Ford broke down, guys. Ford broke down. I want to start setting up some trades like Amazon. Amazon couldn't get a lift. So everything seems to be breaking down. How's Google from what it did yesterday? Look, that's breaking back down. You know, these are all short ideas, right? Look for that bounce back to like, I would look for that bounce on Google. See if you can't get it back to like 143 and get short up there at like 143.20. 143.23 area. Yeah, 143.25 ish. What did Apple do also? Because I felt like Apple was trying to make a recovery off the bottom, and look, it failed. So I'm glad I sold those calls yesterday. Yesterday I got snuck. I got snuck like an idiot and didn't like, I was just like, oh, I'm going to go long. And I put it on without looking. And Apple, this was a beautiful rejection zone yesterday that as it was going up into it, I bought it. It hit it and just completely rejected. So you're seeing it again. Look, Apple all week. If you guys want to like a quick thing you guys can do to get a sense of what's going on the markets, right? Type in Apple, see what it's doing. All right, it's a 15-minute chart. You could go to Microsoft, NVIDIA, MSFT. Okay, NVDA is a double bottom there. NVIDIA, double bottom. JP Morgan. Okay, JP Morgan's up at highs. Let's look at UNH. Okay, sweet. Healthcare is not doing so hot. Let's look at XOM. Oxy. Okay, so energy's doing pretty well today. Yeah, energy's up. All right, you could do like Lululemon down. We need to be short Lululemon, guys. I forgot. I think we could get it. We could start to get a little bit of a short on Lululemon, but that's already out the woodwork. That's already done. You have a little gap down here. I was thinking about this last night, getting short up here in front of that 450 level and seeing if we couldn't ride it back down to 436, and that's already taken away from us. It's already done it. Fuck, I forgot about that. So if you're ever curious about what the overall markets are doing, that's a quick way to scan. And then from there, you'll be able to, you know what I mean? You can always also use the indexes to help you out to figure out what sectors are going and which ones aren't. Like the Dow, it's just, you know, the Dow, the Qs. Are you sensing some divergence? Right? You know, you could even go to as far as like investing and stuff like that, looking at different like gold in different currencies, but that's a different book for a different day. Look at gold putting in a double top there. It looks like we might start to get some real bearish news. All right, you got gold, you got energy that's going up a little bit, but I mean, gold could hold. It doesn't usually do well at the end of the month, where, you know, it has there's little times when you have to watch when you're buying these things because of clearing houses and banks and shit. But I don't think that has too much of an effect. It might not. I don't know. But there's a rejection of the 50-day on gold. But what I was saying was the Qs, like the overall indexes, understanding where the Qs are in accordance to, you know, where each of them are and which one's leading and lacking. And you just arbitrage as in like if the markets are going higher and the Qs are leading, grab the Dow. It'll just follow it. And then it'll probably keep going higher after the Qs pull back. It'll just keep extending a little bit possibly. And then it'll be the Qs leading to the downside. You know, it doesn't always work like that, but you'll really start to get a sense for what sector of the markets today are going to lead to the upside and which ones are leading to the downside. And that's going to give you you know what I mean? You'll look at the index, you say, okay, cool, the Dow's leading to the upside, the Qs are weak. You know, I talk about this stuff all the time. You know, just for anybody that's here that hasn't heard it before or used it, like, look at the Qs. They're so weak. Follow them down with the SPY and whatever else. Dude, they're way past that level. Wow. The level I'm talking about is this here, that middle, that V there. Because if you look at the SPY is not even there yet. So that tells me what? That tells me chances are the SPY may be going down here to this gap. Right? Doesn't have to. Doesn't have to. But what I can do is look and find the leader and see what the leader's doing. The leader's down there too. Or not the leader, but the laggards are working down there too at that V. Alright? And they're starting to bounce. They're all starting to bounce off of this area. So, but see if they get rejected. Again, it's going to depend on NVIDIA earnings, I think. And again, NVIDIA can still do good. There is that option. They could blow out earnings and their stock could go from 600 to 1100. Will it? I don't know. Could it? Yes. The probability of it doing that, in my opinion, very unlikely. There's probably like a 20, 25, maybe a 30% chance of that happening. Let's look at ARK. ARKK. I need to look at Coinbase too. Damn, look at ARK. So ARK. So that's all. And that's why I do that, is I look to see, okay, you know, the Qs are down here, and if they just continue, then chances are I can look for the SPY to get down here, and, you know, I can just hang on that short and just ride it down with the Qs, and then they'll eventually meet. You'll have your divergence and you'll have your rotation. You know, when those technology names start getting bought back up again. Coinbase. Let's see here. Somebody's butt. Alright, so Coinbase got to our area too. I was looking for Coinbase to pull back down in here, and she did. I never got that trade on yesterday. You know, I'm kind of just going to be relaxing, just like I say, until, you get this report from NVIDIA, and let's just see if it does anything to the markets. There was one other name that I forgot about that I was watching, was Disney, by the way, guys. Look at Disney. So Disney has some nice room to the downside if she goes. All right, you're getting ready to get, you're coming down into that area. Look at it gapping down. I told you guys last week, 112, 113, I wanted to get short. I said it last week, and I completely forgot. I forget who it was. I thought I mentioned it on here. I know I did. I thought I was talking to somebody about it. So there's a trend that I'm identifying. See, it has not tested 109.75, but I think that's it. Like, it bounced back to re-solidified that it's going to reject it right here. It re-solidified 108 as a rejection point, guys. So, it doesn't, technically, by, I guess, regular market standards, there's nothing here holding your ass up. You get past 107, that's it. You're done. She done. So that's one name I'll be watching is Disney. And look, just like we said earlier, what did we say about entries and exits? You can use if you're looking for like a swing trade, find direction, right? Find that direction, and then look for the 15-minute 9 EMA to be your entry and exit. Like, you start to get it right here. Like, you get this downside move, right? You get that downside move, and what do? You bounce right into where? You bounced right into that yellow 9 EMA. Bang. All right, if you didn't enter there, bang. It gave you another try. Right there. If you didn't enter there, bang. It gave you 3. 4. I sound like Cat Williams there for a minute, right? 4 opportunities to get short right there. And what do? If you missed it, you get short again, right? Bang, right there. You get short again. If you're not sure yet, bang, right there. All right, we use that as an entry point. Entry, that's where our order is. Okay? Our order is technically right here, and at like, so you might not get filled because, like, my order might be at like 108.08. No. Sorry, guys. This, I need a new mouse. Desperately. I gotta go get one. I just gotta go to the store and go get one. But use those, and we do not get out until there's until you have profit, obviously. You want to manage risk by, like, if you're getting paid and you have like 10 contracts, 5 contracts, whatever. Take one off. It gives you the move, take one off. Gives you the move, take another off. Gives you the move. Okay, took a final off. Maybe you got one left. Right? Maybe you bought 4 contracts. You took 3 off. You leave one and you wait for that last one. What would take me out of this trade? The same thing that got me in. Almost. A break of the same thing that got me in, which would be me literally entering at 110.38 right here, right? What is that? 110.36, 110.30. Use that 9 EMA as an entry. That's what they're for. More so, use it with a lot of other indicators. If you have a bunch of indicators all joining together at one price or one level, it's telling you something. And the algorithms for institutions, that's what they do. They're buying there. They're buying off of anchored VWAP that lines right up with 110. I have the 9 EMA also meeting up at 110.20. VWAP, or, it's just like all these things at one area creates a buy trigger. What would create a sell trigger for me if I were to take that short? A crack above, right? We get up and we get, there's your 9 EMA right here, the yellow line. Right there, there's your yellow line. what I would do is on the break and close of that would say, okay, trade's over. We broke above it. It was resistance for 2 days. Right? We broke above it for 2 days, right? That's how my next trade is. This is exactly what I want to do with it. I want to stay in that trade until that 9 EMA breaks. And I tried it with Tesla today because I thought it would start to give us some continuation, but I got short. It couldn't hold it. And I got short and I just rode it all the way down. You know, I held it because it gave me enough profit that I couldn't justify letting go in case something happened. Yes, I will be. I was thinking about streaming their earnings call too. But yeah, I will be. We'll have it up. We'll have it up. We got it, baby. We got it. Let's see here. So that's kind of it, like in a little bit of insight to my next trade though. That is how my next trade's going to go. And I'm just frustrated. I'm like curious because you're going to see this a lot with like Dow names, or I think Disney's not in there. No, Walgreens. They took Walgreens out for Amazon. I want to put one of those trades on where you have the continuation and you kind of just like I want to put on a swing trade, and that's exactly how I want to do it. This is the type of trade that I want. That falls out of bed and it just rejecting VWAP, rejecting 9 EMA. You have a nice little double top there and then just falls out of bed. It fell out of bed today. Today it's down another 2%. So that's what I'm looking for. You know, going into the end of this week, going into next week. And it sucks because Disney, I forgot about it. And look, I said it last week. I know I did. I said, guys, I'm watching Disney. Double top up here. Tough resistance area on the daily chart. Sorry to be so loud. I didn't mean to shout. I had like this instinctive feeling that I, like, for some reason I was telling the future that, like, instinctively my mind was like, yo, 112, 112.50, get that short, get a couple weeks on it, and just hang on it. And I forgot about it. I flipping forgot about it. That would have been a nice trade. I don't know how well or not well Disney pays on its options, because it's been a while since I've traded it. So I'm not sure what those contracts do. So I can't tell you whether or not, like, you're going to get, like, 100% or, like, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's been a while, so. But I'm sure that would have gotten you something. That was a nice trade if you could have got that last week. So, yeah, inverse hammer candle. See, I'm not good with names of candles because that's just something I never was into or did. I'm going to get some coffee, guys. I know you guys are done hearing me talk. What do you guys want me to put up? You guys want me to put up the S&Ps, the Qs? I'm going to grab a cup of coffee real quick and use the restroom. I'm going to be at awe if Nvidia fucking comes out with like even if they come out with like a $5.85, $6 EPS, beat top bottom line, raise guidance, like just guns blazing, like we still here, you can't take us down. I was wanting to cuss while I said that, but I didn't, you know. Looking at 10 points, 0, don't want you to trade the last hour into your EPS. Don't have enough time for this stuff. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. It's not something I would, I wonder, you know what you might want to, what would be cool is to, just see what type of price action we get into the close. We still have an hour left, so. See what happens here. I'm going to watch Tesla. There's a few things I'm going to watch. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens here the last hour and what some of these names start to do. We may trade sideways. As exciting as it may feel, we may trade sideways because Nobody wants to do anything. Nobody wants to make any moves. I will give you guys another trade idea. Look at Boeing. Just so you guys know, Boeing's getting ready to break. It broke down off of this level today, and it's got room. It's got room to the downside. Look at that bear flag. That's a huge bear flag. Are you kidding me? Come on. Shit. I don't know where to start this trend line. I'm going to be completely honest. I feel like Talladega Nights. I don't know what to do with my hands. Alright, so you got a nice bull flag here. Alright, bear flag. Sorry, I do that a lot. I call something what it's not supposed to be. Is it? Nice job, Rap. I'll get back on that. But I wanted to show you guys, man, if things start to pop off here, you know, I don't know how to measure this. I could measure it from this move there, but man, I'm telling you right now, if things hit the fan, she done. She done. I think right there. Because I could. Come on. Yeah, right there. Look at that. Bang. All right. So you guys see what I'm saying with Boeing? If this thing keeps going, man, you just had another plane have to make an emergency landing because the wing, something on the wings got stuck. It's not good. Not good. And where does that take us? Again, this could take a while. Let's do this. Let's see what valuation this is. Let's see what price it is. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm trying to get, it's not going to let me. So, I know it's hard to believe, but that's a pretty nice support level. So that's a move to move. Let's see if it happens. Or, you could look for, I don't know where the upside would be right there. But that is the move of that, so. Let's just say NVIDIA better deliver. What the hell are you talking about? Listen to CNBC. I'm going to grab a cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
In that like whatever they do, even though it can be meaningful for AMD, it's a rounding error in the context of the size of the industry and in the context of what NVIDIA is likely to be delivering. And I think that gives you some feeling for the competitive environment as it stands today, right? You always need second sources and people be interested in that, but the vast majority of the dollars are going one way.
On the idea that, you know, as Wolf Research put out today, this I'm quoting from their note, Stace. Momentum is deteriorating in semis following a sustained overbought environment. Let's just say that NVIDIA better deliver. I mean, does the broader chips trade hinge on what happens in less than 1 hour?
It may, right? I mean,
no problem,
parts
brother.
Of the
Let's
chip
do it.
We've had other companies that have reported, like Analog Devices reported this morning, and like those kind of markets, like industrial and auto, are maybe a little separated from some of this, and they don't look.
I'll be right
good,
back.
Like from the guide was very weak, and that stock is up though today. Like the semiconductor investors in those spaces have been buying cuts. But I'd say for some of like the high flyers in the compute space, and maybe even outside of semis, like some of the other peripheral names. They're getting driven by this in some of the other more momentum names. Yeah, I mean, clearly, like it will have an impact one way or the other on those. I'm sure it will.
Brent, is that how you're thinking about this too? You're not just looking at NVIDIA. We don't even need to get into the ramifications for the mega cap trade in and of itself. I'm just thinking of semis, which, you know, I'm looking at the
Look,
Philadelphia
that line's
Semiconductor
right up.
Index is up 51% over 12 months. I mean, a lot of these stocks have been up a lot in a reasonably short period of time. It's been a rising tide. NVIDIA lifting a lot of boats, everyone else.
I think that this quarter, NVIDIA will continue to separate itself from not only the rest of the semiconductors, but also, I mean, the hyperscaler and the cloud service providers are spending billions of CapEx, of which NVIDIA is capturing the majority of it. And so I think that we're in such early innings here. If you go back and look at, you know, the cloud service providers in 2012, cloud was a tiny part of Microsoft's revenues back then, but it actually was able to monetize that, and now it's the majority. And right now, I think the challenge for investors is NVIDIA is like capturing all market share from a revenue perspective today. And I think there's a ton of speculation in a lot of these names that people are like betting on the come, betting on the future. And I think that's where you're going to see a lot of the air come out of the tire as NVIDIA actually delivers the goods, but the other companies really aren't. So I still think there's a ton of FOMO, a ton of speculation in other names outside of NVIDIA.
Down 10% or so, Josh, in a couple of days, this stock, to the points that have been made about, you know, maybe it's a good thing in some respects that the stock has been under a little bit of pressure going into the number rather than ramping even further ahead of the results. How do you view that?
I like that setup better. I don't love going into earnings at a max 6-month return, like of all time, and trading at an all-time record high. It really doesn't leave any room whatsoever for people to act rationally in almost any outcome. So I do agree, having the stock cool off a little bit, not just in terms of price, but looking at relative strength. You don't want your companies reporting earnings at an 83 RSI. To Bryn's point, and I think it's an important one of the parlor games we tend to play on Wall Street in the presence of a massive winner like an NVIDIA or even a second name like an AMD is who's next? Or what's the 2025 NVIDIA? How can I get ahead of that? And it almost never works. Like, it might be good for a trade, but NVIDIA is NVIDIA. And I think Stacy would probably agree with that statement. There are other great semi names. Broadcom's a good example. They actually grew earnings over the last 3 years at a faster CAGR than NVIDIA, the only one, 73%. But like, that's a very specific situation. I don't think what we want to do here is look at NVIDIA and then buy 10 more chip names and expect something similar. It's very unlikely. Even AMD, I think they've made the case that their new chips are going to be maybe better at training than NVIDIA's, but then NVIDIA will own inferencing. I've heard all of these things. I don't believe that that's the reality on the ground. I think they're just theories that investors are using to justify higher and higher multiples. I'd love to hear Stacy's take on that, though, because I think it could probably save people a lot of heartache and aggravation.
Stacy?
I'm sorry, what was the question, like in terms of where the multiples are going?
Do you believe the story that AMD's got this specialization going in training and maybe NVIDIA will own
So what
inference?
AMD said actually is not training. They said that they think they're better in inference, and they've been pointing particularly to latency.
Do you believe
Training,
that
they
story?
said they're parity, although like if you look at some of the things that they always cherry pick these. Everybody does. I'm not knocking AMD. Like people cherry pick these benchmarks. Like I said, I think that the best thing to do is to look at, like I said earlier, where the dollars going, like how many dollars are going where. That tells you what people want to spend money on. Like the vast majority of the dollars are going to NVIDIA.
Right.
It doesn't mean that you don't need a second source, and again, AMD is capturing some of that, and they have, to their credit, they've got a reasonably credible roadmap with
We're
reasonably
right around the
credible
corner
products on it, and they've got some other players
from
in
this
the space
market
where,
picking
like,
a
they don't
direction.
even have that, and so AMD
It's
does
kind of just now hitting
again,
me.
the bulk of the dollars right now.
I gotta
are
be
going in that
honest.
direction.
It's just now
How do you
hitting
feel,
me.
Stacy, about the current multiple of NVIDIA, which is a topic of broad conversation, obviously?
It's cheap.
Tomorrow's gonna be a
it's
good-
low 30s. If
I
you
might-
believe the
I
consensus
feel like I
numbers,
should've-
and by the way, those numbers probably go up
Well,
tonight,
listen to this.
presumably, right? Like I said, it's the cheapest of all of them. AMD, if you look at like sort of the general kind of AI semi names that are thrown out there, AMD is the most expensive. Marvell is Intel is even right now more expensive than NVIDIA is. Broadcom's a little cheaper. I like Broadcom too. It's got its own story around some of the stuff. But I don't think the multiple is egregious at all. Like everybody talks about NVIDIA as like it's expensive, and they tend to look trailing. You have to look forward, like not backwards. And on a forward basis, the stock is way cheaper than it's been in a long time. Like it's not.
It's an 88 trailing multiple, but it's 25
Right.
on the next 4 quarters.
The problem, though, Bryn, is
Josh Brown's
look
like,
at
what
the
the
multiple. They just have a problem with the fact that the stock has gone up so much. They have a problem with the price. And the way that the price has gone up almost
Dude,
unabated
shit's about
is
to get
just
real.
startling to some
we're moments
who
away.
maybe can get around the multiple, but say, oh my gosh, the stock just, there was that period of time where it just seemingly went up almost every day.
I know, but like I've said this so many times. First of all, PE is a horrible metric to use over like 1 year period, because once again, it just tells you nothing really. But I think what people are missing is the E has gone up actually the E has gone up more than the P, because the stock has gotten cheaper over the last year. And so I think that
so.
this has
Forward
all
PE
been
on
so
AMD is
just, like,
31. Forward
unique
PE.
that I really haven't
Oh
seen
no,
a
AMD
stock
is
in a long
53.
time
Wow.
that has had this type of return in 1 year,
I
really
knew-
2 years.
I
But
knew
the E has
AMD was
actually
a
gone
little
up
witch.
commensurate with that. Usually you get the P is
Look,
much more
AMD is
ahead of the
flat
E.
as can be,
This has
baby.
not been that case. And so I think the price is just ignore the price and just look at the overall scenario. And this is like
I
one of
wish
those
I could
interesting names that is growing
just
just gangbusters
pin
and
this
continues
up on
that
there, but I
34
can't.
PE, which
I don't
is
know
what
how, at
Bloomberg
least.
shows right now. That is not expensive even remotely for the type of growth and moat that they have currently.
Let's just say, Josh, there's an upset. Doesn't have to be a Palo Alto-like upset, but what kind of floor do you think
Shave. I
is
gotta
under
get a
this name?
haircut.
Given everything that Stacy said and the way you feel and Bryn feels about the stock, the thought that any upset here in the stock price, dip buyers are going to come right in a hurry.
That's what I think. So, and
think
I'm
I'm
not
gonna
saying
put
people
the
should
SPY up.
jump into
Sorry,
earnings
guys.
ahead of time based on this. But I would be surprised if they have a great quarter. I would not be surprised if they have a great quarter. There's some sort of knee-jerk lower because some or other algorithm picks up on something that maybe wasn't
Look at
as
that
good as what they
bounce.
had programmed into their
Great
own
job, dude.
expectations. And then that were to trigger some sort of narrative that
job.
something's wrong. And then by midday tomorrow, we're
Good
talking
job,
about the
Wiz.
stock going green after opening at a gap down. Like, I could totally envision that scenario happening. And that actually fits really well with the history of NVIDIA. And I went through this yesterday on the air with you, Judge, but let's all keep in mind, I know that there's a very big move being priced in by the options market right now, but truthfully, the last 2 reports, one day was -2%, the other day was +3%, which means a lot of the betting activity is taking place in advance of the print, not just on the heels of the print. And so it's not in the stars that we're destined to see this massive rally or sell-off. You might not get that.
How would you, Stacy, view the potential floor into the stock, dip buyers, and how you judge the overall price action in how this may trade post-earnings?
Yeah, I mean, I always joke sometimes, like, you could probably hand me the earnings report right now. I'm not sure I could tell you what the stock would do, like, post earnings in the aftermarket. It's one of those. And, like I said, it tends to move on, like, how did they sound? Like, how bullish were they? Like, did they give us any incremental color, like, going forward, rather than the numbers themselves? Because the numbers should be fine, right? In terms of talking about like a floor on the stock, it kind of depends. Like if it goes down, it sort of depends on why, right? Because then you start to wonder, like, what is the narrative? Is there something that breaks the narrative, or is there not? Like, if there's nothing that breaks the narrative, I don't think that it probably, it's like I said, if it's 30 times earnings now, like the trough multiple for this stock when things are good is not that much lower than that.
I love it.
Stacey,
Clearly, if the narrative breaks, then yeah, you have a big problem. But I don't think we're anywhere near something like that at this point.
Stacey, you said, quote, at this point,
Oh,
China
shit. I
is
really
out
thought
of the
she was
model.
gonna start to hold.
Anything
Yeah.
from China is upside. Is that an example of something that they could say where they're re-engaged and they're back in the Chinese market and they have resolved some of the issues? Do you see that as like a meaningful example where people could get shocked and say, oh, wait, look, China's back? Or do you think it's not that big of a deal?
I mean, it just depends. So China is out of the numbers right now in the sense that they can't ship anything yet. They have new products that they're developing for the China market. I think it's an open question how many of them they will sell. The problem is that they were forced, due to the sanctions, to very much haircut the performance of those products.
Right.
And there are like local products in China that, at least on paper, have better performance because they're not constrained by those same kinds of thresholds. At the same time, you have software compatibility and everything else with the NVIDIA parts that may make it easier. So you get some uptake, but I don't know how much we will get. However, there's nothing in there now. It's like whatever they get would be upside. And I'd love it if they could sort of, at someone size for us, how much is China? China used to be 20%, give or take, of their data center revenues.
Be quick.
Like, what is it now? Or like, where do
Yep.
they expect that to be like at the end of the year? Like, that might be something that they could shape for us potentially.
Two quick things, one from Josh, one from Bryn. The mega cap trade.
Yeah.
We've talked about the chips, what's riding on it. How should investors in these stocks feel going into this number? Perilous position? Okay?
Well,
What do you think?
Well, I think the big thing is that all of the other mega caps have already reported, and the street has
Just
largely
looking at,
liked
like,
what they
some
heard.
levels
I
and
know
stuff.
Microsoft and Alphabet didn't get the warmest reception on the heels of their reports, but they've since gained back.
I wish I could
most
thumbnail
of that
it, guys.
loss.
I'm sorry.
Amazon is now a Dow component. Hallelujah. So they seem to like almost kind of not be reliant on NVIDIA from a sentiment perspective. However, you do have a lot of overlap in terms of the story that we're telling about all of these companies. The growth is going to come from AI, and they all need to buy and sell from each other. So there is that interrelatedness, and I don't think that will be completely ignored if there's a huge reaction in NVIDIA in either direction.
Bryn, lastly to you,
Yeah,
same question, but quick, please.
Apple looks weak on
Yeah,
the
I
chart.
would wait,
Microsoft
Wiz.
starting to look
I
weak
would wait.
as well.
Like I said,
Meta looks good. So
I feel
think
like
you're
you don't
continuing to
have
see
anything
dispersion,
there.
and you will
That's some
continue to see
nice
dispersion
volume
within
here.
these names.
All right, guys, I appreciate it very, very much. Stacy, thank you. You're going to be busy, and these folks are going to be, I don't know, it's going to be a little nerve-wracking when these numbers hit. And as I said, 40 minutes or so. Stacy Rascon, Bryn Talkington, Josh Brown, of course, thanks so much for being here with me here. Let's send it to Kate Rooney now for a look at the biggest names moving into the close. Kate?
Hey there, Scott. Yeah, let's start with Teladoc.
I didn't
Out
know
with
her
disappointing
name
quarterly
was,
results and some mixed
Talkington.
guidance. The online healthcare company posted a smaller than expected loss, but revenue missed. Its BetterHelp segment, which includes virtual therapy, was flat, and the yearly revenue guidance was disappointing as well. And then a gloomy outlook over at SolarEdge is hitting shares. As KeyBank analysts put it, the solar company's results and commentary, quote, call for a longer road to recovery than peers have discussed. Stock's down about 70% over the past year as demand for solar panels gets hit by higher rates. There's also been this shakeup to California's rooftop solar incentives and a drop in European demand. Scott, back over to you.
All right, Kate, appreciate that. Kate Rooney, we're
I
just
think
getting
that might
started
be the
here. Up
high
next,
we could
former
be
Dallas Fed
buying
President
on
Robert Kaplan is with us. We'll get his first reaction to today's
on
Fed
solar
minutes.
names,
Bond
guys.
option, too, is
If
pretty
especially
sloppy.
if rates are going to go a
Find
bit
out whether
higher.
he
And
thinks the recent hot inflation
just don't think they
reports
will,
have shaken
though.
up the Fed's rate cut calculus. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange.
I don't
You're
think
watching
rates will
Closing
go
Bell
that much
on
higher.
CNBC.
Gosh, I'm so excited. I am. I'm excited for these earnings. TDOC, okay. Yeah, it's not. It's whatever. All right, Teladoc. Solar names, they all bounced. Okay. Again, none of that even matters. FSLR. None of it matters because, like, look at that. That could be a nice area. Right there on FSLR, you got a nice little double bottom there. Double top. Oh man, hold up. Let me put this on my other computer over here. These are my favorite. I've told you guys about these pennants when they take all day, when they form up all day. Usually when you get the SPY to do it, it's the best. You know what? Let me do it right here. Let me see here. I got it right here.
Capstar Financial Holdings on February 20th, Board of Governors of Federal Reserve System approved company merger with Old National.
Okay.
Office of Comptroller of Currency approved for bank merger. That is ONB and CSTR, Oscar November Bravo, and Charlie Sierra Tango.
Oh, come on.
Across the board today, headed for their third straight decline for stocks. Yields are higher and took another leg up after a pretty sloppy bond auction midday. The Fed also releasing the minutes from its latest meeting about an hour ago. Our senior economics reporter Steve Leisman joining us now with the juicy details. And they were pretty juicy, Steve.
Yeah, juicy and hawkish, if we could mix a couple metaphors. Those minutes show most officials were concerned, Scott, about inflation turning hotter and concerned about cutting rates too quickly, even before the January upside inflation surprise that the government reported a couple weeks later. And the minutes emphasize the risk of cutting rates too quickly.
It just doesn't work. Just doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Or download the app.
All right, welcome back. We're red across the board today,
I
headed
mean,
for their
unless you
third
just
straight
use
decline
the
for
bottom
stocks.
here.
Yields are higher and took another leg
Just
up
get a
after a
little
pretty
tired
sloppy bond auction midday. The Fed also releasing the minutes from its latest meeting about an hour ago. Our senior economics reporter Steve Leisman joining us now with the juicy details. And they were pretty juicy, Steve.
Yeah, juicy and hawkish, if we could mix a couple metaphors. Those minutes show most officials were concerned, Scott, about inflation turning hotter and concerned about cutting rates too quickly, even before the January upside inflation surprise that the government reported a couple weeks later. The minutes emphasized the risk of cutting rates too quickly, showed concerns about inflation progress potentially stalling, said there was upside inflation risk in stronger demand and loosening financial conditions, and in geopolitical risks that could undo the progress from the supply chains normalizing. Only a handful of committee members staked out what you could even call dovish positions.
If
that
that's
showed
too loud, you
greater
guys just
concern
let me
for
know.
economic downturn.
You know,
but none
also.
appeared to argue for near-term rate cuts. The chance of that May rate cut now trading at the lowest probability of the year, just 32%, with more confident bets now on rate cuts centered on June and July. Officials said it would be appropriate, this was the one dovish part of this whole thing, to begin discussion of slowing and ending the balance sheet reduction at the next meeting. That's the one
I
coming
wonder
up in
if
March.
these
But
names
a
are
few
good
said,
to
you know what,
buy
this
long
balance sheet
term.
runoff may continue for some time,
Nope.
even after the Fed begins cutting interest rates. If the Fed was this hawkish
Got that
before
answer
the poor
pretty
January
quick.
inflation data, there seems little doubt that their positions have hardened since. They all note, many of them note considerable inflation progress, but it doesn't look like it's motivated them, Scott, to take any policy action in response to that progress.
Yeah, because they feel like they have some insurance policy in their back pocket called a stronger
Oh, it's the
economy.
car.
Steve, I appreciate that
The car
very
hit me.
much. That's Steve Leisman, our senior economics reporter. For more reaction, let's bring in Robert Kaplan. He's the former Dallas Federal Reserve president. Robert, it's good to have you on our program. Thank you for being here.
Sorry.
Good to see you, Scott.
Steve perfectly
Good to see
summed
you,
it up.
Scott.
So some were concerned that inflation
Yo, my boy
progress
works for
could
the
stall. Do you share those concerns?
Feds, or like not the Feds,
Yes,
but
I do. I think
Secret Service
if I were
or
sitting at the
something,
Fed,
like-
I'd want to see more evidence that this inflation improvement is going to continue. And the reason that I'd be
What's up
very
with that man?
cautious
Why you act-
is
there's something about you.
substantial amount of fiscal spending.
Something about you, my friend.
Inflation Reduction Act spending, Infrastructure Act, unspent ARPA money. I think while monetary policy
I'm
is
gonna
very
put in a
restrictive,
question
fiscal
real quick
policy
in the
is very
chat if y'all
stimulative.
want to answer
and
it.
so
that'd be
I
cool.
would be on guard about that if I were at the Fed.
How much more
Let's see,
evidence is warranted before
down.
they actually make that first move to cut rates? They've already suggested that they're
Retest
going
holding
to
into
cut
the close.
before
Stop at low
inflation
day.
gets down to target anyway. What's the magic evidence or the magic number that allows Jay Powell
Riding
to
them
do that?
things. I see why. I can't blame you.
They're expecting
Buy low,
continued
sell high. I
disinflation
don't
on
blame you,
goods,
Liz. I don't
even
blame
with
you.
the supply chain issues in the Middle East. The sector I'd be watching, and I'm sure they're watching, is the service sector, where
Yeah,
inflation's been
exactly.
sticky.
When he-
I don't think you need to see
There was,
a lot of improvement, but you need to see
was
the numbers
something about the
heading
way
in the
he
right
just, like, was
direction.
like, "Hi,
and I think the
Scott."
fear would be you
what
could
the
even
fuck is
see
up
a
with this mother-
backup in inflation here in the near term. And so I don't think you need to see a lot of improvement. You just need to see the numbers not going backwards.
You couldn't
feel like they almost have a conundrum, on their
He-
hands, and
he-
part of what
they couldn't. What he
suggest in
couldn't
the
do.
minutes
Here's my
today,
point.
Some saw inflation
He couldn't just say,
risks.
"Hey, Scott, how you doing today?"
premise there being
Hi,
the
Scott.
economy remains now.
You just had to be weird, didn't you? Your old white ass had to be weird, didn't you? You just had to make shit weird and talk real low and creepy like. You can't just be like, hey, what's up, Scott? How you doing? Thanks for having me today.
It's a real
Nope.
delicate needle thread.
Couldn't do that. It's too hard. It's too hard to do
and
that.
so getting down to the low
Because it was real
threes
creepy the way
was
he
always
started
gonna
that
be,
conversation.
I think, very doable.
If you guys
The
didn't hear
issue
it,
is how
oh,
do you
damn
get
right,
from the
go
low
Wiz.
threes down into the twos. And,
Get him, bro. Hell yeah, dude.
The issue for the Fed is
Heck yeah.
what,
Let's
what
go,
they,
dude.
What they don't want to do is start lowering rates
Damn right.
and then have negative reports where they have to stop or even go backwards. But
Well,
the reality
that
is
may or may
there's
not
likely to be room to
I want to hear
cut.
what he says here. Because this is, I
But
was talking
think
about
it's
this earlier.
Dicier when you have this size of fiscal stimulus. I don't think it's being talked about nearly enough. The amount of fiscal stimulus being pumped into the economy.
Oh, it is.
In these
I just talked
major
about it to the
projects
crew.
around the country, which
I
are
just
the
said we
type of
could
stimulus
probably
you
stay here at
typically
5
do,
for a while, and it may not even affect
post-recession,
us.
Not pre-recession, and I think that's what they're dealing with.
Well, but in part because of that, you don't think we're going to have a recession. I know that soft landing.
Here's
seems
the
to be
biggest thing I'm going to
the
say.
prevailing thought
Pump
for many
it,
at this
exactly.
point. You share that.
Here's the biggest thing I'm going to say for
I do.
anybody out there that's
as
listening.
long as you remember,
The
we're
one
running-
thing they're not telling you guys, for anybody that's new or anything, like all this Fed talk, recession talk, it don't matter. You don't need a recession for stuff to start happening. What could happen is that the banks, once again, could start having problems if they do not bring federal Fed funds rate down. Okay? Because you're already seeing it. You just, even with the program, you're seeing how many of these banks that have commercial loans on them, right? That one or two loans makes up pretty much the whole balance sheet, or dwarfs their balance sheet, right? They have two big loans on there that could take them out. But more importantly, deposits. Remember, guys, deposits. When people take money out of the banks, whether it's investors, you and I, you put that in where? Your brokerage. You put that in the stocks. You buy bonds. You put that money to work because you have been taught the banks do not pay you. So you do not keep your money in there. And the money that you do keep in there, you probably only use it because you have a mortgage, or you're going to use the bank because you're looking to lend, right? You're looking to borrow. I'm sorry. So the problem is that if rates stay too high, you will have a banking issue and banks will collapse if rates are not down to that 3.5, 4, 4.2, 2.5. I don't know the number, but it's got to be down to, I'd say, at least 3.5 to say, okay, we don't, for the Fed to take away the bank term lending program, right? For the Fed to say, we don't need to provide you liquidity. So instead of providing them liquidity, they gotta give them rates that are lower at a rate that they can operate for like 5, 10, 15 years or whatever, and start slowly bringing rates up to adjust for times and plan ahead. Because in 2018 they planned ahead, and guess what happened? COVID happened, and they all got screwed. They did what the Fed said, and the Fed didn't see COVID coming, right? But they could still, again, I guess in college you learn how to do things the right way. You know, you prepare for worst case scenario. Worst case scenario happened. They weren't prepared. But even if they were prepared, that does not stop money from leaving banks. The banks need money at the end of the day, especially if they want to, give out loans, and like they just do, right? More companies are requiring direct deposit anyway to work with banks. Not to work with them, they just do it. It makes it easier on the business. So you have to open up a bank account, and your check goes right to the bank. But when your check goes to the bank, you take all that and you digitally move it, right? Like I hope you would. So that's the problem that nobody's talking about. Everybody's talking about a recession. No, you need to worry about the banking system. That is the problem. That is the culprit that no one seems to be talking about. So I just wanted to let you guys know that. Great job. Clap it up for Wiz on a hell of a good trade. What a fucking monster of a trade, baby. Great job, dude. You just took that whole move from the morning, or not from the morning. You just took that everything we did today, you just got it back in 10 minutes. Great job, bro. That was sick. That was really nice. That was really, really nice, man. He gave all of us that right in our laps, by the way. He was commenting the whole time. He's saying, guys, I'm going long. 49.6. You can look at ES and line it up with the SPY. So, that was a sick trade. That was sick. That was nice. Yeah, this area 494, I was like, I mean, I don't know. I didn't look. But that's all. I did want to just say that because I don't think, like, I think you're hearing too much of recession and not what's really, like, at play here. And that's banks. The Fed has to lower rates, not because of people in a recession, because the banks cannot operate at 5% rates. We're seeing it. You're seeing them get liquidity, and there's still, some of these banks are saying, yeah, we might have some problems here, right? So that's what that comes down to. So I'm not worried about a recession. If we get one, cool. But I think the bigger problem is the banks. And I don't know why nobody's talking about it. Like, does common sense leave when we go on CNBC? Like, he talks like he knows it all and didn't say anything about the banks. And say, you know, people are talking way too much about a recession. The real talk is the banks. That was a sick trade, man. Great job on that, bro. Great job on that. That was really nice. That was really nice. What a great way to end your day, Wiz. What a... You know, and remember this too, man. When you get a day like this that has such low volume all day, not really hard. It's not too hard to take that move back. So that was a sick move. I don't know if you would save that chart or not, Wiz, and you know, kind of remember, hey, we get a pullback and we have a day with low volume and it's flat and it starts, you know, grinding down at the end of the day. See if you can do that same trade again. This is what I mean by, like, a lot of people don't go back over their trades. They think, like, going back over, it's like, okay, I entered here, I exited here, this is what I thought. Yeah, it's that, but you can look at it in a different perspective. Like, this was an A+ setup. Well, what about the setup made it really good? Well, all day we had no volume, and then we come in right at the end of the day with a bunch of volume, so it makes it a lot easier to take all that move back. So I would remember this setup. We come in with a down day on a Monday. You could add that if you want. You know, you come in with a down day. We open up, you know, not at lows, not at where we closed, but we just, you know, we right in between. We traded sideways. We start to pull back on low volume, and then bang, we take it all back. Yes. Yes, the morning was dead. Again, I'm telling you, Wiz, remember this. Remember this setup. I guarantee you're going to see it again. After today is done, I'm saving this chart. Because it makes sense why it would work. Because you don't have much stopping you to go higher. You don't have any, because there wasn't no volume. Right? There wasn't no volume. You kind of just chopped around and just kind of like sold off and then bang. And, you know, everything between the RSI. And I told you, like I said, the hourly chart was telling you to go long. Everything was a bit oversold. You still got room on the hourly chart. So, I think that you might be pressing your luck after this. You know, I think we finished right about where we opened. So, if you haven't taken profit, I know you have. Again, also, I don't know how much time that you're looking for. Like, if you're looking for a couple days, if it was a day trade, you know. To me, this was a scalp. People think a scalp is like this idea that they got to be seconds in and seconds out. Like, no. Like, technically, to me, that's kind of a scalp, right? You're catching a move. Yeah, sweet. Good stuff. I figured you did. It's some people don't do it enough. And even just, you know, just knowing the setup that was at hands. Like this chart, I can't explain it. Like, you got the bounce and you had no volume all day, so there's nothing stopping you to go to go higher. Now you got a little bit of resistance up here. Chances are it might break it. You might start getting some shorts and, you know, because there's just no volume. But I wouldn't, you know. I'd be taken there, that's for sure. What did Tesla do? Dude, it's still gonna go. The SPY is still gonna go. You dirty dog. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. She's still gonna go. You can see it. The SPY still wants to go. I mean, you got a lot. No, you don't. Dude, you have nothing stopping you here, bro. You could probably work your ass up to 498. She wants to go. I'm telling you. That's a nice hold. She's going to try and go, bro. At least it would not surprise me if you just start, like, just, you know, closing higher. It's just like, zoom, 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 zoom. Damn right. That's awesome. Oh, good. Yeah, I know. I seen you comment that. That was awesome. That was a nice setup. I wish I could have taken it with you, but I just... I kind of just wasn't really... you know, I just... It's not... I guess, you know, maybe I didn't have enough confidence in your trade. I don't know. You know? That's my fault. There it is. And look, there it is. That's what I was waiting for. That bid that just boom, 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 boom. And it just starts popping higher. There it is. On low volume. That's it. That's sick. I'd be taking it there because the volume... Nope, volume's still going. Yo, you have nothing, bro. You have nothing until 497, 498. What a move. Now I got to figure out, am I going to try and take a long now? Or how do I play this? How much time do we have? We got 15 minutes. Because I want access to this NVIDIA earnings. Like, I don't want like NVIDIA itself. But like, I'd like to like put myself in something that, like, whether we get an up or down move in either directions, if the market decides to move off of, like, not necessarily a black swan event, but really good or really bad news. Yeah, the market turned around. Market's turned around. You could probably get the Qs. You'd have to see who's in the lead. I mean, you'd probably have to see who's in the lead, but you can see... IWM, the Dow. Dude, you rarely ever see the SPY in the lead. The SPY is leading right now. The Dow is below this area. The Qs are below it. The IWM is below it. I think this is the first time I've really ever seen or paid attention to the S&P 500 in the lead. That's very rare. I think it's just like it's taking time for the Qs to start getting up. I think you're just starting to get some rotation there, guys. You could start to see technology start to lead the end of the week. They were down in the beginning. Let's see what happens. Let's see if that comes true. Let's see if that happens. It's kind of what it feels like is going on right now. Maybe I might put on like a small like snow long. This might be a stupid idea, but let's see here. Man, I don't like playing Snowflake because it trades so dumb. I don't even have my stuff. Hold on.
by the fact that they would represent a team or a league, so saying that they're sort of more agnostic here. Now, they also say it will show betting odds, which users can turn off, but it will not allow users to bet through this app. This builds on Apple's investments in sports rights. It bought rights to Major League Baseball and Major League Soccer, and it added sports journalism to its news app, and it does feature sports-related documentaries on Apple TV+. So now Apple's expected to make a bid for NBA streaming games. When those rights come up for grabs, the negotiation should start.
I can't believe I didn't have my stuff on me.
Scott?
All right, Julia, big news. Thank you, Julia Boorstin. Still ahead, the toughest test yet for the AI trade, when NVIDIA reports earnings in overtime in a little more than 15 minutes. We'll talk about what's at stake, the key numbers you need to watch. We'll do it next. But first, quick message as CNBC celebrates Black Heritage.
We often talk in our community about keeping it real. I, for one, want magic. You see, magic is what Black history is all about. It's about celebrating people who achieved magical feats. Our ancestors did not focus on their reality. Instead, they dared to dream and then acted on those dreams. During this Black History Month, our community, particularly our young people, should commit to making magic.
Let's go. All right. Dude, it's been giving me these weird little, like, whatever that painter's called. There's paintings of, like, mountaintops and stuff. So what I'm thinking right now is I'm trying to think in my mind, what are some names that look here, let's go to the heat map then, because it looks like the Qs are trying to pop back into the lead, and technology starting to like take back the move that it gave back. Again, that could all change with NVIDIA. So it's like, am I getting sucked into trying to get some of these tech names that are in the Qs? And am I getting sucked into them only to get it on? You know what I mean? I don't want to get it on. PYPO. No. Trash. Disney. Man, Disney was such a great short, man. I can't believe I forgot about it. That's frustrating. So again, the reason I'm doing this is because I feel like, or I'm not doing it, I gotta find it first. The Qs. Alright. Qs. SPY. See, the SPY is hanging out up at the top. The Dow. So the SPY is actually leading, which is crazy. ARK. Not as MNTM. Momentum. No. No. I want momentum. I don't know. No, that's not it. All right. Okay. DNG. Poop. GM. All right. So there goes Apple. Did Apple break above that level from yesterday? AAPL. Alright, I'm not going to have enough time. Right here under semis. Right there. Where is NVIDIA listed on the S&P? Sorry. Sorry, I didn't see your comment. Oh, S&Ps. I'm sorry. Right there. It's a nice big weighting. So you can see the shift, right? From energy, you can see it. You know, it's like the market's trying to turn around. I don't know if maybe I should... Maybe I need to try to go to the banks. Maybe I'll try for my JP Morgan and try to get that breakout off of that level in JP Morgan. But again, I don't know if that's where I want to be. Yup, look at JP Morgan. Still strong as a dog. Fucking dog, man. That thing is a monster. It never gave me the pullback that I wanted. Still watching for it. I mean, again, if it just hangs out, you know, it doesn't really have to pull back. You get that rally, it consolidates, and then moves up. You know, it moves higher. This could be it. This could be the breakout. It got taken back before. I don't have much confidence that it is, but it could be. You could come in and get a nice little gap up. But you also could come in with a gap down. Wow. SPY. Alright, so I have a 15-minute chart up. I'm gonna put up the valuary and see what it looks like here. I can pretty much use it without it and kind of have an idea. We should be right in the middle. Okay. All right, we got room, guys. You got room right to 500. The higher you go, the less you have stopping you. So again, don't get excited. Okay, don't get excited. Oh, I missed it. Okay, well, you still have NVIDIA earnings, so I would wait. Let's look and see when NVIDIA earnings come out exactly. I know, that's what I say. Wiz, there was nothing stopping you, bro. There's nothing stopping it. It's crazy. That's a big trade, bro. That's sick. Come on, switch to the arrow. I hate when this thing does that to me. All right, what time is NVIDIA earnings? Yeah, that's fucking sick, bro. Look at that. It's a massive move. Massive move. I gotta clap it up for you. That's a nice trade, bro. That was a good call. That entry does not get perfect. You know, when I was looking at it, I'm looking at all the like time frames, and I'm like, bro, this looks like a really good setup. I can't blame you, but I just can't do it. I just can't do it because I don't see where the support is other than that area. And then once it broke, you know, I was sitting here talking and all that other stuff. You know, you did put in a nice double bottom, and what it did was it tried to shake everybody out. Bang. Huge. I knew it. Dude, as soon as you were sitting up here, I'm like, bro, this thing could just keep things. I don't think it's done. because you can tell when something's going, what it, you know, you can kind of tell when like it's tired and it's had enough if you watch it closely. All right, my headphone is dying. I gotta put my right one in. Rivian. So Rivian reports today, guys, too. So that's good to know, because that'll give us some plays for tomorrow. Like, there's still some opportunities out there. Yes. Let's throw up NVIDIA for the people.
Of cash burn is softening up a little bit, and then there's the 2024 guidance, and what's crucial here is the number that they are forecasting, either in terms of production or in terms of guidance. I can tell you that the street is expecting 66,000 vehicles to be delivered this year. They delivered 51,000 last year, produced a little over 57,000. So those are the key numbers to look at.
I got y'all. I got you guys. We're going to do this right.
By the way, Scott, don't forget, must-see interview tomorrow morning on Squawk Box. Rivian founder and CEO R.J. Scaringe. We'll be talking with him not only about the Q4 results, but more importantly, where they are heading into 2024, as they have a lot of big things coming up here, preparing for R2 production over the next couple of years.
All right, Phil, we look forward to that. Thank you very much. Phil LeBeau covering Rivian. Bob Pisani joining me now. S&P's gone positive. The Dow's gone positive. All S&P sectors are positive except for tech, which is modestly negative. NVIDIA's lower, Microsoft's lower, Meta's lower, but Amazon, Tesla, Alphabet, Apple has now turned green too.
It's broad, and a healthcare rally too. It's just a fairly broad rally, but tech is just below break even here. I just want to show you. People like to believe stocks trade on individual merits, but this is very momentum driven. Look what Palo Alto Networks has been doing to the cybersecurity sector today. I mean, the big names here are Zscaler, CrowdStrike, and Palo Alto Networks. They are 25% of most of these big cybersecurity ETFs. When they're down like this, it just takes out the entire sector. Cloudflare as well. Take a look at Bug.
3 might be
This is
too
a big
much.
cybersecurity ETF. There's a bunch of these that are out there, but it's been down recently. Look, it's down 7% today. That's because it's 25% Palo Alto, Zscaler, and CrowdStrike.
Great job today. Great job, Wiz.
Palo Alto's not bouncing at all. In some of these stocks that have bounced and turned into the green, Palo Alto's down almost $105, more than 28%. So let's ask you.
That was so loud. I'm sorry.
What's hitting on NVIDIA is whether or not they can continue to show that they're going to be trading for roughly what they're trading for now, which is 30 times forward estimates. So take a look. I just want to put up the VanEck Semiconductor ETF, SMH. You want to see how big these stocks have become. NVIDIA, this is the biggest ETF semiconductor. This is the one everybody talks about.
SMH.
NVIDIA is 25% of this right now. So as NVIDIA goes, so goes
Come on.
NVIDIA's been down the last 2 days, and so has the VanEck Semiconductor ETF. And look today, Taiwan Semi, Broadcom, AMD, these are the biggest stocks there. They're all down. So as long as they can continue to show.
All right, I'm going to turn up.
Grow commensurately with their stock price.
I'm turning up the squawk, so when it comes out, you guys can hear it.
Bob Pisani, thank you very much. Oh man, it is almost game on for NVIDIA. I'll see you tomorrow. Can't wait to see what happens in a few minutes in overtime with Morgan and John.
We got to come back for the major indices. The Dow and the S&P ending in the green near the highs. The NASDAQ still a bit negative. Well, that's the scorecard on Wall Street. But now, winners stay late for NVIDIA earnings. And today we're coming to you live from our new studio here at CNBC's global headquarters. Welcome to Closing
All right.
John Fort with Morgan Brennan.
We have a very
Moment of truth here in a couple minutes, baby. Make sure that little yellow circle, or that little red make sure the video that you're watching, make sure that motherfucker is all the way forward so you do not miss when this stuff comes out. All right? Push that little red dot. Move it on over to the right.
That was our panel as we await NVIDIA. Joining us now is Barbara Duran of BDA Capital Partners, Gil Luria from D.A. Davidson.
Churchill
and Patrick
Downs,
Moore, head of Moore
86
Insights and Strategy. Pat,
cents.
I'm going to go straight to you as we talk about NVIDIA. The scale of what we're talking about, the data center business is the one that has AI in it. It's the one that's just been ripping. The question is,
yeah, a little bit.
75% revenue growth year over year. How high above $17 billion in revenue are we going to get? When's the last time we saw something like this in a stock?
I mean, it's been a long time. Let's go
been
back
a
to
long
dot-com
time.
era when
Shouldn't have left
Cisco
you.
Was the greatest appreciating stock out there, but no, this is somewhat unprecedented given the amount of it. I do believe that NVIDIA is going to beat expectations, but the question is, will it be enough on the data center side to satisfy investors?
Sun runs out.
Probably not, because of the expectations are just so
Not that we care.
But we said that before, Barb.
Yeah.
I've said that before, I should
Yeah.
say, and the stock has continued.
Really, to everybody.
push
Listen,
higher.
I gotta tell you guys the truth. This lady here, this old lady, I don't know why I got a crush on her little nerdy ass. I don't know why. I'm just
That was
saying,
down
I don't know
nearly
why.
30%.
She's not a nerd. I'm just saying. I don't know. I just think, you know what I mean? When she was younger, she's probably cool.
Part of the reason why the Nasdaq still ended down.
I don't know,
security
Wiz.
names were the worst
It looks
performers in
like.
the Nasdaq 100.
Let's see here.
Right. Well, I think Palo Alto is
It says
considered
4
the leader
p.m.
in
Central Time. No, that's the
cybersecurity,
earnings
for
call.
many good reasons. So when they blew up, basically,
It's got to
they
be.
cut their guidance
Let me see if I
severely.
can.
It wasn't
Let
just
me
a
see if I
percentage
can
or two. That
get it.
affects all of them because if they're the best and they're cutting guidance, even though some of these other names they've already reported and their guidance was okay. You know, it probably means it's a
Yeah,
buying
and even
opportunity
if they
in
raise
all of them.
guidance, it's like to
So,
what
Negan
degree,
of the day
man? You
probably
know, we
washed
talked
it out.
about it all day. What?
Okay. Gil, want to get your thoughts, what you're watching
Again,
for
you're
NVIDIA
talking
as we do
50
await
cents
those
to
results.
$1, from
And
$1
as we
to
have seen
270,
those shares
270 to
sell off a
4,
little
4
bit
to.
here, starting the
What if it
week
comes in at 3?
ahead of these earnings, given the fact that we do have expectations so built into this name.
Well, the results today are going to be spectacular. Their
He
growth
a
is
lucky
going to
man,
be
that's all I'm
spectacular.
gonna
They're
say.
going to exceed expectations,
I don't
and
know.
as they set expectations for next quarter,
Jack in the
and
Box is
perhaps
out.
for the rest of the year, those are going to be far ahead of numbers.
Oh,
We
I'm
know
sure.
that because their customers told us that.
I'm sure.
Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, and Google told us they are accelerating spend on GPUs this year. We know that supply is easing, so they'll be able to deliver on those orders. So the result for this year should be great.
I can
And in
actually.
fact, I would say unprecedented. I agree with Patrick's
I can
parallel to Cisco,
actually.
but this is on an even bigger scale. In a good way, and probably in a way that we need to think about a little more cautiously.
Well,
in
we'll
terms of
get
the
it.
out years.
As soon as.
Barb, Ben Emmons over at New Edge today
Here,
pointed
let me-
out that for
let
every
me do
1%
this.
change in NVIDIA stock price, the index,
Let me
the broader
grab-
index, the S&P 500, can decline by close
Lucid's
to 1%.
out.
That its beta to the market is at over
Production
2.1.
guidance.
It's
Even-
the
I'm
highest
not sure
among the
what that
Mag
means.
7. It's also the last of the Mag 7 to report. So as
Alright,
goes
so we
NVIDIA,
got it
so
up.
goes the market, arguably here. That being said,
That's
we have
good.
Fed
That's
minutes
not.
today.
That's not too
We
bad
have
of a
had
loss
other
for
earnings,
Lucid.
including more earnings that we're watching here after the bell. What matters the most?
That was for Lucid. Oh,
Well,
Nvidia
you know, it's
there.
interesting what you saw at the close of the day, you know, and also some of the tech stocks recovering.
Shit.
So which tells me this really is Nvidia is important, and because it's also a major part of the indices, it does affect the indices, but it's not affecting the broader market.
All right.
You know, with whether they report, it's a question
Sorry.
of is the stock
If I
already
put-
discounted what investors
I just
are
have to
expecting.
move
so
it.
even if they
I'm just gonna
surprise
keep the
on
SPY
upside, you
or
know,
the
we'll see
Qs
what
here.
happens with the stock, but I don't affect the broader market because the broader market is really on individual company
So,
earnings.
I haven't
And
gotten
what
anything
NVIDIA
for
is doing, we
Rivian,
already know
Lucid,
the AI story. We're
LCID,
all looking at how it's broadening out, who's
barcoding,
gonna benefit
which is
in the
crazy to
future,
see.
who's buying, who's going to be making inroads like Intel with their Microsoft deal today. So
Still
yes, it does
Still
move
barcoding.
indices in a big way. You know, somebody pointed out today the QQQ.
Rivian
and
also
NASDAQ 100,
has-
it's, I think Nvidia is a third of that.
I wish
But
Rivian
it's not,
or
I
I
think
wish
this is a
Lucid
very
traded like
short-term
Rivian.
reaction. The fear
I don't know.
and trepidation
That's me.
going into this
I don't
market
mind
is
it,
really
but-
quite extraordinary.
So Pat, two things about NVIDIA that
Like, Lucid
I'm
has-
wondering, and that's the
yeah,
guidance and the ripple effects of competition.
Like-
on the guidance, I think the consensus expectation
Like
is for
Lucid
data
has
center
earnings and it's
to
still
be
barcoding.
19
Like,
billion
what?
for Q1, which is, that's a lot. But that's what the consensus is on paper. I don't know if that's what's really priced for, if you have thoughts on that.
When is-
And then you've got AMD, you've got Intel that are trying not to top NVIDIA necessarily in performance, to just put products on the market that from a cost perspective get people to pay attention. How much of a risk is that for that stock going forward?
Yeah, so first off, I talk with not only all of NVIDIA's competitors, but all of their major customers. And they want choice. They do not see that it being
Look,
a
you can
healthy
tell somebody
market,
else has already done
with
it today.
Estimates of NVIDIA having 95%
It'll probably say 4
market share
p.m.
in at least the Western data centers, and they want more.
Hurry up.
But with that said, AMD and Intel can't show up with something that isn't competitive. And on the AMD side, they've absolutely shown up with a competitive part for LLMs. And then Microsoft is going to be, Intel is going to bring out its GPU in 2025. And at least as it relates to training, and if you want the most flexible inference, GPUs are the game now. I do believe that NVIDIA, even with the new competition, can still grow in astronomical proportions. I believe we're in the first year.
I know,
Of a
I need to get,
3.5-year data center build out to be able to deal
I'm with
with
you,
all
Chris.
these models. And everybody's going to be waiting for NVIDIA at GTC
So listen.
to come out with the next new
It is.
thing,
Look,
which
if you guys don't know,
they've put their competitors
I have
in the
one
rearview mirror.
on
Okay.
my
All right.
page.
We're starting to
And
get some of the other earnings.
This Lucid-
results are out. Philibo has those numbers. Phil.
if you go
We're gonna take a
to
look at shares of Lucid
my,
under a little bit of pressure after reporting a loss in the
go to-
fourth quarter of
hold on.
$2.09 a share. Revenue coming in lighter than expected at $157 million. The street was
And this is
expecting
what I was talking
revenue of
about
$180 million.
this morning.
They end the year with
All right,
$4.7 billion in liquidity. That's been a question for
Here,
a number
sorry,
of people
sorry.
on Wall Street in terms of
I
where's
gotta
the
get better at
liquidity.
this.
Will they have to look for more liquidity
Come
in
on.
2024 or 2025? In terms of production this year, the guidance is for 9,000 vehicles. They produced a little over 9,000 vehicles last year. So that may be interesting for a discussion on the conference call in terms of you've stabilized.
I don't know if you've seen
keep
this or
dropping on
not,
the production
Chris.
over the last year. You've stabilized at least 9,000 vehicles. Now the question becomes, what are you seeing in terms of demand, and when do you think you start to increase production?
But
Can
this
you
Lucid
increase
here
production
holds
perhaps
the
later
land
in
speed
24
record for
going into
Lucid.
25? Guys, back to you.
Still currently.
Phil, thanks. And that
My dad and his
bounce around
friend
is
ran
fractionally
this,
higher. Meanwhile,
uh,
Etsy earnings are out. Julia Borsten
they
has
ran
those.
this.
Julia.
Hey, John, Etsy's
This
earnings
Lucid
missing
Air,
estimates, the company
Dream,
reporting 62 cents
it
in
still
earnings per
currently
share,
holds the
short
land
of
speed record
78
for
cents
a Lucid.
estimated, but revenues are beating
Still
estimates,
today.
coming in at
Still to this
842
day.
million versus the estimate of 828 million. It does seem like the stock is being weighed down by that earnings miss. Now, just to get into guidance here, they say they currently expect the first quarter to be our low point in year-over-year growth.
So Rivian,
in
guys,
terms of revenue. They
Rivian's
also say GMS for the first quarter of 2024 is currently estimated to decline in the low single-digit range on a year-over-year
Dude, this is a good
basis.
earnings
So they're
day. Like
warning that the first
Rivian,
quarter is
Lucid,
not gonna look good,
Nvidia.
but things are going to get better from there. We now see that shares are down 4% in after-hours trading. Back over to you.
All right, Julia Borsten, thank you.
And it was done
All right, I'm gonna
at
go
the
back to
Salt
you.
Lake,
I'm gonna start with
Salt Lake
Etsy,
Flats,
although we
wherever
could
that.
probably
What is
talk
that?
about
Like
Lucid too, as we
Utah or
await
wherever
Rivian earnings
it's at.
and what these proxies mean for the overall EV market.
I wasn't
but
there.
With Etsy, when I see a miss on earnings despite revenue topping estimates here, I got to wonder if we're starting to see some impact from things like the Red Sea diversions and supply chain and transportation issues that we've
Okay,
been
I'm
talking
just gonna
about.
leave
But
it
up until
alone.
now,
We have
haven't seen
Nvidia,
it.
we have Rivian. Rivian's down to
it's interesting because it
$14.
obviously means somewhere the costs are going up. But if you look at marketing, is probably
Dude,
one
they're
of them.
bad.
When you look
They're
at the
badass.
Super Bowl ad that they
I'm with you.
they
They're
did,
badass.
That is
They're
not
beautiful,
cheap, and
man.
other initiatives they're doing because they realize that there is very
And
little
that's what
brand
I gave on that
recognition
short.
on
I'm like,
Etsy.
they
People
don't get enough credit.
recognize it.
They really
They
don't.
just go in and look for one or two gifts. So you've got also initiatives that got to improve their search function, so they're working on that, and that can be expensive in terms of the technological improvements. They're working on tools for sellers. sellers, making it easier for
All
the
right,
buyers.
Rivian's
so
guidance.
Doing a lot of initiatives that could
I
be a lot
guess-
of costs, and the question will be on the call. How much is it, and how long is that going to
Rivian's
last?
out.
And we'll see what kind of improvement.
I was
because one
wondering.
of the things they need to do. The
Yeah.
average buyer only buys 3 things a year on Etsy, so they've got to increase the repeat buying. They've got to increase the ticket, amount of the ticket per purchase, and it's a tough road to
So-
hoe. So we will see what they say, and also their gift initiatives. That's a big
Hold
one
on.
that they're trying to get people to think of Etsy as a place.
Do you
to go.
guys want me to keep CNBC on?
Thank
Because
you.
I know it's
Great to have
behind.
you as always.
I know
And,
it's behind.
Pat and Gil, we'll see you again in just a bit. Meanwhile,
And I can
Rivian
try
earnings
to.
are
I
out.
can
Phil LeBeau has those
not
numbers
right
as
now
well.
because it might take me a minute
John, there's a reason Rivian shares are under pressure and it has
to get
do
my
with their
cable and
guidance.
put
But first, let's
CNBC
go
on
over
here.
The results
Just
from
want to
the
make sure you guys
fourth
could hear what's
quarter.
coming
This
out
is a
versus
miss in terms of the bottom line.
what they're
A wider
saying.
than
It is
expected loss
behind.
of $1.36 a share. The street was expecting a loss of $1.32 a share. Revenue coming in
You guys
slightly
just
better
tell me
than
if you guys are
expected
good.
at
If you guys,
$1.32 billion. The street expecting
wanna keep CNBC on.
$1.26 billion. Some of the numbers within the numbers in the fourth quarter: adjusted net loss of $1.09 billion. That's an improvement year over year. They lost almost $1.5 billion in the fourth quarter of 22. The 23 net loss for the entire year, they lost almost $4 billion after losing $5.2 billion in 2022, and they end the year with $9.37 billion
Come on,
in terms of liquidity.
Nvidia.
Now
Come
for
on,
the guidance,
dude.
and this
Just
is
fucking
why
get
the
the
stock is
paperwork
under some
out there. It
pressure
sounds.
here.
This tells
Rivian's
me they're
2024
scared.
production guidance: 57,000 vehicles. The street
All
is
right,
expecting
cool.
66,000 vehicles to be delivered this year. Do the math there. They only produced a little over 57,000 in 2023. Now they're saying they expected to produce 57,000 in 24. Look, they've got some lumpy cadence in terms of production and some switchovers with the plant in central Illinois, but that number is weaker than the street was expecting. Adjusted EBIT loss guidance of $2.7 billion, CapEx 1.75, and they expect a modest gross profit by the fourth quarter. Again,
yeah,
a miss
yeah.
in terms of a wider than expected
No, I
loss
got you.
in
No,
the fourth quarter
I
for
mean,
Rivian. Guys, back to you.
Dude, we were doing that last quarter, right?
Etsy
Yo, the
shares
very
also
first stock
falling in overtime.
that I
Let's bring
forget
in
what it
Shweta
was. It was like the
Victoria
very
of Evercore
first, right after
ISI.
banks, or right
Shweta,
when
it's
banks
great to
were
have you on. Wanna get
reporting.
your
You could
initial
look at the
response to
chart
the
and you could
results we
see
just
that
got,
like
and
it
specifically the
like just the
guidance
setup
that
told
calls
you
for,
that like
a
earnings
fall
were
or
going to be
decline in
awful.
GMS, although it does seem
You
like
know
that
what I mean?
could potentially be the trough.
I think that they'll probably come in right in line and guidance right in line, and that's going to pull it back to like 550, 600.
Investors were expecting a beat in the quarter, but really it was
That's my
all eyes
guess.
were on the guidance and especially the full year guide. And that came in below expectations. Now the biggest question is the full year guide actually believable? This management team
Etsy.
has a lot
I
of
gotta write this
credibility.
stuff
They're very
down.
well,
Dude, this is a
regarded, so
killer
they likely
earnings,
will
guys.
execute upon their guidance, but it's calling
Dude,
for
this is
first
opening
quarter
up
being the
opportunity
lowest
for
growth rate
tomorrow.
quarter and then improving through the year.
Etsy?
Even if we put those numbers in based on their guide, street estimates will most likely be coming
5
down,
minutes for
with
Nvidia.
full year GMS at down, call it low
Let's see.
single digit percentage, and revenue growth faster than that because they've also guided for take rates. The biggest question into the quarter was also around take rates, whether there's going to be an announcement that Etsy is raising its take rates, and so far I have not seen it, so there will be some questions on the call about
Look
that.
at the SPY.
Also
It's
about Elliott Management's
pushing lower.
involvement now that Mark has a board seat, and also about
Already
what,
trying to turn that closing
how
resistance.
the level of confidence they have in their marketing spend, because they're seeing a lot of competitive dynamics with the Asian e-commerce platform. So
Dude,
a
it
lot
was
to
sick.
unpack it during the call.
All right, and you've given us a good packing
Exactly,
list
dude,
to
it
know
was
where
a
to put
sick
it.
trade,
Shweta,
bro.
thank you. Shweta Kajuria.
It was
we are
nice.
just minutes away from the moment the market's been
Yes.
waiting for. That's
Yup.
NVIDIA's earnings. Up next, our all-star panel is standing by to bring you instant analysis as soon as those numbers hit the tape. Don't go anywhere. Overtime's back in 2.
Dude, I'm like kind of like just like I want to know what's gonna happen. Like I'm excited, but like not that excited. Like I get more excited on like Fed days. Fed days I get all like weird. I get all like I kind of like I have to take a poop. I'm just playing. It's like a drug. Fucking Fed days, man. They'll get you every time. I gotta go rehab for Fed days. Oh shit. Dude, I just I like the thing that I want to see is if the market is like, if the market is even waiting on Nvidia. Of course the market's going to pull back or kind of like move around it, but you know, I feel like I need for us to pick a direction. If we're going to sit here in this, like, you know, high to low 503 to 490s, 493 area, you know, then let me know so I can play accordingly. I just want the markets to pick a direction. Tomorrow is going to be fun.
Nvidia expecting $4.64 adjusted earnings, $4.21 gap, 20.6
Never mind. You guys can hear it.
Asset.com.
Welcome back to Overtime. We're just moments away from potentially
Oh,
market-moving
Morgan.
results.
Morgan.
We're bringing back Patrick Moorhead, CEO of More Insights and Strategy, and Gil Luria, Senior Software Analyst at D.A. Davidson. As we do await these results, Patrick, I'll go to you here first. I mean, certainly data center is the segment that everyone is so focused on, given AI and the realization and monetization of AI, but gaming, automotive, and then, of course, the fact that a large chunk of NVIDIA's revenue does come from China, and we are continuing to see these tensions between the U.S. and China. How much are these other segments and these other markets going to matter?
I'm surprised it's not starting to get some type of volatility.
Yeah, so I think in particular, gaming.
I wonder
is a
how
big
many
one.
people
and if you recall,
could
about
get screwed if this thing doesn't
2
move
years ago,
and they wait.
That was the story. Maybe
for
3
earnings.
years ago.
Comes in
And
line.
They have
Don't
steadily
know how to
been
take it.
digging themselves out of the
Everything
inventory
right in line.
glut. The biggest
Everything.
challenge in
Guidance,
gaming,
revenue,
for NVIDIA is the lack
EPS,
of
bottom, top
AAA
line.
titles that taxes it. I am expecting a good quarter based on the new silicon
I think
and
I'm calling
card they have
550.
coming out.
I forgot to do
Automotive
it.
is interesting, but for instance, last quarter it was
I think
261 million on
area.
18 billion.
I think it
which,
goes back to
is,
test,
at
takes
least from
back
an
that
overall
rally that it
financial
gave.
standpoint,
Just my opinion.
almost irrelevant.
It could do
Okay.
really well. Semis did
Yeah,
really
we're
well.
just a
So
couple minutes
don't,
away,
you know
Gil,
what I
from when
mean?
we were first expecting
You might be
that
right,
these numbers
Raptor.
might cross, and it's about more than
You
NVIDIA.
might be right.
It's about the entire
Semis
semiconductor
did pretty
space,
well this earnings
also a lot of
season.
software
It's
names
just
that
a
have been moving
market.
on AI,
Even if it does
I
well,
imagine.
it's
What do you
about how the
expect,
market takes it.
the ripple effects here to be.
You know, and we'll know how the market takes it
I
in
don't
accordance
necessarily
to
expect there
guidance.
to be ripple effects.
Do
I
they
think
raise
the
it?
results we're going
Do
to
they
see
just
from
keep
NVIDIA
it right in
today
line?
are
What's
results
year
of the
end?
hype we've had to date, of all this momentum around building generative AI tools and using them. That's led to Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Google placing these huge orders last year.
I wouldn't be
to get
surprised,
chips
Chris,
from
and
NVIDIA
all that
this
premium
year.
just
So I
gets
think it's more of
sucked
a
out of everybody's
backward-looking
bank account.
indicator in terms
And you
of the
got
hype we
dumbasses
see.
that
I
make
also wanna
that
add to
turn
the previous conversation with
$180
Patrick
into
that
200,
I would
400
be
grand.
careful about
It won't
separating
take it.
the gaming numbers from the data center
They
numbers
just give it
right
right
now,
back to
because
corporate
there's
America.
been reports out there that gaming chips have been retooled to be used
That's
as
okay.
AI chips,
But-
especially in the Chinese market, because they didn't have
corporate
access
America's
to
okay,
chips. So
but
we
man,
may
you
actually
take
see a really good
$180
gaming result that's more
to
of a
200.
spillover
Look if
from
you're at
the
60,
demand
90,
for data center chips.
120, 150,
noted.
200, 400.
You know,
Dude, take it.
NVIDIA CEO
Take it.
Jensen Huang told reporters in Taiwan
It's
just
stupid.
last month, Gil,
It's the most
that
stupidest
the
shit in
single
the
greatest challenge
world.
in AI that he's seeing is the fact that they're very
And you know the person
severely, quote
don't
unquote,
got
we
it
are
like that.
severely
I don't care if you got it like
supply
that, even if you're a millionaire.
What is it going to
There you
take
go.
to see those production
that's a
numbers
beat.
ramp up and NVIDIA
Not by
be able
much,
to
though.
fully meet the demands that is perhaps in the marketplace?
Well, this is one of the things that NVIDIA has done an incredible job. For a company that produces hardware, you need to actually physically produce it, and had $25 billion worth
Just be
of
careful.
sales just a year ago.
Be careful.
And is probably going to exceed
Because
$100
that's the
billion
same as the
sales
last quarter,
this year.
guys.
The fact that they've been able
So
to work
it's a
with their supply
$1.05
chain
or
to
something.
increase the supply
Here.
to a point where the reports
Let's
now
go here.
is that you're looking to low
play.
You're looking to low delivery is remarkable as you see their main
CNBC is
partners
not
have
even
to
talking
expand
about it
their
yet.
capacity very significantly in order to capture
Look,
this demand.
I knew it.
And again, this is one of the
Look,
reasons
it
they
come
can
in
have a
right
really
above
great
estimates. That's not
2024,
good enough.
is that they can actually
It's
do
not
a
good
better job
enough.
of meeting the demand that they
No,
have
it's going to go
better
down.
than last year,
Unless
where they were
you
just
got to
catching
wait
up
for
to
the
that.
earnings call, too.
What is it that
They're
we're
going to
not
wait for the
going to
earnings
hear, you
call.
think, today? 4 weeks
They're
from
going to
now,
wait for the
we
earnings
do
call.
have
I know they
GTC,
are.
which I think used to
I
be
know
called the
they
Game
are.
Technology Conference, but now it's all about AI. And there's an analyst meeting
Listen.
connected to that where there's going to be an extended sit down. I will mention that those numbers are
This is
crossing
why
the
I
tape
said
right now. We'll get
earlier,
them to you,
rate of
for
change.
NVIDIA.
Even if
NVIDIA's
you
earnings
beat,
as soon as we go
I said
through
it
them.
earlier.
But Pat,
They're
what
going
are
to
we
beat,
not
they're
going
going to
to get
raise
from these numbers
guidance,
today?
but it's still
Yeah,
going to
what
go
we're not gonna
down.
get is the
Why?
future, any
Because it's
definitive
not
call
going
on
from.
that. And the two things that I want to hear
Shut the
from
fuck up,
GTC
Vest.
is
Take your vest and shut the fuck up. Look, they're just gonna keep it flat. Wow. So many people are gonna get screwed. You guys know how many people just bought YOLOs? They bought YOLOs to be cool on Wall Street Bets. They literally took their check just to post something on Wall Street Bets. All right. Sorry. Oh my God.
Net up data center revenue for Q4 coming in at 18.4 billion, higher than the 17 billion anticipated. Similar for auto, 281 million, a little bit higher. And I'll continue to go through the results.
The rate of
and get back to
change just
shortly
isn't
guidance.
there, and that's what I was trying to tell you guys. You go from 50 cents to $1.20, from $1.20 to 240, from 240 to 4 something, and you go from 4 to 5. The top is in.
Which I think would be versus 22 billion
The outlook,
expected. I mean,
as far
that's
as the
certainly
top.
a beat, right?
But not.
It is a beat, but if you think about the buy-side whisper number that everybody was talking about, 23 billion,
It's just-
some even saying a little bit higher, so it's not a massive beat. That was the big
I'm gonna keep her quiet for 1 minute, guys. No, I'm gonna just
3
play.
days in a row. There was concerns that the magnitude of the beat
It's the
wasn't
rate
going
of
to
the
hold,
change.
and you
Rate
had some
of change,
profit
that's
taking
it.
leading up to it. Could
Just
be
remember
contributing
that.
to the 3% drop that we're
Just
seeing
remember
right
that,
now.
guys.
To your point, that 24 billion.
If
it's
you
still strong,
cannot
especially
keep up
for
with going
Q1
from
guide,
80
but
cents
it's
to
not the
$1
same
to
type of power that
$1
we've seen in the
to
2
2.7, which is
Pat, wanna
over
get your reaction
100%
to the numbers that we do have
growth.
so far,
That's
with a beat on the top
you
and bottom
doubled
lines,
your growth
beats
rate,
for data
doubled
center
it.
revenue,
Then you
boosts for
doubled it
auto.
again. And what did you
And
do this
to
time?
John's
You didn't
point,
double it. You just
it
went
looks
up like 10,
better
15,
than
12% like a normal
or at
company
least
does.
Stronger,
Yeah, the
fiscal
top
first
is in
quarter
because you're
revenue guidance as well.
that expansion is like you're done. You just
that I
you hit
expected to
that.
beat, and
You're
that's
plateauing.
exactly what
right?
they
You're
did.
still growing.
And you know, it's
but
kind of a
you're just
double-edged sword when you see availability
where you
getting
are.
better.
So it's going to stay
which
right
is,
around
hey,
where
I
it's
can,
at.
I can probably get more cards to you.
Might
that you
possibly
need,
stay
but
where
you
it's at.
lessen
Look,
pricing
they're going to
power.
wait for the
So
fucking earnings
very
call. I knew it.
positive, on that.
Oh
and
my
I
god.
think, you know, again,
Oh my
the
God. That's
size
so,
of the auto
that's so
business
funny.
in the range it is, in the 200 million-ish, doesn't
so
make an
funny.
overall huge statement.
Somebody's having
but
a heart attack
it is
tonight.
a good sign for the future of what they need to do,
Oh my
whether it's
gosh.
2, 3, or 4
Somebody's
years
going to
down
live
the
in a
road.
cardboard box
Gil, looking at data center
by
specifically,
tomorrow.
it looks like the number came in at 18.4
It's so sad,
billion
man.
for Q4
It's so
versus
sad.
17
I'm
billion
telling you. So I
expected.
know there is
And of
somebody
course,
out there in
that's
this
what you
world
need if you're gonna
that
get,
spent their whole
revenue
check
beaten
on some
by $2
calls
billion is you need strength
or
in,
even puts
data
trying to
center.
get cute.
What does that say
And
about
now
the
they just
continuing
went to
data
zero.
center demand
Or they
and
will be
maybe
at
about
zero.
The other areas, including
That's why I
gaming,
always say
as
wait
well,
for
which
the
you
next
said would be a
day.
little
It's
difficult
unless
to
it's
parse
a
out.
cheap stock and you just want to
Right. So
throw a couple
the fact
bucks
that the
out
number
there,
is so
whatever,
high
do your
and
thing.
that they guided for an even
You want to throw a
higher
few
number
$1,000
next
out
quarter
there,
is a reflection of what we heard
make sure you can lose
from
it.
the hyperscalers on their conference call. We heard from Amy Hood and Microsoft.
Come on, where's
we
it's
are
right here.
accelerating our
See,
purchases.
yeah,
We
sorry,
heard from
I was just trying to
Mark
get to
Zuckerberg
that.
very specific goals about the
What
amount
time
of
is it?
GPU he needs.
Oh, yeah,
we
they
heard from
waited so that
Amazon they're
options.
finally getting access to supply.
I don't know if you can do it with
that
NVIDIA.
demand
You can do it
is
with the
still
SPY.
ramping through the year,
I
and
don't
that's
think,
reflected in
because
these
I know
numbers.
with
I
like
would
the
just say
SPY and the
Christina
Qs,
did a very
guys,
good
you
job
have 15
reporting
minutes after
that
the bell
whisper number on the buy
to
side
like trade
is
options.
so much higher than the consensus
So-
number that if that because they didn't quite get to that number, maybe the stock isn't showing the upside that it would ordinarily with this kind of result.
Where do they find
All right,
these
we're
people?
going to go back to
I know what he's saying,
Christina.
but like, no, it's
We're
the
not
rate
going
of
back to
change,
Christina.
man. That's it.
Pat,
That's
I'm
it.
gonna
Nothing
go
more,
to you
nothing
here
less.
Because just looking at first quarter fiscal 2025 outlook here, in terms of margins, GAAP and non-GAAP gross
that's-
margins expected to be 76.3 between 76.3 and then 77%.
Again, I call Nvidia the vid.
Plus or minus 50 basis points.
NV.
I guess walk me through the importance of gross margins as we do look to another year for this company where
Largest
the
call
expectations have been so strong
emissions
and where,
decrease.
interestingly, the stock is now trading up about 1%.
Yeah, so NVIDIA's had pricing power for the
gosh.
past 18 months, particularly on its new line.
That's
and you
nice.
can't
Good
get
job.
it. You can essentially name your price.
Wait,
and a car that would normally
1122.
go for
Wait,
$20,000
what's going on here? Latest.
Being sold for
Top.
$40,000 and even more
NVIDIA
on the
here,
open
you know
market.
what?
It's
Maybe I'll
great.
just go
On the
to
flip side,
NVIDIA.
your cost of goods sold from folks like TSMC and the folks doing the high bandwidth memory
here we go.
are charging more. But net, the margins look incredible, and I'm glad to see there wasn't necessarily a movement down that you might expect as supply from TSMC.
NVIDIA is still strong. And demand for chips still greater than supply, but I did give my targets
Gil, in a way,
regardless.
It's remarkable that the move that we've seen in NVIDIA thus far, was initially lower. Now it's
He's kind of right,
high,
but
and of
I
course,
think
we've
he's.
gotta wait for the conference
I think
call
he's
for all
expecting too
kinds
much.
of
Like
color.
this
Executives will
sounds
have
like
a
he's
lot to
expecting
say
too
as
much
the
too quick
afternoon
to
commences,
happen
but
in a
this
short
is a stock
time.
that the options market was expecting to have a dramatic move.
So-
And so in a way, Gil, it seems like modest moves based on these strong numbers might be a win for NVIDIA.
Yes, and I would say that as we start looking towards the conference call, what we're really going to be listening for is commentary about.
Right? I told you guys. I
2025
said
and
watch it go in at like
2026. I'd say on the
$5.
last
That's so
conference
funny.
call, Mr. Wong did a good job
22
of
billion.
talking about the
Can you
vision of
guys
why
picture
he
that?
sees
Like
this cycle
seriously.
continuing for a couple more years. As Patrick
They are-
reflected, I think there may be
they
more of
are
a need for him to be
coming
specific.
in with-
orders coming in for 2025.
They're
maybe
coming in
levels of
with
backlog. That's what we're really going to be
$22
listening
billion
for to
a
justify
quarter.
another move.
$22 billion every 3 months. 22. That kind of seems low. That's not 2, 4, 6, 8. That's less than $1 trillion. And I guess if you give it like a 5-10 times multiple on that, you know what I mean? Like that's ultimately what it takes to be $1 trillion. $1 trillion market cap. Wait, what they say? 22 billion, or was that net sales? I don't know what it was. Shit, it doesn't matter. You guys got the point, right? Let's see. 77% non-GAAP margins. Data center revenue 18, up 18. So it's 18 billion, up 409% year over year. That's pretty good. Gaming revenue 2.9 billion, up 56% year over year. So you're getting like, you know, that growth is still there. It's just not like it was. That is pretty big, guys. You guys see that? Their data center revenue 18.4 billion, up 409% year over year. Gaming revenue. I mean, but we kind of expected that because you went from 50 cents to $1, from $1 to 2 to 2 to 4. That equals 400 and some percent in and of itself. So, you know, it's not that surprising. You know, it's not that surprising. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I got to go get cat food. I'm going to have a watch list tonight. I'm going to talk about some trade ideas. I'm going to talk about possibly trades today. Listen, if any of you guys, I don't know where you guys are at. If you guys want to do a podcast, whether it's on a Zoom or anything, we'll figure it out. I'll give you guys a way to message me or whatever. I was thinking about it yesterday. It's something I'd like to do. If you have a YouTube channel, you want to post it up on yours, I don't care. It was just something I was thinking about. And here it goes. Here she goes. I'm kind of wondering about the earnings call, right? This is all fun and games until, you know, like layoffs start, banks start shutting down, and this money starts to slow down, and Nvidia's like, damn, things were so good, you know. But we'll see if that happens. All right, you guys have a good one. I appreciate all of you guys. If you guys haven't done so, hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed, which I know a lot of you guys have. I appreciate all of you guys. Let's have a great day tomorrow. Tomorrow, there's going to be a lot of opportunity. This market's going to move tomorrow. We got to look for the upside. If NVIDIA's going higher, look at the SPY. I think that was it. That's all we needed. All right. I personally couldn't take a bet one way or the other. I had to take it. Dude, what did it do to Tesla? Because I had those Tesla calls I told myself I was going to keep. And look, it didn't do shit. So I was right. I felt like Tesla was really weak. And just because the market goes up doesn't mean Tesla will go up. Because you guys know Tesla's been doing its own thing. But I also said if the market comes down, that should help Tesla. So it looks like that thesis was kind of right. Have a great night, guys. I'll put out a watch list later on. I'm going to clean up all my charts. So there's not all these lines. And it's not a complete shiz show. So it's not a complete shit show. You guys have a good one. I will see you guys in like a couple hours. Probably 7:30, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And we'll dig in more. We'll dig in more to the earnings and stuff. You guys have a great night. I love you all. I appreciate all you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what to do with my hands. See you guys.